suddenly, a sharp sound rips through the air. And the young man's eyes narrow with fierce determination, his mind briefly soaring to the endless blue sky. Meanwhile, outside, a colossal stadium is absolutely electric with a roaring crowd, their excitement building to a fever pitch. And then, a dazzling, otherworldly glow erupts, signaling the grand entrance. It's time for him to finally step into the arena. The colossal, futuristic arena, bathed in electric blue light, absolutely explodes with raw energy, with massive screens blaring the epic event title, DXC Arena. Then, a booming voice electrifies the crowd, screaming today's main star, and the MVP of the 6th World Championship. And the young champion finally strides onto the dazzling stage, now hyped as the MVP of the 7th World Championship. The crowd's roar absolutely explodes, a collective, stunned gasp of "this is," reverberating through the entire arena. And then, the young man, now completely surrounded by a menacing circle of hulking, muscular figures, hears his name, Lee Tae-cho, uttered with chilling clarity. He stands there, back to the roaring crowd, a silent thought echoing, "or so they call me," as the colossal arena stretches out behind him. The arena is absolutely packed, and right there on stage, Taeho is caught between two absolute units who are having the most epic, loud reunion ever. One of the beefy dudes, a guy with a light brown beard, can't help but comment on Taeho, muttering about his weird name, his clothes, and how tiny he is. Seriously, what's his deal? And then, these two titans just stare each other down, and you can practically feel the sparks flying, like there's some serious history about to drop. Then, the braided beard guy just points a finger, shouting, "Dude, you're the one who took me out." Bjorn, the light-bearded warrior, just busts out laughing, like, wait, that was you?" Bjorn just straight up grabs Garm's arm, their reunion looking like a brawl and a bromance all at once. Meanwhile, Taeho is just standing there, totally bug-eyed, absolutely clueless about what's even happening with these two wild guys. Then it hits him, were these guys rivals from some epic war? Because now they're both glowing with insane power, one blazing red, the other chilling blue, just staring each other down. Bjorn's eyes are practically on fire with a wicked red glow, looking all hyped and amused, and Garm's eyes are burning electric blue, with this super intense, almost playful scowl. They throw down with a fist bump that's more like a mini explosion, and Garm's all like, "Dude, I only made it to Valhalla because you took me out." Another epic fist clash goes down, showing off their crazy rivalry and respect, and Bjorn, still grinning, asks Garm, "So, did you just drop dead right after our fight?" Garm pauses, then spills the tea. Right after his epic showdown with Bjorn, he got totally wrecked by some kid with 5 braids in his hair, and we even get a quick visual of the finishing move. Garm drops a bombshell, revealing his killer screamed "father," as the fatal blow landed, a chilling detail that adds another layer to this epic saga. Bjorn, beaming with pride, shouts that Garm's killer avenged his father, and Garm, surprisingly, just laughs it off, a wild, booming sound that fills the air. They then hype up the killer's skills, one saying he was raised well, but the other quickly corrects him, declaring this kid is already an absolute legend. Then, out of nowhere, we cut to a young guy in glasses, totally overwhelmed, shouting, "Thank you," his face a wild mix of emotions. His mind is reeling, one burning question screaming inside him, "How did I even get here?" Then, a glitchy, mind-bending visual effect hits, like a cosmic rewind button just got slammed, with a sharp, crackling sound. The rewind snaps back to a massive crowd, screaming, "Taeho," at the top of their lungs, while he's locked in, headphones on, absolutely dominating his game. His fingers are a blur on the keyboard and mouse, a true gaming god, he was so close to snatching his 3rd world championship in a row. But just as victory was in sight, the memory glitches out into pure static, a brutal interruption to his reign. His hands are still locked on the controls, but everything just pauses, a chilling silence slamming down. He snaps back to reality, a terrifying realization hitting him like a truck, his eyes bugging out as he screams, "Wait! Did I actually die back then?" Just as he's reeling from the death revelation, a dazzling, white-haired champion bursts onto the scene from a blinding light, and a voice booms, "This one was a champion." The crowd is buzzing, absolutely hyped about this champion, a legendary figure who's crushed every single duel, radiating pure, undeniable power. She's a total legend, dominating dozens of battles, and the crowd is going wild, screaming, "Champion," and "Duel King." They're all blown away by her skills, even if she looks small, she's packing a serious punch. It's a total warzone out there, a chaotic, brutal fight, just proving how absolutely hardcore this world is for a champion like her to emerge. And even with the champion dominating, someone in the crowd is already shouting, ready to throw down against her. Meanwhile, Taeho is just watching, and you can practically see the gears turning in his head, like he's seen this all before. His eyes lock on, a sudden jolt of realization hitting him, like a forgotten puzzle piece just snapped right into his brain. He's finally putting it together, the champion's true identity, the woman right there, and he's totally wondering what her deal is, why she's even here. Suddenly, the scene glitches, slamming him into a stark, black and white flashback, and there he is, totally out cold, slumped over his desk in some bland office, with everyone freaking out around him. Then, a ghostly blue light starts pulsing from his body, a chilling sign that his life is literally draining away. And then, his ghost-like self, still rocking that gamer jacket, just floats right out of his body, a translucent spirit staring down at his own lifeless shell. Then it all clicks, a massive, mind-blowing realization, as he stares at the ghost and screams, "That's me?" The shock is absolutely unreal. Suddenly, a blinding golden light explodes around him, yanking him back from the edge, and he's screaming, clutching his head as his past and present realities smash together in a chaotic, painful mess. Totally overwhelmed by a memory overload, he's reeling back from this super radiant figure. Like a warrior's soul that just lost its life. After some epic, glorious battle. He's hit with this deep sense of loss, totally wondering if this is actually the end. Like, is he actually dead? Then, this luminous woman, her eyes practically glowing with otherworldly power, reaches out, inviting him to come with her. But he's totally confused and disoriented, so he asks, "Where are we even going?" Even asking if this weird place is hell, while she just calmly tells him to take her hand. Then, with this gentle smile, she's just standing there, surrounded by this insane, vibrant, rainbow-colored energy that's exploding all around them. And suddenly, she's pulling him upwards, making him scream out in total surprise and fear. And then, she just calmly drops the bomb, their destination is Valhalla. He's still totally reeling from the shock, just stammering, barely even getting what Valhalla means for his new journey. That rainbow light just exploded upwards, launching him through a cosmic void towards whatever epic destination awaited. And as the light got even brighter, one word just screamed through the air, Valhalla. And just like that, the flashback ended, leaving him back in the present. He knew that name, it was straight out of the legends, Valhalla, the ultimate afterlife from Norse mythology. His eyes went wide, glowing blue with shock as he finally got it, Valhalla was only for warriors who died in battle. Then it hit him, looking at the super confident Valkyrie, did she seriously think he was some legendary warrior? Her face said it all. He just had to set the record straight, a total panic rising up, telling her he wasn't some battle-hardened warrior, but just a pro gamer, someone who literally just played games. The Valkyrie just stared, totally confused, asking if games meant actual battles or duels, and he just awkwardly mumbled, no, not like that, completely failing to explain what a gamer even was. Totally freaking out from the confusion and the insane situation, he begged her, just wanting to go back home. Then, out of nowhere, a massive horn blast just shattered the silence, instantly ending their calm entrance. The Valkyrie's face went from calm to full-on battle mode in a second, her voice booming, screaming about an enemy attack and ordering everyone to get ready to fight. And just like that, the whole place turned blood red, revealing a terrifying horde of monsters, their glowing red eyes burning through the darkness as they charged. He's screaming, face twisted in absolute horror as gnashing, red-eyed monstrosities swarm him from every direction. His hand is shaking like crazy, a monster's claw practically in his face, and he can only think, "Aaaah. This is insane." But it's not just a few. A massive, terrifying horde of these beasts is charging, their roars shaking the very ground. The monstrous wave just keeps coming, an endless tide of pure destruction, kicking up dust as they barrel forward. Up close, these wolf-like horrors are pure nightmare fuel, red eyes blazing, fangs bared and ready to tear. Then, a blinding, explosive strike rips through the chaos, a burst of red and yellow energy tearing into the enemy. It's Bjorn, glowing with a golden aura, unleashing a devastating swing that sends monsters flying. This guy is a tank. And Garm is right there with him, a whirlwind of steel, absolutely tearing through another one of those grotesque creatures. A monster lets out a gut-wrenching shriek, its face contorted in pure agony as the warriors unleash their fury. Taeho can only watch, completely overwhelmed, as the brutal battle rages around him, the sounds of impact deafening. This isn't just a fight, it's pure, unadulterated chaos, leaving him to question, what kind of madness? And then, sitting there, clutching a glowing blue sword, he drops the bombshell, "I've never even held a real sword before." Talk about being thrown into the deep end. A guttural growl rips through the air, and Taeho's eyes are absolutely huge with terror, sweat pouring down his face as the nightmare scenario hits him like a truck. The chilling truth slams into him, he's been here before, in this insane realm, after dying once already. And now, a monstrous beast with glowing red eyes is lunging straight for him, its colossal form blotting out the entire desolate world. The terrifying question screams through his mind, what happens if he dies again? The monster's attack is a terrifying blur of red energy and razor-sharp claws, coming straight for the helpless young man. But just before the blow connects, a golden flash explodes, as Bjorn, absolutely radiating power, slams into the beast with a thunderous, earth-shattering strike. Golden particles are practically exploding around him as he barks a sharp command, "Duck, young man." His eyes are practically burning with fierce determination as Bjorn winds up a devastating punch, his entire arm engulfed in an absolutely blinding golden light. The impact is absolutely cataclysmic, a mind-blowing burst of golden energy radiating outwards, obliterating everything in its path. The golden explosion just keeps on expanding, its raw force ripping through the air with a deafening roar. A lingering golden glow is all that remains of the devastating power of that strike, a true testament to the warrior's insane might. This was it, the legendary rock fist, a blow so powerful it could catch a bear, unleashed by Bjorn right in the middle of the chaos. Bjorn's golden fist still explodes with power, pushing down with an insane force, creating a protective barrier around Taeho. But before Taeho can even process it, Bjorn's voice rings out, hitting him with a question about Saga that leaves him totally stumped. He's still trying to figure out what just happened, lying there on the ground, staring up at the absolute unit who just saved his life. Just as he's about to speak, a terrifying snarl echoes, and then, WHOA, a faint, mysterious glow starts coming from his hands. Chapter 2 kicks off with a direct challenge, a voice demanding to know if he's even heard of Saga. And suddenly, he's hit with a terrifying vision of a monstrous, glowing entity, its raw power exploding all around him, leaving him cowering in fear. His mind blown, he can barely get out of bewildered, Ga. The whole idea just rocks his world, leaving him absolutely stunned and terrified. Bjorn, looking intense, lays it out. Saga is your story, and if you want to make it to Valhalla, you better have one heck of a tale to tell. His hand practically radiating power, he drives the point home, you need a lifetime of legendary accomplishments. Because in this brutal world of endless war, your achievements aren't just bragging rights, they're your actual power. Bjorn looms over a stunned Taeho, dropping the ultimate truth bomb, the more famous you are as a warrior, the more absolutely jacked you'll get. Bjorn's words hit Taeho like a truck, and all he can manage to think is, my achievements. As his face just crumples in worry. He's totally lost in thought, chin in hand, trying to wrap his head around this insane new reality, his brain practically short-circuiting with all the questions. A single bead of sweat drips down his face as the full, terrifying weight of his predicament finally hits him, leaving him utterly stressed and deep in thought. He'd literally just been eating and gaming his whole life, and that thought was seriously eating at him. That harsh truth carved a look of pure panic onto his face, his brow practically screaming, stress. But then, a wild idea hit him, a vision of his epic in-game character, the legendary warrior Karstedt, charging into glorious combat. His eyes practically popped out, a light bulb moment hitting him like a truck, as the ultimate, what-if, scenario unfolded. Wait, what if his game achievements actually counted for something? He pondered the mind-blowing possibility that his character's epic wins, the legendary Karstedt's achievements, were his actual saga. Behold! The immortal warrior Karstedt, absolutely shredding on a dragon, blade in hand, a monument to countless virtual victories. And just like that, as the idea clicked, a blinding, electric blue energy exploded around him, pulsating with raw, otherworldly power. He gawked at his own body, totally freaking out at the sudden power surge, his face a priceless picture of pure shock. The electric blue power swirled and condensed into glowing, ethereal letters right on his hands, leaving him utterly speechless. Suddenly, Bjorn was there, gripping his hands, a knowing smirk on his face as he declared, "Whoa, so you do have a saga. You can totally see those glowing letters, right?" Taeho, still reeling from the impossible, stammered out, "Yeah, I don't even know what these letters are, but somehow, I can just read them." That blue energy. It wasn't just for show. Taeho instantly grasped the cryptic script, feeling like he had an ultimate image translator built right into his brain. His immortal warrior saga, now fully synced with Karstedt's raw power, exploded into existence, a terrifying, shadowy avatar with burning red eyes materializing behind him, leaving Bjorn utterly stunned. Karstedt owned the immortal warrior title, but if Taeho could just tap into that power, he knew he'd be unstoppable, a rush of pure adrenaline propelling him forward. That smirk wasn't just for show, a raw, unbridled arrogance exploded within him, as he mentally crowned himself the strongest in the entire world, letting out a maniacal laugh. But that cocky grin vanished in an instant, replaced by a steely resolve as he barked, eyes forward. His eyes practically popped out of his head, a colossal, blurry monstrosity suddenly filling his vision, its sheer scale absolutely terrifying. No time to think. He lunged, a purple streak of pure speed, charging headfirst into the unknown. But the beast wasn't waiting. With blazing red eyes and a scorching aura, it let out a deafening roar, its colossal body rocketing towards him. Too fast. The monster's attack slammed into him with bone-shattering power, his glowing blade ripped from his grasp as he let out a stunned, WHOA. He was airborne. The sheer force launched him backward, a human projectile soaring through a storm of shattered rock. Then, a brutal, earth-shattering impact. He slammed into the ground, every ounce of air knocked from his lungs with agonizing GAH-UGH-KUGH-S. Flat on his back, utterly defeated, he stared up at the sky, a chilling realization hitting him about the real power of Karstedt. The ground itself seemed to scream, a testament to the brutal force he'd just endured. And there it was, the colossal wolf, towering over his broken form, leaving him to question everything. Would even the legendary Karstedt have struggled against this beast? His mind raced, a chilling question forming: was his immortal warrior saga, the very core of his power, somehow flawed? He pushed up his glasses, the stark reality hitting him like a truck, a measly 1% synchronization with Karstedt's power. Just 1%. Suddenly, a thunderous voice ripped through the silence, roaring about an insurance policy that needed to be written bigger, a truly wild thought that even made the speaker chuckle. Bjorn, the powerhouse, made it clear his direct intervention had its limits, but dropped a truth bomb: this wasn't the end, it was just the beginning of his own epic saga. It was Bjorn, the legendary warrior, who left him with a challenge: survive this, and they'd meet again. And just like that, a fire ignited in his soul, his eyes blazing with an electric blue, a fierce resolve burning brighter than ever before. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt: it wasn't about having all of Karstedt's power, it was about mastering that 1%, even as the monster snarled before him. His gaze fell upon the fallen blade, a new fire in his eyes as he declared, even 1%, just 1%, was all he needed. With a surge of raw power, he reached out, his voice ringing with absolute conviction: 1% was all he needed to turn the tide. He's going all in, sprinting with a fierce new resolve straight for the colossal sword jammed in the ground. Suddenly, his mind snaps to the legend of Karstedt, the absolute superhuman who once took on hundreds of soldiers all by himself, a true one-man army. But that epic vision gets shattered as a massive burst of blue energy explodes from the blade, blasting him backward with a searing jolt of pain. His foot skids hard, fighting to stay upright. That raw impact power is just insane. But he's back on his feet, facing down a monstrous beast with eyes burning pure malice, his sword already out, ready to shield the terrified crowd behind that city wall. The beast just flexes its massive, clawed arm, its sheer power screaming that a devastating blow is coming. A determined fire ignites in his eyes as he remembers the prophecy, the legend of him and Karstedt, finally becoming one. But even with that resolve, a flash of fear still hits him, his glasses practically flying off as the monster's raw power just overwhelms everything. Then, with a primal roar, the beast slams down its colossal hammer, a vortex of red energy just exploding around the weapon. The entire ground shakes as that hammer absolutely obliterates the earth, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. But he's too fast, sliding expertly across the debris-filled ground, dodging that crushing attack with his sword still locked and loaded. The monster just lashes out in pure frustration, its glowing red eyes locked onto its impossible-to-catch target. But then, a vision of the legendary warrior, Karstedt, explodes into view, charging forward, his entire body crackling with electric blue energy, eyes burning with an infernal glow. His attack isn't just an attack, it's a full-blown storm, a cataclysmic torrent of blue energy ripping through everything in its wake. It's a power that sweeps through the enemy like a storm, a force of nature unleashed. Then, in an instant, the legendary power of Li Te-Ho's Karstedt explodes within him, his eyes igniting with electric blue energy, a raw, untamed aura blasting outwards. This isn't just power, this is the saga, the ancient legend roaring to life. The unstoppable charge of a warrior, a relentless, focused assault, reverberates through the very fabric of reality. His own power, now completely unleashed, is a raging storm, a perfect reflection of the legend he now embodies. With an explosive leap, he unleashes a devastating strike, absolutely pulverizing the ground and sending shrapnel flying everywhere. The sheer impact reverberates through the entire area, a terrifying testament to the raw, destructive power he now wields. He hangs in mid-air, continuing his relentless assault, a glowing sword clutched tight, engulfed by the chaotic, destructive aftermath of his unleashed power. But the sheer, overwhelming power takes its brutal toll, and he's violently thrown back, his face a mask of shock and agony as the debris swirls like a deadly vortex around him. The very ground explodes, sending shockwaves and debris everywhere as the sheer power of his attack rips through the environment. But Te-Ho isn't just fighting, he's a whirlwind of destruction, his glowing blade tearing through the monster horde, sending them flying with every devastating strike. Then, a shocking realization hits him, his eyes blazing with power as he connects the dots. Is this how new sagas are born, by reliving past glories? His feet are a blur, moving at impossible speeds, and he instantly understands, this isn't just power, it's a game-changing speed boost. Now, with this incredible power at his command, he's ready to unleash the full potential of his saga ability. And with a renewed surge of adrenaline, he plunges back into the heart of the battle, his glowing blade a beacon of defiance against the monstrous horde. His mind is set, his will unbreakable, he's going to make it out alive, no matter what stands in his way. The scene shifts dramatically to a magnificent fortress, its towering walls and glowing windows hinting at a hard-won victory, a place of respite after the storm. And inside, the clinking of tankards rings out, a symphony of triumph and good cheer, as warriors celebrate their hard-earned victory. Then, a booming, triumphant cry of "Skal" erupts, cementing their victory. Bjorn, Garm, and a burly dwarf warrior are absolutely hyped, roaring with laughter, bragging about how they survived and how the whole epic battle was just a warm-up. And who else but Taeho, happily chowing down on a drumstick, joins the epic celebration, his triumphant grin matching the booming laughter of his victorious allies. He's chugging from his tankard, a look of pure disgust on his face. This food is barely edible, but he's so starving, he's got no choice but to choke it down. Then a gruff voice cuts in, telling him if he wants better food, he better level up his warrior class. The burly, bearded guy then drops the bomb, explaining this is just the bottom-tier banquet, where only the lowest-class warriors and newbies hang out. And he keeps going, making it clear that's exactly why the food and drinks are so terrible. Taeho, finally recognizing him, asks if Bjorn is also a low-class warrior, but the big guy just laughs it off, saying he just dropped by for a quick visit. Taeho thanks him profusely, admitting he wouldn't have made it without Bjorn's saga intel. But then, a terrifying thought hits him, what if he actually dies here? Bjorn, completely missing his friend's rising panic, just casually drops a bombshell, the souls of the dead here get transferred to the warriors of steel. Suddenly, Taeho's mind is flooded with a terrifying vision, an army of armored, red-eyed figures who feel no pain, no hunger, just endless fighting. The horrifying truth hits him like a truck, and he screams, demanding to know what the heck that's supposed to mean. His face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror as Bjorn's chilling words finally sink in. His mind was in full-blown panic mode, screaming that this wasn't some glorious warrior's journey, but a straight-up steel coffin. He was freaking out, knowing he absolutely, positively, could not die in this place, when Bjorn's chill voice broke through the chaos, dropping the bomb that his affiliation was about to be decided. That single word, affiliation, just hung in the air, making him question everything about this wild new world. Bjorn, looking super serious, just laid it out, announcing that the whole thing was about to kick off. Then, a deep rumble shook the place, and these epic golden armored boots stepped into view, instantly grabbing everyone's focus. Suddenly, a powerful voice blasted from a high platform, addressing the massive crowd of warriors, announcing that their incredible deeds had been seen. The fierce, orange-haired warrior, with those intense green eyes, kept going, dropping the bombshell that she was about to assign everyone to their legions. She pointed with absolute conviction, her golden armor practically radiating power as she took charge. Taeho's jaw dropped, a flash of recognition hitting him, and he could only whisper, Valkyrie. Bjorn clapped a hand on his shoulder, spilling the tea, that's Reginleif, daughter of Odin, pure noble blood. Reginleif, sword held high, practically radiating power, declared that everyone was about to find out the name of their ultimate trust. Bjorn kept dropping knowledge bombs, spilling that they all belonged to the Legion of the Gods of Asgard, and that's where they'd get their insane power-ups. Taeho's brain is on overdrive, trying to process this whole divine patron thing. He's drawing a blank on most of the gods, only really knowing Odin and Thor. Because let's be real, if he's gonna get some serious power, he needs to link up with a top-tier god. The pressure is getting to him, his face is a mess of worry as golden energy practically explodes around him, showing just how much he wants this. He's practically yelling inside his head, pleading for the universe to hook him up with Odin or Thor, please. Check out Reginleif, the fierce Valkyrie, looking absolutely stunning with her fiery orange hair and emerald eyes, holding that golden apple like a boss. Lost in a super green forest, a tiny wooden boat is just cruising down this chill river, oars splashing as Taeho and Reginleif keep on moving. You can hear the boat creaking as they pass, underneath this crazy thick tree canopy. Reginleif is just powering through, her strokes pushing them forward, making the water go wild around the front of the boat. Underwater, the light is just sparkling, and Reginleif's like, wait, wasn't it called the Legion of the Gods? Taeho's all ears, a little confused, while the boat just keeps on creaking along. Then, out of nowhere, he just gets super frustrated, yelling, but why? Gah. Reginleif just watches him freak out, a little smirk on her face, and she's like, seriously, he's been like this the whole time, and I'm the only one here to deal with it. Then she totally brags, our legion has some serious strong points that no one else can beat, and Taeho's all curious, peeking over the side, what are they? With a total boss smirk, she drops the bomb, no one's nagging us from above, and no one's messing with us from below. He's dropped right into a wild party, a total paradise of pure hype and energy. But wait, a thought hits him, is he the only one totally lost here, stuck in Idun's legion? The whole place is going wild, with warriors like Bjorn and Garm chugging drinks, their epic cheers shaking the very foundations. Then he spots it, a glowing, golden apple, literally screaming Idun, the ultimate party favor that's fueling this whole epic bash. The party just keeps getting louder, with everyone screaming, Thor, and Odin, like there's no tomorrow. One warrior is literally bawling, screaming, MOM, I did it, while another is just a happy mess, and Taeho's still there, holding the glowing apple like, what is happening? He's totally stumped by Idun, confessing he's never heard of it, even with all these warriors going absolutely wild for her. Amidst the madness, Bjorn drops a calm, powerful line, stay strong, his face radiating pure determination. The crowd still roaring with laughter, and one warrior's even calling out another for their weird face, asking if they need a hype-up. Then, out of nowhere, Regenleif's voice blasts through the noise, her hand dramatically covering her face as she screams Odin. She spins around, her voice booming with pure power, shouting, Odin's crew, assemble, and the warriors immediately start moving. From a bird's-eye view, it's an epic sight as countless warriors answer the call, screaming Odin, Tyr, and Freya, as they unite into one unstoppable force. Taeho is on the move, his boots kicking up dust as he scans the empty, desolate land around him. He keeps pushing forward, but his mind is fixated on one thing, Iden. What is it? Who is it? The enigma of Iden and her legion is seriously messing with his head, he just can't shake it. But hold up, elsewhere on the battlefield, Regenleif is down on one knee, intensely scouring the ground for something. Her glowing emerald eyes snap open, locking onto Taeho as he gets closer, and he can only stammer out an apology. He tries to explain he's with Trun's legion, but she just stares back, totally clueless. The tension is thick, then bam. Her eyes go wide, glowing with an intense, shocking realization. She lets out an excited gasp, then pounces on Taeho, absolutely thrilled to find a new face. She's practically vibrating with excitement, wondering how long it's been since a rookie showed up, her face so close to his that he can't help but hold his breath. Still right up in his face, she flashes a dazzling smile and drops a bombshell, her name is Haida. Taeho is totally bewildered. She's now chilling on a log, but her questions are anything but chill, demanding to know what they're fighting for and why this war is even happening. Taeho's eyes are practically burning with thought, while Haida's intense stare demands an answer. Regenleif, staff in hand, gets ready to drop some serious knowledge, a mystical blue light already sparking from her palm. She conjures a dazzling, glowing map, like a cosmic tree, pinpointing their exact spot and dropping the bombshell, they're in Asgard. But then the map twists, showing a terrifying red zone beyond Asgard, Muspelheim, the hellish realm unleashing giants, evil gods, and savage beasts upon their world. Taeho, clutching a sparking energy orb, points to a blood-red spot on the map, demanding answers, and Regenleif drops another bomb, that's Eren, a fallen land, now their last stand in a war to end all worlds. The weight of her revelation hits him like a truck, his eyes practically popping out as the pieces click into place, one terrifying thought dominating his mind. He blurts out his shocking realization, is this the legendary Ragnarok, the apocalypse he'd only seen in video games? Regenleif's intense gaze confirms it, they're living the Ragnarok. She paints a vivid picture of the epic, world-shattering war they're fighting, a brutal struggle for the very soul of existence, all to save the world. But then her voice drops, revealing the raw, brutal truth, forget grand ideals, they're fighting just to survive. A terrifying vision of the war erupts, monstrous titans clashing in a maelstrom of fire and destruction, a chilling glimpse into the sheer, desperate fight for existence. Still reeling from the mind-blowing revelations, Taeho zeroes in on one critical question, can people actually travel between different worlds? His eyes, a swirling vortex of fear and desperate hope, betray the sheer weight of this revelation, his brain practically exploding with the implications of world hopping. The battle vision vanishes, and he blurts out his ultimate wish, can he finally go home, back to his own world? Suddenly, the scene cuts, revealing him and Regenleif standing at the mouth of a shadowy, rocky cave, they've arrived. They've made it. Standing before a massive, shadowy cave, Regenleif drops the bombshell, this is it, the goddess's temple. Stepping into the unknown, she's already laying down the rules, insisting they pay their respects as warriors, and just like that, they're deep inside a massive, echoing hall. Taeho, completely blown away, can't even believe it, muttering if they're actually about to meet the goddess, his mind reeling from the sheer scale of the temple. Regenleif, ever the pragmatist, sets him straight, explaining they'll only see her from afar, pointing to an epic, winged statue that's practically the size of a building. They're now on this massive, glowing emblem on the floor, and Regenleif drops another bomb, the goddess is even higher up, in some next-level dimension. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she conjures it, a shimmering, golden apple appearing out of thin air, radiating pure energy. Taeho's jaw drops, his hand shooting out, barely able to believe his eyes, is that seriously a golden apple? He tries to copy her, thinking, he can do it too, and boom. Another golden apple pops into existence right by his hand. Suddenly, golden apples are everywhere, swirling around him, and the emblem beneath his feet explodes with a blinding, golden energy, completely engulfing him. He lets out a shocked yell as the golden light goes supernova, blinding him in an instant. He's being pulled up, soaring through the golden light, as a powerful voice booms, declaring him Lee Jae-ho, my warrior. This is insane. And then, at the peak of the light, she appears, the legendary goddess of life and youth, Iden herself, reaching out and inviting him to step into her divine presence. What happens next? He shields his eyes, completely overwhelmed by the sudden, blinding golden light that just explodes around him. But looking up through that insane glow, he spots the ethereal form of Aiden, the goddess of life and youth, chilling under a magnificent, glowing tree, radiating pure, unadulterated power. A gasp rips from his throat as he finally gets it. This is the real deal, a literal goddess right in front of him. Completely overwhelmed by the sheer majesty, he just drops to one knee, his entire body shaking with awe and respect. And then, the goddess starts descending towards him, her form literally shimmering like flowing water, surrounded by an epic cascade of blue and golden light. As her divine presence gets closer, he feels this insane, involuntary respect just bubbling up inside him, his body literally bowing down on its own. Then, a voice, absolutely booming with ancient power, declares, I, Aiden, will bestow my blessings upon you. This blessing isn't just any blessing, it's gonna shield his body from the peril of death, as a golden hand reaches out, touching him with pure, radiant energy. The divine energy then coalesces around his legs, manifesting as Aiden's blessing, the sigil of life, a powerful, glowing mark of protection. Completely overwhelmed, he stares at his hands, which are now glowing with an intense golden aura, wondering, WHOA, what is this power? The light just keeps intensifying, blasting out from him in blinding golden rays, as the very essence of youth starts to supercharge his entire being. And this newfound youth isn't just for looks, it brings an insane surge of strength, even curing his chronic back pain and carpal tunnel syndrome, those annoying relics from his pro-gamer days, all thanks to the divine power. The blessing absolutely rages through him, and someone's already screaming that his neck stiffness, indigestion, and literally all his symptoms are gone. They're totally jealous of Taeho's insane new vitality. But as Aiden's golden light starts to fade out, her voice, soft and otherworldly, still rings out, confirming he's got the blessing and she's hyped for what he'll do next. The divine energy just vanishes, and he's left to gently tumble back down to earth. He's sprawled on the fancy floor, and then he hears a familiar voice drop the bomb, he's officially got the blessing. He glances up, and there's Regenleaf, just standing over him, face totally blank, checking him out. Regenleaf starts dropping some serious lore. Aiden is the goddess of eternal youth and longevity, so yeah, he might still get absolutely wrecked on the battlefield. But dying? That's practically off the table thanks to the blessing of life. Taeho's sitting up now, and Regenleaf just casually drops the bomb, that's why their whole legion is nicknamed the Zombie Legion. She keeps going, laying out the plan, once they take down every single enemy, their mission's a wrap. He stares at her, then Taeho asks the million-dollar question, can he actually go back to his old life? His eyes just drift away, totally lost in thought, as he tries to wrap his head around his wild new reality. He's totally thinking, that was a seriously cool move, right? Any girl would be totally smitten. But Regenleaf, ever the sharp one, was already thinking, he's totally thinking that, isn't he? And honestly, it's kind of cute. Regenleaf, standing tall, laid it out for him, look, if the war actually ends, like you said, that's only if we actually win, okay? Then, with a hint of a smile, she added, and if you still want to go home after all that, you totally can. His mind was screaming, of course I have to go back. Seriously, what's the point, of staying in this crazy, messed up world? He reached out, and their hands clasped, her touch was unexpectedly warm and soft. His face flushed as he thought, wow, so warm and soft. Okay, for now, I guess I'm staying. Their faces were so close, and his heart was pounding, maybe, just maybe, there could actually be some fun in this crazy new life. A hand slams the final digit on a keypad, the numbers lighting up with a soft, digital glow. And then, a vibrant, red-haired woman flashes a warm smile, her emerald eyes practically sparkling with anticipation. But wait, Lee Taeho, looking sharp as ever in his suit and glasses, holds a totally composed, almost stoic expression. Then, he bursts into the kitchen, briefcase still swinging, and Regenleaf hits him with a super cheerful, you came just in time. A spoon, piled high with a steaming, savory piece of meat, is then presented with a flourish. And he looks up, a towel casually slung over his shoulder, as she playfully coaxes him, say come on, His face absolutely flushes with pure delight, hearts practically exploding around him as he eagerly opens his mouth, ready for the bite, letting out a super dramatic But the instant that meat hits his tongue, his face contorts into pure, unadulterated horror and disgust, forcing out a choked, ack. That spoon is absolutely jammed against his lips, making sure he swallows that unyielding morsel. And as he struggles, a shocking realization hits him, thanks to this tough meat that feels like leather shoes, I snapped out of my delusion. Still caught in the lingering delusion, Regenleaf's voice pierced through the fog, checking in on him. She then playfully asked if the meat was a challenge, quickly shifting to motivate him to grind hard and level up his class. Because, as she laid it out, leveling up meant sweet upgrades, better food, better digs, a total glow-up from their current basic setup. With an ethereal glow surrounding her, she passionately rallied him to keep pushing forward. That dazzling smile, radiating pure energy, was all the motivation he needed. Then, bam. The illusion shattered, replaced by a jarring modern city scene where a different him, with Regenleaf, held a baby, while another version of Taeho sat miserably eating, and a system alert screamed, Taeho's delusions have reached a critical level. Beneath a brilliant, open sky, a voice cut through the confusion, declaring it was time for a quick recap. Back in the fantasy realm, the voice dropped a bombshell: every time you crush an enemy, you snag something epic called a rune. Suddenly, Taeho remembered that weird red energy he absorbed way back when, and the voice confirmed, yeah, you've probably got a bunch of runes too. Back in his regular clothes, clutching those shimmering golden runes, he asked the million-dollar question: could he dump these into his stats to get buff? The answer was a resounding yes, confirming he'd totally nailed the system mechanics. The golden rune wheel is spinning, showing off all the basic stats like strength, stamina, and agility, but then the big question hits: what about the mysterious ones? What about mana and willpower? Turns out, mana supercharges your magic and defense, and willpower. That's all about boosting your focus and mental fortitude. He's gotta roll with this new info for now, but Taeho's already thinking bigger, asking Regenleaf if sagas can also get a power-up from mana. Regenleaf drops a truth bomb: sagas aren't just about stats, they get their real power from how many people know their story and how much they believe in it. That belief is the ultimate fuel, making these legendary battles against terrifying monsters a reality. And get this, a saga can even outgrow its own origin story, turning a basic snake capture into an epic dragon-slaying legend. But for the everyday warriors, their sagas are way more basic, all about that grind to get stronger. Or even faster, which is cool and all, but it's still not the full saga experience. Real sagas? They're literally legends brought to life, and their powers are absolutely insane and super diverse. Taeho's mind is blown by this epic revelation, his eyes practically popping out of his head. These sagas can literally conjure weapons, transform you, or even summon whole armies, but Regenleaf's got one super important thing to remember. The real secret sauce. It's all about having the power to invoke a saga and then level it up, she reveals, holding a glowing sword. His story, he realizes, is entirely up to him, a blank canvas just waiting for him to paint his destiny. This saga talk immediately brings to mind the legendary Dragon Knight Kalstead, a total powerhouse with a flowing red cape and a blade that practically screams epicness with its glowing blue light. This guy was a total beast, facing down monstrous dragons, his resolve absolutely unbreakable against their terrifying power. Seriously, his story was nothing short of a total legend. Suddenly, a distant bell rings out, snapping both Taeho and Regenleaf back to reality as they stand before a wooden palisade, ready for whatever's next. That bell, ringing out from its tower, signals something big for the entire fortified village, a clear call across the peaceful landscape that's about to get a lot less peaceful. Regenleaf turns to him, like, you get it, right? Because that bell isn't just ringing, it's a full-on battle cry. And just like that, a massive burst of purple energy explodes from Taeho, spreading out with insane speed. This raw power just swirls around them, forming a super vibrant, heart-shaped violet gate right between the two of them. Regenleaf points to the shimmering portal, telling him that once he steps through that violet gate, he'll be right in the deployment waiting area. That's where everyone gathers before hitting the battlefield, the ultimate staging point before the real action kicks off. After summoning that epic violet gate, Taeho is now rocking some seriously cool adventure gear, shield and sword ready to go, looking absolutely hyped for whatever comes next. Sweat drips, but his resolve is iron as he takes a massive breath, announcing to the world that he's absolutely, 100% ready to face anything. Regenleaf, ever the supportive Valkyrie, gives his new armor a final tweak, noting his perfect timing, and tells him he looks totally awesome in his new battle threads. He's a little embarrassed but totally focused, declaring he's off, and Regenleaf shouts his name, a mix of worry and pride in her tone. He spins around, shield gleaming, as Regenleaf gazes after him, her face a canvas of fierce hope and a touch of fear for his journey. She puts her hand on his shoulder, giving him one last, powerful command, telling him, don't you dare die, and his glasses literally steam up from the intensity. But he just grins, purple energy sparking around him, looking totally confident, and reminds her, hey, I told you already, I'm basically unkillable. His hand practically explodes with that awesome violet power, all thanks to Aiden's blessing, and Regenleaf just smiles, knowing he's got this. He's now standing right in front of the massive, shimmering violet gate, pure energy swirling around him, a literal doorway to whatever epic adventure awaits. Regenleaf keeps her eyes glued to the incredible gateway, watching him from just a few steps away. He takes that first step, and bam. The violet energy totally swallows him, his face going from, whoa, to, holy cow, as he teleports through. And through the swirling portal, the destination is revealed, a massive, terrifying dark fortress dominating the horizon, with an army of figures swarming below, setting the stage for an insane battle. Stepping onto the war-torn plain, Taeho's jaw drops at the sheer scale of the battle, a chilling realization hitting him, there are just so many of them. He stares up, a question burning in his mind, is this seriously some kind of major battle? But before he can even think, a booming voice shouts his name, and a massive hand reaches right for him. Then, bam! A massive shield blocks an unseen attack with a deafening clang, and there he is, the one and only Bjorn. Taeho's shocked. Bjorn, he yells, as the big guy grins back, we meet again. Bjorn checks him out, you look better now, he says, then immediately asks, so, is your Valkyrie in charge of total knockout? Taeho blushes hard, and Bjorn just bursts out laughing. He gives Taeho a playful punch on the shoulder, shouting, puhaha. Valkyries are all beautiful. But then, Bjorn gets serious, telling Taeho to hustle and find his legion, because today's battle has a commander, unlike yesterday. And just like that, the image of the commander flashes into view, a terrifying figure with glowing red eyes and an absolutely menacing aura. Taeho's standing with a bunch of warriors when one of them points at him, straight up asking, are you Aiden's warrior? The warrior keeps going, it's weird you're just standing out here alone, he says, then tells him, go to the back and stand there. A new commander steps up, and his voice booms, introducing himself as Ragnar of the Heimdall Legion. And he's not just talking, he's leading the charge in today's battle. The mission? Reclaim the territory lost to the gnolls. Meanwhile, Taeho's stuck in the back, trying to get a peek at the action, but he can't see a thing. And the deployment? Straight into the thick of it, right in the middle of the battlefield. Then, with a thunderous roar, he hypes up the entire army, screaming for the warriors of Valhalla to charge. The crowd goes absolutely wild, their shouts shaking the very ground, a massive roar for Asgard and the Nine Realms. And just like that, the warriors are on the move, a disciplined force, their ranks covering the entire field. Ragnar's voice cuts through the air again, vowing to always be at the absolute front of the charge. He points forward, telling everyone to just follow his back, and Bjorn is totally on board, shouting about how dependable and manly Ragnar is. But Taeho's still stuck in the middle of the mob, groaning in frustration, because he literally can't see a single thing. The massive army pushes forward, a relentless tide across the snowy wasteland, their sheer numbers a dark force against the white expanse. And up ahead, the monstrous gnolls, with their terrifying glowing red eyes and savage snarls, are already getting ready to clash with the incoming army. The warriors were pumped. A shout ripped through the air, reinforcements are coming, and they were ready to go, feeling that surge of power. But that hype. It turned to pure confusion, as a warrior with a sick-horned helmet just stared up, muttering, "Huh." Then, boom. High up on that snowy peak, a monstrous figure appeared, holding a hammer that looked like it could level a city. The warriors below were absolutely speechless, one of them barely managing to gasp, what is that? Pure terror. And just like that, the giant figure didn't hesitate, leaping off the cliff like a freaking meteor, heading straight for the warriors. That hammer, glowing with a deadly red light, crushed the first warrior in its path, a total blur of pure destruction. The sheer power was insane, sending armored warriors flying like ragdolls, completely outmatched. And where that hammer landed, the ground literally exploded, a blue energy shockwave ripping through everything. This wasn't a reinforcement, it was a nightmare. The terrifying boss White Fang, with its glowing red eyes, was here to play. The sheer intensity of its presence was overwhelming, standing over a pile of defeated warriors, making everyone wonder, that their leader? Two warriors, watching the absolute chaos, couldn't believe how huge it was, way bigger than anything they'd seen, until one snapped, "Hey, are you just going to keep talking?" And as if it could smell their fear, boss White Fang let out a primal roar and charged, its body crackling with raw purple power. The colossal White Fang looms, a swirling purple vortex behind it, as a desperate command rings out, "Charge." But the warriors are fearless, charging headlong into the fray, their battle cries shaking the very ground. A lone warrior, burning with resolve, dashes forward, a crimson glow surrounding him as he prepares to strike. But then, the true horror reveals itself as the warriors look up, dwarfed by the towering monster, its body radiating a terrifying red energy. Fear grips the warriors, their faces contorted in shock as the monster's raw power crushes their resolve, leaving them to wonder, what is this thing? Then, with a earth-shattering roar, the White Fang slams its gigantic claw down, obliterating the ground and sending a shockwave of destruction. But from the ashes of chaos, Taeho emerges, his eyes burning with resolve, a powerful purple aura flaring around him as he steps up to face the monster. His eyes narrow, locked onto his target, a warrior's fierce determination radiating from him as a burst of orange power explodes. The White Fang, enraged by this defiance, unleashes a deafening roar, its crimson eyes blazing with pure, untamed fury. But Taeho stands his ground, his shield up, purple energy exploding around him as he prepares for the ultimate clash. The impact rocks him, or maybe it's a sudden, terrifying thought, as sweat drips down his face and a chilling question screams in his head, who's the bastard that opened this portal here? The terrifying White Fang, eyes blazing red, is about to drop the hammer. This isn't just any hammer, it's a mountain of destruction ready to fall. Taeho's mind is racing, but he's trying to keep it together, telling himself this is just another game boss, a puzzle to solve, not a death sentence. The beast is on him, that hammer coming down like a meteor, and Taeho is right in its path. His gaze is locked on, every fiber of his being screaming for an opening, because this is it, the make or break moment. Boom! The hammer smashes down, shaking the very earth, but Taeho, with lightning reflexes, just barely slips out of the way. Even dodging isn't enough. The shockwave blasts him back, his arms screaming in protest, and he knows, one solid hit from that pork cutlet hammer and it's game over. And just like that, his shield, his only defense, shatters into a million pieces, leaving him wide open. He looks at the shattered remains, a grim realization dawning, this tiny shield was never going to cut it against this monster. But Taeho isn't giving up. He stares down the white Fang, a new resolve in his eyes, and a mysterious blue energy starts to spark from his hand. What's he planning? His eyes are burning with determination, the shattered shield a testament to his struggle, but he's not backing down. The fight is far from over. White Fang was going all out, but Taeho wasn't backing down. He was channeling some serious power, a star-shaped burst of blue energy just exploding from his hand. And with a burst of pure willpower, he was like, "System, hit me with that agility boost," dumping all his points into speed to get ready for whatever White Fang threw next. White Fang's massive hammer just crashed down with insane power, absolutely demolishing the ground and sending shrapnel everywhere. He saw that giant hammer coming down, a dark blur of pure destruction, but his new agility was kicking in, letting him track every single pixel of its path, his eyes practically glowing as he got ready to make his move. Then, bam! He was gone in a flash, the whole world a blur as he thought, I can totally see it now. Everyone else was absolutely stunned, jaws on the floor as he pulled off that insane dodge, their shouts of, he actually dodged it, ringing out. But White Fang was not having it. Its red eyes were practically burning with rage as it let out a monstrous roar, then just went full-on berserk, charging like a freight train. And just like that, its raw power sent a bunch of unlucky fighters absolutely launching through the air, their terrified screams barely audible over the monster's sheer dominance. White Fang was just tearing through everyone, a total wrecking ball, its huge body a blur of pure destruction in the middle of all that chaos. Seeing all that destruction, Taeho clenched his jaw, a cold truth hitting him like a truck, just dodging? That's not gonna cut it. But Taeho's a genius. A wild new plan popped into his head, a risky but brilliant move as he thought, okay, what if we go for its legs? Then he screamed, everybody, hit the legs. His voice was like a beacon in the chaos, snapping the other fighters back to attention with a crystal clear command, we're taking this thing down by hitting its legs. Debris absolutely exploded, showing off the monster's insane power, as a chilling shriek ripped through the air. Gripping his sword tight, he knew his old moves were useless, and a wild idea sparked in his head, they had to hit it where it hurt. A subtle red glow started to pulse around him, as he got ready for the monster's next brutal move. White Fang unleashed a monstrous swing with its giant weapon, but he was just too fast, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. That red energy around him just kept getting stronger, a silent promise of what was coming next. His eyes went full electric blue, jaw locked in pure grit, because this was it, the only play he had left. Then, a massive burst of blue energy exploded around him, crackling with raw power, this was his moment, his one shot at a swift, decisive strike. He absolutely blasted off, a total blur, because when a warrior charges, it's like a full-blown storm. He launched himself sky-high with insane agility, leaving a blazing blue energy trail in his wake. That blue energy condensed into a laser-focused beam, plunging straight down towards its mark. The attack absolutely obliterated White Fang with a thunderous impact, cracking the very ground beneath the monstrous beast. The ground just kept on cracking and crumbling, showing off the insane power that just got unleashed. He's absolutely tearing through the horde, a blazing blue streak of pure power. This guy is unstoppable. But even while he's going all out, a crucial thought hits him, a total game-changer for his survival. He's literally falling, but his mind is racing, he has to survive this battlefield, it's non-negotiable. Then, a flashback hits him, a vision of Haida, and all he wants is to see her again. He's flashing back to a younger Regenleaf, teaching him the secrets of invoking and developing a saga, pure golden energy flowing from her touch. With a radiant smile, she told him the true power of his saga is all on him. He snaps back to the present, facepalming and yelling at himself to cut out the death flags, even apologizing for the bad timing. Then it hits him, his charge of a warrior saga, which was just a speed buff before, is actually capable of so much more. What if he could evolve it past just a basic jump, he thought, letting the epic possibilities sink in. He could, for instance, use his blue energy to launch himself, coiling up for an insane new jump. What if he could literally kick the air and leap, launching himself into the sky like a rocket? Then, with an explosive burst of blue, he's diving headfirst towards his target, a human-shaped, superpowered projectile. Taeho absolutely rockets down from the heavens, a blazing blue streak of pure power, picking up insane speed. The ground is coming fast, and he's just a blue missile, locked onto his enemy with zero hesitation. He's practically on top of him, and the massive white fang is totally blindsided, staring up in shock at the incoming impact. Boom! A direct hit. Taeho's attack slams into the monster like a blue energy spear, exploding with dark power. White Fang gets absolutely rocked, his huge frame sent flying as blue energy explodes from the hit, leaving him dazed and seriously hurt. But the recoil is insane. Taeho slams into the ground, carving out a massive crater as dirt and rocks explode around him. It's a double-edged sword. White Fang is gushing blood from his head, but Taeho's also feeling the pain, looking up from his crater with a grim resolve. He lets out a shaky breath, barely surviving that insane move, and shouts out a quick thanks to Aiden for keeping him alive. He's standing over the mangled monster, watching White Fang bleed out, but he knows this fight isn't done yet. This is it, the big chance. He's got to end this now, no holding back, it's all or nothing. But there's one huge problem, he's got no weapon. He needs something, anything, to finish this monster off. And just like that, a miracle. A soft blue light starts glowing from his hand, signaling a new power or weapon is about to appear. With the blue energy of his attack reaching critical mass, a devastating sword of pure light erupts into existence, poised for impact. He drives the glowing blade deep into the White Fang, sending blood flying and the massive beast staggering back from the sheer, raw power. The spectral sword pulses with an almost blinding intensity, a testament to the unleashed magical might. But the sheer recoil of the blow sends him spiraling through the air, surrounded by shattered fragments, his own power threatening to tear him apart. His eyes blaze with an unyielding blue fire, a raw display of agony and an iron will to survive. Debris continues to cascade around him, a stark reminder of the cataclysmic force he just wielded. Meanwhile, light years away, amidst a breathtaking cosmic tapestry, a powerful deity watches the unfolding drama from her celestial balcony. A mysterious, dark bird casts an ominous shadow across the opulent floor, a silent observer to the cosmic machinations. With a delicate touch, the deity holds a small, carved idol, her voice resonating with absolute confidence, "We are winning." Her ethereal face, framed by cascades of white hair, mirrors the infinite, star-dusted cosmos she oversees. Way up high, a majestic figure in shimmering silver-blue armor is just chilling, hands clasped like a boss. From a cosmic balcony, looking out at the whole universe, Valkyrie Raskrid is talking to this super-cool raven, Hugin, making it clear he's the one sending greetings to Odin, not her. With a deep, thoughtful look, Raskrid then asks if anyone, really popped off in the battle. Hugin just chills for a sec, then drops his own question, seriously? Nobody stood out. The raven finally gives in, admitting that, yeah, these warriors are pretty much bottom tier. But with a sly little smirk, Raskrid drops the bombshell, there was someone. Her voice rings out with pure excitement, declaring that one person was absolutely mind-blowing. Suddenly, we're on the battlefield, where a warrior's hand, all beat up, is gripping his sword, his face is a mess of dirt and fatigue, but his eyes are absolutely blazing with fire. The crowd goes absolutely wild, their shouts exploding into a massive roar, celebrating their epic victory. With the sun setting dramatically, the whole battlefield is just packed with hyped-up warriors, screaming "Glory to Odin," and Taeho, at the top of their lungs, totally hyping up their main man. He's on his knees, sword stuck in the ground, surrounded by the aftermath. Taeho is just taking a moment, a silent legend after that insane fight. Even with a bruised and tired face, he's got that winner's glow, clutching his sword, knowing he just owned that chaos. His blood-splattered glasses can't hide the electric blue glow in his eyes as a distant, powerful cheer ignites something within him. Standing tall, a lone victor amidst a mountain of vanquished foes, he basks in the roaring, triumphant cheers of the masses. The sheer, overwhelming force of their acclamation washes over everything. Bathed in a dazzling, star-studded spotlight, this incredible feeling of being celebrated hits him with a jolt of familiarity, the cheers reaching a fever pitch. The spotlight zeroes in on his powerful stance, the crowd's fervent shouts fueling his very core. His hand tightens on the hilt of his blade, a shock of recognition as he realizes this is none other than the legendary Runefang. This was once one of the most devastating swords on the entire server, now it pulses with a faint blue energy, practically screaming for him to unleash its true power and become stronger. But then, a chilling thought, this very blade later became a pathetic, common low-level weapon. Is he, the great Lee Tae-ho, truly at that level now? His face contorts with fierce resolve, a burning fire igniting behind his eyes. He vows to keep those cheers coming, his glowing blue gaze fixed on one goal, to become unbelievably stronger. The epic title, Lee Tae-ho, the god of war, blazes across a breathtaking, sun-kissed vista, the cheers of 1,000 worlds echoing his name. Alone, yet utterly dominant, he surveys the ravaged battlefield, the triumphant roars of the crowd cementing his legend. The ultimate challenge is laid bare, will become the best in Valhalla. And the crowd is already hyped, shouting, "Great work, TAEHO." But just as he's basking in the glory, a massive hand yanks him back, and he's like, wait, that was supposed to be the grand finale. Bjorn, the absolute unit, is hyping him up in front of the whole crew, shouting about his epic saga, and Taeho's just like, thanks, Bjorn. And Haida. Someone else is totally blown away, exclaiming, dude, conjuring a sword out of thin air. That's next level awesome. Even Bjorn's impressed, admitting it's a first for him, and Taeho, with the glowing runfang in hand, casually drops, yeah, I can basically summon and unsummon this thing on command. Bjorn, flexing like a boss, shouts, alright, let's get this show on the road. But Taeho's a little confused, asking, wait, are we actually going home? Bjorn's taken aback, like, dude, you wanna bail already? He then lays down the law, our mission is to take back this fortress, and until that's done, we're setting up camp right here. Taeho's face just screams, are you serious, as he groans, ugh, we're actually sleeping out here. The scene shifts to an epic, frozen landscape, where towering mountains meet the mesmerizing dance of the northern lights. Cut to Taeho, chilling in his tent in the middle of nowhere, letting out the biggest, most dramatic yawn ever. He stretches out, clearly exhausted, muttering, man, what a ridiculously long day. He's just lying there, mind blown, thinking, seriously, how has it only been one day? He just lies there in his tent, totally wiped, letting the crazy events of the day sink in. He's still reeling from his power-up, a single thought dominating his mind. Lying there, he stares up, his eyes burning with fresh resolve. Wondering just how much raw power he's actually gained. He stretches out his hand, and bam. A soft blue glow bursts from his palm, conjuring up shimmering, ancient runes of pure power. Then, a system message flashes, his synchro rate is up, and he's got an extra saga slot. He shoots upright. His mind racing, does this mean he can dual-wield sagas now? Just as he's processing this, a voice booms, calling him Warrior Lee Tae-ho. It's Bjorn, grinning like a maniac, telling him he's got company. As a whole crew of curious faces crowds his tent entrance. He stares at their bizarre faces, totally confused about what's got them all so worked up. He gets to his feet, ready to tackle whatever wildness is coming next. Sweat drips down his face, his expression a total mix of surprise and apprehension. And his cheeks totally flush, the sudden attention just completely overwhelming him. He's just standing there, back to us, checking out this wild group around a roaring campfire, their laughs and chatter totally filling the cold night air under the epic aurora, and you can tell he's feeling super uneasy. When suddenly, a clear voice just slices through all the noise, shouting his name. And Reginleaf spins around, a confident, almost playful smirk totally on her face as she looks right back at him. Reginleaf is on her knees, hands tied, looking absolutely crushed. What could have brought her to this point? Rewind 5 minutes. Someone was demanding Taeho show them his power, saying, show me, Taeho. Taeho looked super nervous, sweating as he thought about all the crazy achievements he'd racked up. Reginleaf was totally shocked, asking if he could actually show off his achievements to other people. Taeho was like, yep, and then boom, a scroll appeared, listing all his epic wins, warlords, giants, princesses, even entire armies. This guy is a legend. Reginleaf was absolutely floored by his resume, blue lightning sparking around her as she pointed and yelled, present. Then, out of nowhere, she was bowing down, totally freaking out and apologizing for being rude, as Taeho awkwardly tried to tell her to chill out. And get this, even her crying, panicked face, the narrator thought, was kinda cute. Taeho was totally flustered by her meltdown, knowing he had to clear things up, thinking, so what exactly is all this? The big question dropped, a game? And then, bam, we're looking at a super bleak, snowy camp with tents everywhere. He finally spilled the beans, yeah, he did all that awesome stuff, but it was all in a virtual world, just lines of code. He's trying to break it down, holding up these 0 and 1 cards, but the Valkyrie next to him is still reeling, totally overwhelmed by the info drop. But even with her mind blown, she's still pointing that finger, demanding, hold up, you still pulled all this off, right? She's not backing down, shouting, that's still mind-blowing, while he just sweats nervously, totally caught off guard. He's cringing hard, thinking about how wild it is to get military exemption for that, and then it hits him, getting comforted by a goddess. This is just weird. She pivots back to him, picking up the conversation, alright, back to the saga talk. She's laying down the lore, telling him there's no cap on sagas, but then her face gets super serious, warning, at your current level, though. She's giving him the hard truth, her eyes intense, you gotta be smart about this, don't waste a saga on something useless. He's got it, look, raising a finger, taking in her wisdom. Now he's locked onto this glowing golden document in his hands, a saga he's scrutinizing like it holds all the answers. He's deep in thought, trying to figure out his next move, listing his current sagas, Immortal Warrior, and Synchro with Kalstead are what he's got. He's breaking down his powers. Charge of a Warrior gives him a speed boost, and the Sword of the Warrior means Kalstead's weapon is coming, but then it hits him. I seriously need an attack skill right now. He's still lost in thought, the gears turning, and then it's just a quiet, right. Taeho's brain is on fire, laser-focused on the ultimate power-up he needs right now. A massive burst of electric blue energy explodes around him as he unleashes a brand new saga. The eyes of a dragon sees through all things. This insane power lets him see through everything, a mind-blowing level of insight hitting him as the blue energy goes absolutely wild. His eyes blazing with an electric blue glow, a look so intense even Regenleaf is freaked out, calling it totally creepy. She presses him, asking if he's made up his mind, and Taeho, ditching his glasses, is all in on this saga, even his regular vision getting a massive upgrade. He breaks it down. This power lets him literally see through everything, like he's got a game-breaking target analysis system built into his brain, his eyes burning with that electric blue glow, showing just how much he's leveled up. Regenleaf, revealed as Haida, Valkyrie of Aiden's Legion, confirms this power lets her know someone in insane detail, her eyes practically burning holes through him as she declares she can see right through his very soul. Her vision plunges deep into their very essence, a stunning, floral visual representing the sheer depth of her insight. Out of nowhere, a massive pink energy blast engulfs Taeho, making Regenleaf scream in pure panic, demanding to know what the heck just happened to him. She checks on him, asking if he's okay, saying it looked like his head literally exploded and it was terrifying, and he just lets out a tired sigh, admitting he almost bit the dust. Regenleaf then points out that his time is almost up, her expression chilling out a bit. She hypes him up, telling him she now knows just how unbelievably incredible he is, and that he's totally destined to become an absolute powerhouse in the future. Regenleaf pulls him into a tight embrace, her voice absolutely buzzing with excitement, calling him their ultimate lucky charm and hyping up his entry into the Aiden Legion. His eyes, still blown wide and a little out of it beneath those bandages, are clearly still reeling from whatever just went down. Back in the tent, a soft pink glow pulses around him, a clear indicator that the new power is still integrating. Just after Haida dips out, a new challenger with flowing green hair strides confidently towards a snow-covered camp, ready to shake things up. He stops dead in front of a tent, his voice cutting through the cold with a sharp question, demanding to know if anyone's home. The bandaged guy inside looks up, totally confused, as the green-haired warrior introduces himself as Rolf, a legit member of Uller's Legion, then immediately calls out the other's shocked face. Rolf lays it all out, revealing he's a warrior from Ciri's squad, now joining Ragnall's unit, and he's here to pick him up because everyone's already at the outpost. As he takes in the intel, the bandaged guy's eyes suddenly blaze with an electric blue glow, his new saga kicking in to scan the new arrival. He quickly processes the incoming data, confirming the warrior's identity as Rolf from Uller's Legion, and locking in his badass nickname, Wolf Hunter. Then, a massive, shocked scream rips from him, as his superpowered vision reveals way more than he bargained for about the ripped, green-haired dude. With a quick mental command, he shuts down the X-ray mode of his saga, instantly realizing he definitely needs to keep that thing off unless it's absolutely critical. The epic journey pressed on, bathed in the otherworldly glow of the aurora. Rolf couldn't help but gush, admitting he was totally envious of Taeho's incredible adventures, calling them both impressive and super cool. Strolling through the bustling camp, he casually dropped that a Valkyrie visit was seriously next-level stuff. He just kept going, pouring out his envy and admiration for how utterly epic that whole Valkyrie thing was. Totally hyped, Rolf wondered if it was like a celebrity showing up just for you, and swore he'd be bragging about a Valkyrie visit for the rest of his life. Taeho, on the other hand, was just thinking about how solid Aiden's Legion was, giving them a casual, not bad, in his head. Suddenly, Rolf switched gears, asking what kind of awesome blessing Uller's Legion had. He laid it out, their blessings were stealth and tracking, and even though you pick one first, you'll totally get both eventually. Taeho immediately called stealth, and just like that, Rolf shimmered, turning into a translucent, ghost-like figure right before his eyes. Taeho was totally blown away by the cloaking, shouting his amazement, before Rolf smoothly transitioned to explaining tracking as the ultimate enemy pursuit skill. He went on, explaining that tracking lets you find anyone, even from the tiniest clue, and Taeho just nodded, a quiet, indeed, escaping him. And just like that, after all the talk, they rolled up to a massive camp, packed with tents and a huge bonfire, Rolf declaring, "We're here." Rolf reports in to his commander, dropping the bombshell that warrior Lee Taeho has arrived. But hold up, his jaw drops as Taeho's mind is blown, realizing the commander is a woman. And there she is, the blue-haired, purple-eyed powerhouse, just chilling, radiating pure authority. He's totally caught off guard, thinking, whoa, a non-Valkyrie woman in Valhalla. This is new, as he tries to pull himself together. Then, she cuts straight to the chase, asking if he's the Lee Taeho, the legend who took down the giant knoll today. She gives him a formal greeting, but Taeho is totally floored by her sheer power, feeling an overwhelming, intimidating aura wash over him. And just to drive the point home, a massive, glowing wolf spirit with electric blue eyes and crackling energy erupts behind her, confirming she's no ordinary warrior. He's practically a speck next to her, gazing up at her towering presence and the sheer power radiating off her, with a mysterious blue symbol glowing by her side. She then lays down the law, telling him to chill out because the chief commander is on the way, and he's like, "Yes, ma'am." It's official, this powerhouse is Ciri of Uller's Legion, a human hunter, and Taeho is still totally mesmerized by her epic presence against that glowing backdrop. He's completely captivated, thinking, she's super charismatic, as her powerful aura continues to dominate the scene. Elsewhere in the camp, two other warriors are absolutely stunned, staring up at the sky, shouting, "It's a Valkyrie." A figure of immense power just dropped into the camp, their white hair glowing like crazy, radiating an ethereal blue light that totally lights up all the warriors around them. Just her presence alone is enough to stop everyone in their tracks, with a vibrant blue aura swirling around her, absolutely crackling with raw energy. Taeho is watching from a distance, totally blown away, the name, Valkyrie Raskrid, just exploding in his mind as he tries to comprehend this insane sight. He's totally wondering about this Ice Princess nickname for Raskrid of Odin's Legion, a title that just screams her cool, formidable vibe. Still totally captivated by her imposing figure, Taeho's wondering if a nickname that epic was even given by the warriors themselves. Raskrid, now facing down two warriors, just straight up declares her identity and authority, announcing herself as Raskrid of the Odin Legion and the one calling the shots on this battlefield. She keeps going, dropping the bombshell that with Ragnar's death, the Ragnar unit has been totally integrated into the Ciri unit, a massive shakeup for their forces. Then, turning to Ciri, Raskrid puts all her trust in the human hunter, straight up telling her she's counting on her to get the job done. With a super determined look, Ciri clenches her fist, and fires back that she's absolutely going to carry out her duty. Raskrid then dramatically unfurls a glowing golden scroll, its ancient script absolutely shimmering with magical energy. Addressing all the assembled warriors, she gives a shout-out to their totally remarkable efforts. And finally, she drops the big news, for everyone who's made huge contributions, rewards are coming, a promise that totally ignites hope throughout the ranks. Raskrid's voice booms, laying out the insane rewards for his past heroics, a fat pouch of gold, a powerful rune, and 10 contribution points for his legion. She's hyping him up, reminding everyone how he single-handedly took down the terrifying giant Gnoll, the leader of the Gnoll unit, and now he's getting showered with rewards for it. A sly grin almost slips onto his face as he tries to play it cool, but inside, he's totally buzzing from the shout-out. He's practically glowing, thinking, is this it? Am I finally becoming a legend around here? The hype is real. The crowd starts buzzing, everyone pointing and whispering, "Yo, isn't that Lee Tae-ho? The guy who soloed the giant Gnoll and got a Valkyrie visit?" The whole squad goes wild, shouting, "What? Really? And that's amazing," while a few salty guys grumble, "Damn it. I'm so jealous." He's just standing there, totally shell-shocked by the sudden fame, thinking, unbelievable. As the crowd goes nuts around him. It hits him like a truck, getting a visit from a Valkyrie is way more epic than just beating some boss monster. Raskrid, with a powerful "alright, everyone quiet," shuts down the entire crowd, her presence demanding absolute attention. She drops the bomb, they're reclaiming the fortress tomorrow afternoon, and they're unleashing something called Steel Rain. And get this, she's not just talking about a few guys, she's saying all the warriors here are going to be part of this epic boarding action. The warriors lose their minds, screaming "Woa! Steel Rain," and "Valhalla." They've been waiting for this, and the energy is absolutely electric. Suddenly, a jarring sound rips through the silence, making Taeho jump, his eyes popping wide open. His brain is on overdrive, trying to figure out what the Valkyrie just dropped on them, and he can only whisper, "Steel Rain? What even is that?" Then, a hand claps his shoulder, and a voice cuts through his thoughts, "Yo, Rolf." Taeho spins around, his face a mask of bewilderment, "Seriously, what is this Steel Rain thing?" The green-haired warrior just stares back, his face a perfect match for Taeho's confusion, and you can practically see the question marks floating above their heads. Rolf just throws his hands up, totally clueless, "Dude, I don't know either." Suddenly, the skies open up with a chilling, steel rain, as ethereal blue energy and white feathers cascade down. Then, from the very heavens, Raskrid herself plunges down, wings spread wide, a fierce blue aura blazing around her as she grips her sword, absolutely ready to throw down. And with a thunderous charge, she unleashes her war cry, leading a colossal army of warriors straight into the chaos, their charge kicking up an epic dust storm. The earth literally shakes as a warrior, shield up and weapon primed, surges forward, just one part of this unstoppable wave of pure destruction. This massive army, a literal ocean of determined faces and gleaming steel, is absolutely barreling down on some ancient, super-fortified stronghold. Their unstoppable march just keeps going, with some warriors already scaling up elevated platforms, absolutely hyped to smash through those defenses. And check out this absolute unit, a hulking, armored warrior with horned shoulders is charging with insane power, his sheer presence a force of nature. Then, out of nowhere, a monstrous, wolf-like beast with fiery red fur and glowing red eyes unleashes a primal snarl, its fangs flashing in a terrifying display of pure, unadulterated rage. And just like that, the battle explodes as a warrior, rocking some sick tribal markings, jabs a spear forward, meeting the enemy head-on in an epic clash of steel and pure, unbridled fury. The siege is on. A massive army charges, ready to absolutely obliterate the fortress. The master plan unfolds. The main forces are just a distraction, drawing all the enemy's attention to the front. But that's not all. The Siri unit has a secret mission: climb those walls and bust open the fortress gate. Siri, looking fierce, lays it out, their job is to get that gate wide open. The stakes are high, they need to get to the rune magic control room. But wait, are they seriously climbing with steel rain? Rolf, ever the jokester, totally calls out Taeho, saying he's just faking it when he has no clue what's going on. Taeho's mind is racing, totally confused. What is this steel rain? Is it some crazy teleportation spell? His expression says it all, pure shock and a hint of fear. This steel rain thing is clearly not what he expected. And just like that, the steel rain is revealed. A giant barrel lift is rocketing up the fortress wall. Taeho finally gets it. Rolf's voice booms, asking if he's hyped for this steel rain ride. Rolf is pumped inside the barrel, giving a huge thumbs up, but Taeho. He's definitely not feeling the hype, muttering a defeated not at all. Bjorn is absolutely hyped, screaming, Valhalla, here I come, while Taeho just stares, wide-eyed and terrified, clearly questioning all his life choices. Bjorn, the absolute unit, is hyped at the cannon, his voice booming with a mix of grim determination and dark humor, declaring they're already in Valhalla, then barking orders to fire. But inside one of those launched barrels, he's absolutely freaking out, clinging to the frame and screaming for Aiden. His face is a total mess of pure terror, gripping those bars as the insane reality of this steel rain hits him hard. A desperate, silent plea screams in his mind, Haida. Back at the base, that massive cannon is locked and loaded, its formidable muzzle aimed straight at the distant, snow-covered fortress. Then, with a thunderous blast, the cannon unleashes its payload, sending a barrel screaming through the air, leaving a vibrant trail of blue energy. The barrel spins like crazy as it soars, a dizzying blur against the snowy sky. And in another one of these insane barrels, Rolf is tumbling head over heels, his scream of terror echoing through the air. But even amidst the chaotic descent, he somehow manages a wild, exhilarated yell, Yeehaw. The barrel just keeps plunging, a dizzying streak of motion against the stark white landscape. Below, the fortress courtyard is now in full view, a swarm of figures already gathered, as multiple barrels arc through the air, descending rapidly towards them. They crash into the snowy ground, scattering across the courtyard, their mission to breach the fortress now fully underway. The first barrel, radiating a faint blue glow, absolutely plummets towards the fortress wall. Crashing into the snowy ground with a violent impact, sending splinters and snow absolutely exploding in every direction. The sheer force of the landing just keeps on going, creating an absolutely chaotic cloud of debris. From a bird's-eye view, the fortress courtyard is now littered with newly arrived barrels, and a massive enemy force is already gathering at the entrance, ready to strike. Another barrel just slams down, its impact absolutely booming through the snowy air. Out of one of the shattered containers, Rolf lets out a huge groan, complaining about his aching back as he struggles to get up. Nearby, Taeho is crawling out of his own wreckage, wincing and clutching his tongue, barely surviving that insane drop. Siri, though, is already on high alert, crossbow drawn and ready, her eyes glowing with a fierce blue light as she shouts for everyone to prepare for battle, because the enemies are already here. Another barrel just smashes down near the fortress wall, adding to the absolute chaos. A horde of humanoid enemies is charging forward, and then a colossal, dark foot just slams down from above, crushing the ground. The source of that massive foot is revealed to be a giant insectoid monster, its dark carapace and multiple red eyes an absolutely terrifying sight. As smaller insectoid creatures absolutely swarm the ground, a voice just screams in disbelief at the sheer number of bugs now confronting them. The fortress courtyard is absolutely swarming with an overwhelming horde of monsters and humanoids. But check this out, the giant bugs are moving in tactical groups of 5, their terrifying screeches revealing a crucial weakness: take down the leader, and the rest become total idiots. Rolf, totally overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, can only lament that they all look identical, leaving them to rely on pure luck. A realization that makes Taeho clench his jaw, his eyes flaring with a fierce blue energy. Suddenly, a powerful voice cuts through the chaos, declaring that she can see everything with her dragon's eyes, instantly pinpointing the unique, sturdy giant bug amidst the chaos. She reveals that one of them has a distinct name, and she can totally tell them apart. Taeho, turning to her, hangs on her every word as she lays out her game-changing strategy, her cloak dramatically swirling as she pivots, ready to unleash hell. Crossbow locked and loaded, she takes her battle stance right next to him. And as he stammers, asking what she means, she extends her hand with absolute confidence, commanding everyone to focus their power and point directly at the leader. His eyes, now blazing with an intense, electric blue light, show he's completely locked in and ready to execute. The fight is on. Ciri's dragon's eyes are already locked on, pinpointing a swift giant bug, its head practically screaming target with a sick green glow. No time to waste. She's already on to the next one, a handsome giant bug, its weak point practically screaming, glowing with that same eerie green energy. And just like that, as Taeho blazes past, she's already got a third target locked down, making sure nothing gets past her incredible vision. Then, a primal roar rips through the air as the warriors unleash a massive battle cry, charging headfirst into the fray. Taeho, eyes blazing with an insane blue power, is right there with Ciri, ready to absolutely tear through these bugs. Meanwhile, Rolf is absolutely going off, his axe a blur as he smashes into a giant bug, sending green goo flying everywhere. The whole damn ground is shaking from the sheer force of this battle, it's pure chaos out there. Right by the castle, a massive bug is going for the kill, its jaws snapping like a trap. But Taeho and Ciri are a force of nature, taking on multiple bugs at once, their combined power leaving a trail of green destruction. This isn't just a fight, it's an absolute maelstrom, warriors and bugs locked in an epic, brutal struggle. Bjorn, the absolute legend, takes a quick swig from his horn, and you can practically see the golden power surge through him. This insane battle just keeps going, a brutal clash between warriors and monsters, and it's not slowing down anytime soon. The castle is under siege, and the enemies are back, swarming the defenses like never before. But Ciri isn't backing down. She's got a plan, telling Rolf, they're forming a detached squad, and he needs to get to the control room, pronto. Rolf, ever the loyal warrior, gives a firm understood. Then, with a piercing gaze, Ciri adds, and make sure you take warrior Lee Taeho with you. Her eyes burning with conviction, Ciri looks directly at Taeho, saying, I'll entrust it to you. And then, the bombshell. She calls him Aiden's warrior, leaving him speechless with shock. But Taeho isn't just surprised, he's fired up. His face shows a fierce determination, ready for whatever comes next. And here they are, the detached squad. Bjorn, Rolf, and Taeho are locked and loaded, ready to mobilize and turn the tide. As the squad gets ready to roll, Rolf gives Taeho a firm pat, telling him, stay close to me. And just like that, Rolf takes point, leading Taeho into the fray, their mission already in motion. Then, a flash of green energy. The blessing of Uller activates, cloaking the squad in ultimate stealth. Invisible to their enemies, the detached squad glides through the castle, heading straight for the action. Even with the battle raging, a hand pulses with a mysterious green glow, its owner totally dialed in, having already downloaded the entire map into his brain. Leading the squad through a super-secret passage, he's already pinpointed a hidden door, like it's practically screaming at him. Blasting out of the secret path, two stealthy, green-glowing figures scope out a massive, broken chamber from a huge staircase, with the open sky peeking through the ruins. Their stealth particles still glowing, they ghost down into the crumbling depths of the old place. Three glowing green phantoms float down the stairs, using a secret shortcut that's taking them straight to the control room. Footsteps barely whisper through the shadowy, arched hall, as they creep forward, every move calculated. Suddenly visible, the squad's on the move, Rolf's up front with a torch, Taeho's right behind him, and Bjorn brings up the rear, all of them practically disappearing into the dark. Out of nowhere, a glowing, sticky web snags Taeho, jerking him back with a nasty surprise. His eyes go wide with panic as he fights the surprise attack, muttering, seriously, where did all these cobwebs even come from? The gooey threads wrap around his hands, and now his whole crew is stuck in this glowing, webby mess. Looking down, the full disaster hits, Taeho, Rolf, and Bjorn are all totally screwed, tangled up in a massive, glowing spiderweb trap. The webs are super sticky, leaving them totally stuck and exposed in the creepy dark. Just as the team was caught in a glowing web, a new, terrifying force emerged from the shadows, a colossal, segmented leg, dark and armored with menacing red highlights, plunged down with incredible velocity, its razor-sharp claw ready to tear through anything in its path. Hidden in the dungeon's darkest corners, a terrifying wolf spider, with glowing red eyes, was just waiting for its next victim, lurking on a massive web above. But the adventurers, led by Rolf, were totally oblivious to the danger, as he calmly told everyone to watch their step. Taeho, ever the cautious one, gave a quick affirmative, his eyes wide with apprehension. Bjorn, the seasoned warrior, just gave a silent nod, his face a mask of grim determination, knowing exactly what dangers lay ahead. Then, out of nowhere, a blood-curdling shriek ripped through the air, as the giant spider made its terrifying presence known. In a flash, the beast dropped, its legs a whirlwind of death, unleashing a guttural "gaack" as it launched itself at the unsuspecting group. Bjorn screamed, alerting Rolf to the horror unfolding before them, as one of their own was brutally taken down. The horrifying truth dawned on them, it wasn't just any spider, it was a wolf spider, and it had already made its kill. Rolf could only gape at the colossal beast, his mind reeling from its sheer size, a shocked, "It's huge," escaping his lips. The spider didn't hesitate, its massive mandibles already tearing into the poor soldier, and Rolf could only watch in horror, realizing the beast was absolutely ravenous. The horrific scene confirmed their worst fears, there was absolutely no way to save their comrade now. Just when you thought it couldn't get worse, Taeho screams, realizing they're not just fighting one, but a whole army of these things. And boom! The cavern lights up with a terrifying reveal, a literal swarm of wolf spiders, their glowing red eyes everywhere. Bjorn's absolutely losing it, his face a mask of pure horror as the sheer scale of the threat sinks in. But Taeho. He's locking in. His eyes are blazing blue, and he's mentally calculating, trying to find that one critical weakness. Then, a crucial intel drop, these monsters hit hard with paralysis venom. But wait, there's a counter. Their ultimate weakness is revealed, fire. Get ready for some serious heat. And just like that, with an epic burst of blue energy, a legendary sword, the Saga Warrior's sword, materializes in his hand. Talk about a power-up. Even Rolf is stunned, jaw dropped, wondering how this insane weapon just popped into existence. No time to waste. Taeho unleashes an absolutely devastating, glowing blue arc, slicing through the air with impossible speed. This isn't just a swing, it's a massacre. The enchanted blade tears through multiple wolf spiders, their carapaces shattering under its power. The sword keeps going, a blur of blue light, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake. And just when you think it's over, Taeho levels up again, activating the Runfang special effect. What's next? The Saga Warrior's sword, now fully manifested, is absolutely blazing with an inferno of magical fire. Its power erupts in a blinding flash, a devastating explosion of raw energy that just obliterates everything. He scrambles away from the immediate aftermath, his voice urgent as he calls for his companions to seize the opportunity and get out of there. As they rush forward, Rolf, totally bewildered, asks about the sword, but Taeho, with surprising confidence, just casually assures them he can simply conjure another one. What? Following the clear path indicated by the system, they absolutely bolt down a dark, ancient corridor, knowing that safety lies just beyond the heavy door at its end. Rolf and Taeho push their limits, sprinting towards the massive, ornate entrance, their escape hanging by a thread. Bjorn, already through, strains with all his might to pull the heavy door shut, his shouts echoing for the others to quickly get inside and secure their retreat. But before the door can fully close, a monstrous, multi-legged creature, its red eyes glowing ominously, just lunges from the shadowy depths of the corridor. Talk about bad timing. The trio watches in horror as the terrifying arachnid attempts to force its way through the narrowing gap, their brief moment of relief absolutely shattered by renewed panic. With a desperate, unified effort, they throw their weight against the door, struggling to hold it against the relentless push of the first monster, as more of its kind swarm behind it. This is intense. Bjorn and Rolf, their muscles absolutely straining, channel their strength into the barrier, a vibrant blue aura of protective energy flaring around them as they fight to seal the entrance. This is their last stand. Barely catching his breath after that insane chase, Taeho is still gripping his sword, totally spent. That last monstrous bug, totally skewered by his blade, is gushing out this gross green goo, and he finally yanks his weapon out, sealing its fate. Rolf and Bjorn behind him just let out this massive, synchronized sigh of relief, like, phew, we actually made it out alive. Stepping into this massive, glowing chamber, Taeho's jaw drops, totally blown away and asking himself, is this seriously the control room? This room is an absolute masterpiece of ancient tech, with these insane blue energy lines just throbbing across every surface, all leading straight to this glowing central console. Bjorn totally backs him up, confirming this is the emergency control room, like, the super-secret backup command center for the whole fortress. Taeho just thinks to himself, finally getting why this dungeon crawl was such a brutal grind. Rolf, clutching this glowing green orb, quickly points out that being hidden means no guards, then shouts for them to hurry up. He slams his hand onto that glowing blue activation panel without a second thought, kicking off the whole control sequence. His voice is absolutely buzzing with urgency, shouting that they need to blast open that fort gate now to save their allies. A massive blast of blue energy explodes from the console, confirming the emergency authorization key, and the trio stands there, totally hyped for whatever's about to go down. That console is absolutely blinding them with its intense glow, lighting up their faces as the fort gate finally starts to move. Rolf hits the console, and bam! A super cool, glowing blue holographic projection of a woman just pops into existence, her digital hair and outfit totally shimmering. Her glowing blue eyes are locked on, and she's just waiting for the next move, a total digital boss. The console beneath her is practically screaming for input, flashing "Please issue your command" in bright, urgent text. Everyone's jaw drops at the sudden holographic reveal. Taeho's totally lost, Rolf's a bit stunned but snaps out of it, and Bjorn's just like, dude, weren't you in a hurry? Rolf cuts through the awkwardness, yelling, oops, the gate. Open the gate. And just like that, the holographic AI is on it, confirming, understood, with a cool digital shimmer. But hold up. The system totally messed up, because outside the fortress, a giant, creepy bug monster with glowing red eyes is already going ham on the wrong gate, just shredding the metal with its claws. Rolf sees the mistake and freaks out, screaming, no, not that gate, the fortress gate. Fortress. Gate, while that monster is still going wild, snapping its mandibles like crazy. After all that chaos, Rolf finally gets it right, letting out a huge HAAH. As the system coolly announces, mission accomplished, for now. Talk about cutting it close. The gate's finally opening, and the squad is hyped. Rolf lays down the plan, now, we just need to defend this place until our forces capture the fortress. Let's go. Just as Taeho tries to chill everyone out with some talk about women banter, the holographic AI pops back up, totally deadpan, dropping a bombshell. An intruder is approaching the control room. Talk about a mood killer. A chilling command just dropped, demanding everyone get ready for an epic combat showdown. Then, from the shadows, a monstrous presence emerges, its heavy thudding footsteps literally shaking the entire place. Rolf can't believe his eyes, realizing this thing just busted through the thick iron door, where a massive spider horde was literally just chilling. Taeho's mind is blown, he can only shout out his shock, like, how did this one monster take out all those spiders, seriously? This monstrous figure, now in full view, glides with an eerie grace, a faint blue energy pulsing around it as it closes in. That snarling face and those glowing red eyes scream pure terror. This is definitely a red-eyed beast, and it's packing serious power. The beast growls a chilling "you" as a title card slams down, confirming this is the legendary Boss Red Eye. Then, with a terrifying roar, the Boss Red Eye charges, screaming it'll tear them all to shreds as a massive wave of red energy explodes across the room. Taeho, Rolf, and Bjorn are bracing for impact. The sheer power of this monster is literally making their skin crawl. But Taeho isn't backing down. His eyes blaze with a fierce blue light, and his fist is literally crackling with raw power. Then, a desperate, urgent voice screams out, Hada. But before he can even unleash his power, the Boss Red Eye unleashes its massive hammer, slamming it right into Taeho, who's barely able to defend himself. The Boss Red Eye lets out a primal scream, bringing down its massive hammer with an earth-shattering impact, aiming to obliterate everything in its path. A crimson shockwave erupts from the point of impact, as that hammer slams down with an explosive force that could level a building. The raw power of that hit just keeps on going, a terrifying display of the boss's absolute dominance. Those glowing red eyes burn with pure, unadulterated triumph, as the beast lets out a victorious snarl, confident in its crushing blow. The sheer power of that hit sends him flying, his body a mere speck against the destruction. He's still airborne, just a ragdoll in the wind, as the debris explodes around him. He's moving at insane speeds, leaving nothing but blurs behind him. Then, bam. He smashes into a stone wall, and it just explodes into a million pieces. The Boss Red Eye scans the wreckage, its voice dripping with contempt, taunting, where's the tiny one? But wait. From the dust and debris, a faint blue light starts to pulse, as an incredible power begins to surge from the seemingly defeated warrior. That blue energy explodes, swirling like a hurricane around him, his eyes now blazing with an unyielding, fiery resolve. The Boss Red Eye's eyes narrow, its predatory stare locking on, as it senses the incredible, unexpected power-up from its tiny foe. Still reeling from the previous blow, Taeho is sent absolutely flying through the air, a blue trail of energy marking his trajectory as he plummets. Before he can even think about recovering, the monstrous Boss Red Eye brings its colossal foot down, a crushing blow that elicits a pained grimace from the young man. The sheer, unadulterated force of the impact drives him further into the ground, the monster's foot pressing down with immense, bone-shattering weight. He plummets downward, a fiery red aura trailing behind him as the Boss Red Eye's attack continues to absolutely obliterate him into the earth. The monstrous wolf-like creature looks down with those terrifying, glowing red eyes, its expression one of pure, unadulterated predatory satisfaction as it watches its prey fall. With a deafening, earth-shattering crash, the ground erupts in a violent explosion of blue energy and shattered rock, the force of the impact shaking the very foundations of the area. The attack, a brutal, earth-shattering maneuver known as the Tombstone Pile Driven, leaves a crater of red and blue magical energy in its wake. As the ground continues to splinter and crumble from the sheer force, Rolf watches the devastating scene unfold, a single, desperate word of concern escaping his lips. Despite the brutal, bone-shattering assault and the blood streaking his face, Taeho's eyes remain wide open, his gaze filled with a fierce, unyielding determination. He's not out yet. The Valhalla saga is back, and Rolf is screaming, his voice tearing through the air with one desperate name. The monstrous white fang is absolutely towering over Taeho, who's already down and out, its massive shadow screaming, "Game over." Taeho lets out a primal scream, a raw, desperate sound, his face a canvas of pain and blood. Then, everything just shatters, the world around him dissolving, leaving only a dark, broken void. But wait, what's this? He's floating, feeling this weird, warm energy surge through him, and his eyes are literally glowing blue. Then, boom. A blinding white light explodes from him, a pure burst of raw power. Just as quickly, he's slammed back to reality, lying on the cold ground, blood still on his face, and the chilling thought hits him, is this it? Is this what death feels like? But there's no time to think. The white fang is already on him again, a terrifying blur of pure, savage aggression. And then, bam. A giant foot comes crashing down, right onto his face, blood already dripping from his mouth. His mind is screaming, that wasn't it yet, as he stares death in the face, knowing this time, it's really over. Shit. Just as Taeho was about to be finished, a green-haired warrior, Rolf, exploded onto the scene, unleashing a torrent of emerald energy, his eyes absolutely blazing. He wasn't just glowing green, he was channeling a devastating surge of fire magic through his hand, and it exploded with sparks and pure, raw heat. This wasn't just any attack, it coalesced into a fiery blast, screaming, Saga, and it was heading straight for the white fang. And then, boom. A colossal column of fire just erupted, tearing through the air, its destructive power absolutely insane. The inferno slammed right into the white fang, engulfing the beast in a blinding explosion of pure, raw power. But even as his attack landed, Rolf wasn't done, screaming, "Get yourselves together," to his allies. The white fang roared in pain, visibly reeling from the impact, and a soldier screamed, "Taeho." The stakes couldn't be higher. Rolf's face was a mask of pure fury and anguish, a single tear cutting through the grime, as he snarled at the beast, You scum." But the white fang was not down for the count. It quickly recovered, baring its massive fangs, and roared back, "I'm going to kill you." But then, at that exact moment, a strange red energy pulsed around the monster's arm, and everything changed. The red-eyed beast actually hesitated, its glowing gaze locked onto its targets. It wasn't just hesitating, it was calculating, thinking, which one should I kill first? The annoying archer? Or? The tension was unbearable. The white fang, eyes blazing with pure malice, hovers over its defeated prey, debating whether to just finish off the one it had already crushed. With its colossal foot coming down, Taeho, seeing his end approaching, can only stare in absolute terror, blood still dripping from his lips. His eyes blow wide in a silent scream, pure, unadulterated terror plastered all over his face. But then the monster freezes, a jolt of realization hitting it, the human was just playing dead. Then, with a furious roar, the white fang charges, screaming that the young man will be the first to die. But just as it's about to strike, a flash of green hair and lightning-fast movement cuts it off, a warrior moving with insane speed. Rolf, jaw tight with fierce resolve, gets ready to unleash his counterattack, muttering a desperate vow. Then, in one fluid, practiced motion, he whips out a handful of throwing knives, their deadly points glinting. The knives fly straight and true, slamming into the white fang's tough hide with a barrage of sickening thuds. Rolf watches the monster's reaction from a distance, as Taeho stays sprawled on the ground, a silent witness to the epic fight. Even as searing pain threatened to rip him apart, Taeho's spirit refused to break, his determination blazing like a wildfire. Blood dripping from his mouth, he unleashed a primal scream, a raw, defiant declaration that he was not going down without a fight. Then, a blinding, explosive burst of azure energy ripped through the space, sending shockwaves and debris flying everywhere. The white fanged monster got absolutely rocked by the blast, its huge body sent flying backward, leaving glowing blue trails in the air. That insane blue energy completely swallowed its head, the impact just tearing through its fur and tough hide. The monster's whole body got absolutely engulfed in that radiant blue light, the attack just pushing it back with unstoppable force. That energy then condensed into a massive, towering beam, a pure pillar of power that just kept pushing the beast further and further away. And the one who unleashed this devastating strike? None other than Rolf, the green-haired hunter, his arms still extended from the sheer power of his move. But it wasn't just energy, his attack was also pinpoint projectiles, as two glowing, cucumber-like knives, one sliced clean in half, were revealed amidst splashing water, hinting at the liquid power behind his moves. More watery effects shimmered and splashed, just hammering home the sheer liquid power of that hunter's assault. The white-fanged monster, absolutely stunned by the unexpected hit, let out a guttural cry of pure shock and pain, its red eyes wide with disbelief. Its massive jaws stretched wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs and dripping saliva, as it let out a deafening roar of pure agony. The white-fanged monster unleashes a primal, guttural shriek, its colossal body rocking from the sheer force of the blow, leaving the hunter stunned. Siri gasps, clapping a hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and pure concern. Meanwhile, Bjorn lets out a pained groan, blood already streaming from a nasty head wound, the agony etched across his features. Siri, with a grim look, turns to Taeho, declaring his condition is critical and they need to put him out of his misery fast, leaving him utterly bewildered. But the White Fang is not down for the count. Its monstrous jaws snap and drool, a terrifying snarl twisting its face, ready to unleash hell. Rolf, standing over the battered Taeho, offers a quick apology to his comrade, blue energy already surging around his hands, charging up for another epic strike. Then, with an explosive surge of power, that blue energy erupts, solidifying into a blazing warrior's sword, ready to cleave through anything. The glowing blade comes crashing down, slamming into the White Fang's colossal claws with an explosive burst of blue light and electrifying sparks. Taeho stares, his eyes practically popping out of his head, utterly bewildered by the sheer, overwhelming power unfolding before him. Then, with a final, earth-shattering move, Rolf slams down at the skull duster, unleashing a blinding pillar of blue energy that absolutely engulfs the monster. His face a mask of pure, fierce determination, Rolf pours every last drop of his power into the strike, his eyes blazing with raw, untamed magic. The White Fang unleashes one last, blood-curdling scream, its monstrous body dissolving into the blinding blue light as it finally, utterly collapses. The sheer force of his blue energy attack was still ripping through the air, leaving nothing but pure devastation in its wake. And where that monstrous White Fang once stood, now there was just a smoking, pulverized crater, with dust and debris exploding everywhere. Rolf and Bjorn were absolutely speechless, their jaws practically on the floor, completely blown away by the raw power they just witnessed. But then, a triumphant roar shattered the silence, as Siri pumped her fist in the air, screaming, "Hail Aiden," while Taeho just stood there, trying to wrap his head around what just happened. The trio then absolutely exploded in a wild celebration, their victory shouts practically blowing Taeho's glasses off as he recoiled from their sheer hype. But Taeho was already locked onto something else, his eyes glued to a glowing blue interface, showing, synchronization 7% and hinting at, the siege of the Black Fortress. What could it mean? It was official, the battle had ended in a crushing victory for the warriors of Valhalla. The heroes were still going wild with their victory cries, but was that a faint, chilling echo of the monster's last scream still hanging in the air? That terrifying White Fang, the one they called Boss Frostmane, was officially taken down. Game over. And with one last, epic burst of adrenaline, Rolf unleashed a thunderous scream, for Thor, his victory cry shaking the very foundations of the arena. And get this, Frostmane wasn't just some random beast, it was the final boss of the entire Null Legion. Talk about a major victory. Turns out, this epic beast had actually fallen way back when, taken down by a legendary warrior named Bragi from Thor's Legion. What a legacy. Soaring high above a bustling city, a colossal, shadowy crow dominates the sky, its presence an ominous spectacle over the grand architecture below. With its intense red eyes scanning the landscape, a profound thought resonates within it, forget Bragi. My focus is locked on that mysterious individual, Lee Taeho. But down below, the city explodes in a frenzy of celebration. Warriors are literally hoisting Rolf onto their shoulders, their thunderous roars of "earned it," shaking the very foundations of the city. Another day, another epic win for these valiant warriors. And as twilight descends upon the fortress, the party rages on, with a massive barrel of ale ready to fuel the epic celebration. Rasgrid, a vision in gleaming golden armor, throws her hand up in a powerful gesture, proclaiming that every single one of them has earned this victory. The warriors unleash a deafening roar in response, their collective cheers shaking the very air. High on the fortress wall, a solitary figure gazes down at the distant, wild festivities, a silent sentinel amidst the roaring triumph. The shadowy forms of the ecstatic crowd keep swaying, their triumphant shouts echoing into the night. And there he is, Taeho, mug in hand, standing sentinel on the wall, his eyes locked onto the distant horizon. His eyes, blazing with an electric blue glow, snap wide open as a voice cuts through the night, demanding, "Is your body alright?" Now, at a table with Rolf, Taeho lets out a heavy sigh, admitting, "Dude, honestly, I feel like I'm about to drop dead." A gloved hand is thrown up in relief, the speaker totally hyped that the other guy made it out alive, remembering how terrifying it was when he got absolutely slammed. Under the moonlight on a rooftop, Siri drops some serious praise, giving a shout-out to the detached squad for their massive contribution, and Taeho is all ears, soaking it in. But then, plot twist. With a totally unexpected warm smile, she throws out an invitation, offering up some drinks to the crew. Taeho, totally caught off guard but stoked, jumps on the offer, feeling super honored and confessing he'd always wanted to throw one back with her. The rest of the squad, including Rolf, absolutely loses it, screaming and cheering, all of them begging Captain Siri for a drink. Hands are flying everywhere, reaching out, everyone just gotta get their hands on that celebratory drink. Siri, absolutely glowing with a smile we rarely see, hoists up 2 overflowing tankards, totally ready to get this party started and hand them out to her hyped-up crew. The whole squad, Bjorn included, lets out a massive, earth-shattering roar, shouting, "For Valhalla," and, for Captain Siri, like their lives depend on it. Taeho, chilling a bit to the side, sips his drink, a deep, thoughtful look on his face as he takes in all the celebration. He's totally thinking to himself, man, I always thought Siri was super cold, while Bjorn and another warrior are just cracking up next to him. Out of nowhere, Rolf's face just totally contorts in pure disgust, like he just pictured the nastiest bug ever in his head. And just like that, the whole crew, Taeho and Bjorn included, all make the same disgusted face as Rolf, like they just chugged something absolutely vile, maybe even a broken cucumber. Taeho's jaw drops, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he stares in utter disbelief, while Siri, the source of all this chaos, grins mischievously, a blush dusting her cheeks as she clutches her wooden mug. Her hand still clutching that infamous mug, the truth hits, this isn't the cold Siri they knew. Oh no, she's got a whole new level of mischief in her. Check out this epic shot. The Black Fortress citadel looms large, its ancient walls cutting a fierce silhouette against the fading light, with intense fires burning up front. But inside, the party was already wild. A red-haired dude, absolutely hyped, screams with joy, pumping a flaming torch high over a massive crowd of buff guys. Sweat was just pouring off these guys, hitting the floor as the party went absolutely next level. This red-haired legend, totally hyped up, launched himself airborne, a muscular blur, ready to crash into the next guy. Seriously, the feast was going absolutely bonkers, a chaotic blur of pure, unadulterated party energy. Then, bam. The red-haired dude landed a massive, playful punch right to another guy's chest, sending him reeling. And the party just kept going. No stopping this wild energy. Later, the feast morphed into a full-blown rave, with even these awesome wolf-headed dudes getting down, music blasting and notes flying everywhere. The whole place was just vibing, a DJ dropping beats as the wild crowd, including more beast folk, went absolutely nuts on the dance floor. But amidst all this insane fun, Taeho was totally losing it, his eyes bugging out at the wild, buff party animals, even a cool blonde guy in shades. His brain was just short-circuiting, a desperate thought screaming in his head, when will it end, damn it. The party's getting wild, and one dude, totally wasted, is getting way too handsy with an old-timer, promising fun while a fierce white-haired warrior watches, clearly not amused, declaring this guy needs to be shut down, like, now. And just like that, the crowd goes wild, swarming the drunkard, with Rasgrid, the white-haired powerhouse, right there, making sure things get handled. But her focus isn't just on the brawl, her piercing blue eyes lock onto someone else, and she shouts, Warrior Lee Tae-ho. A clear signal that something big is about to go down. Taeho, already on edge, whips his head around to find Rasgrid heading his way, and she's not alone. Another fierce warrior with fiery red hair is with her, a powerful duo cutting through the party like it's nothing. But the party's still raging around him, the noise and chaos just too much, and he can only think, seriously? Now. Siri, the red-haired badass, just smirks, dropping the bomb, looks like you've got company. The crowd still going absolutely wild, roaring whoo, and Taeho, completely swamped, can barely squeak out a hey. Siri, seeing his struggle, quickly pulls him along, muttering, come on, let's get out of here fast. A desperate plea to escape the madness. The party's still absolutely bonkers, with people yelling, hot, 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 and youth, you lucky dogs. I'm so jealous. This celebration is just next level. Two burly dudes, one with a massive red beard and another rocking blue war paint, are hyping each other up, screaming, let's keep drinking, but Rasgrid shuts them down cold with a definitive no. Rasgrid points directly at the bald guy, laying down the law, Siri's team has a huge mission tomorrow, so hit the hay. And the dude's just like, man. High above the Black Fortress, the sky is just a vast, open canvas, a peaceful blue with fluffy clouds, a stark contrast to the wild party below, hinting at the calm before the storm. The Black Fortress, a beacon of power, greets the new day, but inside, the party is still going strong. But wait, someone's calling out to him. Our hero, still reeling from the night's festivities, is being summoned. A massive yawn escapes him, his face screaming, I need sleep, as someone points out, he's looking pretty wiped out. The party animals are all over him. Had fun? One asks, while another drops the bombshell, a one-on-one with a Valkyrie. He's grilled about what he was doing, and our boy Taeho just blushes, mumbling about being told to keep it hush-hush. His face turns beet red as he frantically waves his hands, swearing up and down that absolutely nothing happened. Elsewhere, Siri, looking serious, barks at her squad to pay attention, her command instantly silencing any lingering party vibes. With a determined look and frosty breath, she lays it out, they've got a major mission coming up. Siri drops the bomb, they're on a special mission, and the target is. The map zooms in on their destination, a spot east of the fortress, the legendary dwarf mine. Flashback time. The gnolls attacked, the dwarves sealed themselves in their mine, and then, radio silence. For ages. Siri lays out the plan, they're heading straight to the mine, to see what's really going on. Rolf's jaw drops. The dwarves, he exclaims, as a badass dwarf warrior, shield and axe in hand, flashes across the screen, ready to fight for the horde. Ciri's trying to stay on track, but Taeho's got questions, pointing out a dwarf in the crowd and asking what's up with him. Rasgrid, with a bit of a smirk, drops the knowledge that dwarves are all about that beer life, hinting this guy's probably craving a brew after ages, but Taeho's quick to call her out, reminding her she was just chugging yesterday. Ciri's not having any of the jokes, pushing through her briefing to the squad and the rowdy celebrants, hyping up how tough dwarves are, even their bearded women, then shuts down any chatter, reminding them the mission brief isn't done yet. She then drops the bomb about the dwarf mine being super far, meaning they need to move fast. To cut down on travel time big time, Ciri's about to drop the secret weapon for their ride. Her face gets super intense as she finally spills the beans on their ride. It's gonna be fast and furious. With a dramatic flourish, she drops the bombshell. Black Lightning is ready to roll, and the whole squad is absolutely stunned. Rasgrid and the red-haired dude are totally bugging out, eyes wide with shock, as Black Lightning hits them with a mix of hype and dread. Rasgrid, still buzzing from the Black Lightning reveal, nudges Taeho with a sly grin, and he just sighs, called it. Later, in a super hush-hush moment, Ciri's chilling on a bed, locking eyes with Taeho, and tells him to keep their whole conversation on the down low. Just when he thought their secret talk was over, Ciri, with a dazzling smile, dropped a bombshell. She had a gift for him. His heart went into overdrive, a frantic, dumb, thumping as her hand moved to his neck, the tension palpable. Then, with a flourish, she clasped a golden apple necklace around his neck, a game-changer that would supercharge his recovery speed. But she wasn't done. She then handed him a mysterious pouch, inside, a fragment of a golden apple, promising even more power. These weren't just any crystals, they were glowing with power, promising everything from instant healing and detox to curse removal and even beauty enhancements. Her lips parted, a soft sound escaping as she leaned in, ready for the grand finale. Then, in a moment of pure magic, she pulled him into a glowing embrace, blessing him with Aiden's power. But the tender moment shattered. A brutal thwomp ripped through the air as he was violently displaced, his legs slamming into an unseen obstacle. His expression twisted in pure agony, the golden apple necklace a cruel reminder of the warmth he'd just lost, as he was plunged into a freezing, snowy nightmare. He landed in a nightmare realm, a vast, frozen wasteland of jagged peaks and endless, ominous coffins, the chilling wind screaming a warning. But the horror wasn't over. The snow exploded upwards, as a monstrous, clawed hand ripped its way out of the frozen earth. Face down in the icy powder, he could only manage a weak ugh, wondering if this was the end, if he was even still breathing. He's been through some wild stuff, but this was next level. The sudden teleportation left him totally disoriented. Seriously, who drops people into a new zone in a coffin? He's totally freaking out about the bizarre delivery method. The snowy landscape is a total mess, scattered with broken containers and unconscious bodies, a brutal welcome to this new zone. A terrifying thought hits him, are any of these guys even alive? But then he clutches the golden apple necklace and realizes he's totally fine, Ciri's gift coming in clutch. After a brief moment to process the chaos, things start to shift. Suddenly, a massive, ancient stone structure dominates the horizon, its imposing form cutting through the snowy mountains, looking like something out of a legend. A whole squad of epic warriors, including a dwarf, a red-haired beast, a wolf-headed dude, and a blonde guy in shades, are making their way to the massive entrance, ready to breach whatever lies within. Taeho, watching from above, sees the giant gate swing open and it hits him, where they all just played. Before he knows it, he's with Rolf and Ciri, and she's giving the command, time to head inside and see what's up. Inside, it's pitch black, and Ciri points out how dark it is, mentioning that dwarves love the dark and there's even a crazy rumor they turn to stone in sunlight. Taeho, always thinking the worst, asks if they also suck blood, and Ciri shuts him down, reminding him that would make them vampires, not dwarves. Deep inside this mysterious dwarven fortress, a fierce blue-haired warrior shouts out their identity, letting everyone know they're Valhalla's finest, sent by the legendary Valkyrie Rasgrid. And as his eyes ignite with an intense blue glow, Taeho backs her up, making it crystal clear that Valkyrie Rasgrid sent them personally. The squad pushes further into the massive, shadowy hall, the ancient stone walls towering over them, and you can practically feel the danger in the air. Then, Taeho's vision explodes, his eyes blazing with electric blue energy as he senses the massive danger, a terrifying truth hitting him as he screams for Commander Ciri, realizing they're surrounded by an insane number of red names. And just like that, the entire massive chamber glows with sinister red symbols, proving his terrifying prediction, they are totally, utterly surrounded. Without missing a beat, Ciri shouts a command, her voice slicing through the chaos, demanding a shield wall be formed now. Just like that, a storm of spears and arrows comes crashing down, slamming into the newly formed shield wall with brutal force, blue sparks exploding with every hit. The projectiles just keep coming, a non-stop, brutal barrage, a lethal storm of sharpened steel heading straight for them. But the shield wall stands strong, taking the endless beating as countless spears and arrows get stuck in their tough wooden and metal shields. A dwarf warrior lets out a pained grunt, a spearhead having punched right through his shield, the impact shaking him to his core. Another dwarf warrior yells at his buddy to hold it together, admitting it hurts like hell, but swearing they'll tough it out through this insane attack. The brutal assault just keeps on coming, the shield wall now a porcupine of embedded projectiles, showing just how insane this ambush really is. The ambush was relentless, and Siri, needing answers fast, spun to Taeho, demanding to know if he could identify the enemy. With his super sight cutting through the shadows, he gave a chilling confirmation: he could see them. A look of pure dread washing over him, Taeho finally spoke, the single word dwarf dropping like a bombshell. Then came the gut-wrenching reveal: these weren't just dwarves, they were dwarf zombies, their skeletal bodies and glowing red eyes a nightmare made real, arrows sticking out of their rotting forms. Siri was absolutely floored by the news, her voice filled with utter disbelief. Dwarves? Zombies? What was going on? With the entire group reeling from the shocking truth, Siri quickly pulled herself together, demanding their attention and signaling that it was time to focus up. Taeho, utterly stunned, could only gape at the monstrous horde, the chilling realization hitting him like a hammer: they were all dead. The tension is palpable as Regenleaf, clearly on edge, demands to know from Taeho if these things are really all just zombies. Taeho, ever the pragmatist, can only confirm that the darkness makes it impossible to see their faces clearly. And who are these terrifying foes? None other than the Ghoul Dwarves, a twisted ensemble featuring the rap god, the choreographer, and the lead vocal singer-songwriter, all with those chilling red eyes. But Taeho, with a look of pure dread, makes it clear, different names or not, these things are 100% zombies. Suddenly, one of those terrifying Ghoul Dwarves, eyes blazing red, starts to stir, gearing up for another brutal attack. And just when they thought it couldn't get worse, a chilling sight, the enemies are reloading their weapons, a desperate shout confirming the grim truth. With a fierce, desperate cry, Siri screams for everyone to get those shields back up, now. But it's too late. A desperate voice cries out, the shields are already battered and broken. The dwarf warrior and the rest of the crew are on high alert, a chilling realization hitting them: they might not survive the next wave. A desperate, damn it, rips through the air, as the sound of impending chaos fills the chamber. And then, from the shadows above, the ghoul dwarves drop down, their red eyes burning, poised to unleash absolute devastation on the trapped heroes. The ghoul dwarves were coming down hard, and the entire group was frozen in terror, a single, terrifying question screaming in their heads. But before anyone could even move, a massive, clawed foot crashed down, ripping through the ground and sending shrapnel everywhere. The sheer number of these things was insane, and the group let out a unified scream of pure terror as the attack came down. Then, out of nowhere, a flaming bottle came flying, its fuse already lit and ready to blow. And then, a goggled ghoul dwarf, moving like a blur, came charging in, arm reaching out, ready to snatch someone up. That flaming bottle wasn't just thrown, it was on a chain, swinging like a wrecking ball, going straight for their faces. Taeho saw it coming, that flaming death trap, and he immediately braced for impact, a wild idea sparking in his head. Then, in a flash, he unleashed an insane counterattack, blasting the entire area with a blinding, fiery explosion. The explosion ripped through them, and the air was instantly filled with the agonizing screams of the ghoul dwarves, their terrified cries bouncing off the dungeon walls. More desperate shrieks followed, proving that attack landed hard. The last, blood-curdling scream finally died out in the darkness, leaving behind an unsettling silence. The air is filled with terrifying, guttural roars, a clear sign that whatever they're running from is still hot on their heels. The squad is in full-on panic mode, scrambling through tight corridors, with someone yelling for everyone to get moving, right now. Suddenly, a dark manhole appears, their only way out, and the order is clear: hurry and get in. The escape hatch is a tight squeeze, and Rolf is literally stuck, asking if there's another option, but the answer is a hard no, just go. No time for niceties, the dwarf warrior just stomps Rolf through the hole, earning a loud "ouch" from him. Taeho is already free-falling into the abyss, a dazzling trail of blue energy marking his lightning-fast plunge. Down below, Siri gives the all-clear, telling Taeho to take point and move out. Taeho's jaw drops, letting out a stunned "whoa" as he gazes at the incredible, glowing crystal cavern they've just entered. The whole crew pushes deeper into this insane crystal cavern, the walls literally sparkling with blue and purple light, all heading straight for a massive, ancient gate. After a quick jump forward in the action, the team regroups, and the chilling truth hits them: this whole mess? It's all thanks to a vampire. The dwarf warrior drops a bombshell, revealing this terrifying creature just popped up yesterday at dawn, and in a single day, it wrecked everything. And get this, he warns that if you get bitten and die, you're not just dead, you become a ghoul through its curse. But wait, there's more. If a ghoul bites you, you become another ghoul. He points out that out of everyone, only about 20 dwarves are left standing. Taeho, ever the strategist, cuts in with Siri by his side, asking for any unique features of this monster. A chilling visual of the monster flashes across the mind's eye as the dwarf warrior recounts. It was massive, totally gray, bald with eyes like black holes, and its nails were constantly morphing, extending and retracting. And get this, it wasn't some magic user, it was all about brute physical force. Siri, with a worried expression, asks Isaac if he's really thinking about revenge right now, advising him to put it off for a better time. Isaac, with a serious look, agrees, saying they need to regroup and come back stronger. Another dwarf chimes in, yeah, that's way safer, but Isaac isn't having it, slamming down with a resolute, no, we have to do this now. He quickly explains his reasoning, it's not about revenge, it's about something way bigger. He reveals that just recently, right here in this mine. His jaw clenched with fierce resolve, and UNT was discovered. The name alone sends a jolt of pure terror through the entire group of dwarves, their faces twisting into expressions of absolute horror and disbelief. The dwarf warrior's eyes are practically popping out of his head, totally freaking out over some unseen danger, while Siri just locks in, laser-focused on whatever's coming next. Taeho, Siri, and the dwarf warrior, along with the rest of the crew, are all huddled up, having just stumbled upon something huge, and you can practically feel the shock and excitement radiating off them. Taeho's totally locked in, his mind racing, trying to figure out what this game-changing find means for them. With two dwarves already going at it, Taeho cuts in, calling them out on their shock, like, seriously, why are you guys always so surprised when you don't even know what's going on? They're hauling through this insane cave, all lit up with glowing crystals, and the dwarf warrior is hyped, declaring that if this thing is as epic as it sounds, they've gotta move now, no way they're letting anyone else snatch up this treasure. Siri's like, yeah, this is seriously amazing, which just makes the dwarf warrior even more pumped, practically yelling for someone to spill the beans. He needs to know exactly what this is, like, right now. The dwarf warrior lays down the law, there's no way they're letting a weapon like Mjolnir, made from this material, get into the wrong hands, they've gotta shut this down, and fast. Their minds made up, the squad pushes further into the dazzling crystal cave, every single one of them locked and loaded with pure determination. And just like that, Siri calls it out, we're here, pointing straight at their target, the epic glow of the crystals lighting up their final approach to the hunt. This massive, ancient castle, pulsating with mysterious blue energy, held a secret at its very peak, the legendary sacred anvil. A single spotlight illuminated the ancient anvil, the very heart of their quest, for that's where the was hidden, and with it, their vampiric target. But here's the kicker, this legendary could only be refined by starlight and moonlight. Taeho's mind raced, completely baffled, how could starlight and moonlight possibly reach this deep underground lair? But the dwarf warrior, ever the expert, dropped a bombshell, revealing that the tower's top was actually connected to the surface, and they could literally open the ceiling. Taeho's eyes widened, a plan forming in his mind. It was high noon, the perfect time to strike, as the vampire would be at its weakest against the sun. The colossal, ancient wooden doors, crackling with blue energy, were barely holding, a clear sign that the time for action was now. Siri, a force of nature, exploded into action, leading a squad of absolute powerhouses, Rolf, the red-haired, wolf-headed, blonde, and Bjorn, their combined might about to smash through the enemy lines. Her voice, a battle cry echoing across the battlefield, ignited their resolve, we're going in hot. A quick frontal assault. Charge. Deep inside a grimy tavern, a motley crew of monsters, from skeletons to orcs, were busy gambling and chugging ale, when suddenly, one of them twitched, a chilling escaping its lips as it sensed an incoming threat. But the heroes weren't the only ones making a move. A colossal, monstrous army, roaring with primal fury, launched their own counterattack, a tidal wave of destruction surging towards the castle. The sheer scale of the enemy was terrifying, a sea of monsters, their guttural roars shaking the very foundations of the earth, as they barreled towards their unsuspecting foes. A terrifying close-up revealed the sheer brutality of the enemy forces, orcs, goblins, and horrors untold, all charging with bloodthirsty intent, ready to tear everything apart. The allied forces just absolutely smash into the monstrous army, a total chaotic melee exploding as weapons clash and a massive, glowing slash rips through the enemy lines. Leading the charge, Siri, Taeho, and Rolf absolutely explode into action, their faces locked in pure determination. But the monstrous dwarf creatures aren't backing down, their red eyes burning with pure malice as they get ready to throw down. Siri unleashes a battle cry, her voice absolutely piercing through the chaos. But don't forget the defense. A shield team locks down their formation, their leader roaring, Vanguard. Shield team, as they get ready to take the hit. In the thick of it, a dwarf warrior goes head-to-head with a monster, their weapons smashing together. The dwarf warriors, with the red-haired celebrant leading the charge, are going all out, their weapons blazing with a sick blue aura as they push forward. Then, with a shout, Siri unleashes her signature, Whirlwind, a massive vortex of blue energy tearing through everything. And the wolf-headed celebrant isn't holding back either, his claws ripping through the air, leaving behind insane trails of blue energy. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, the blonde celebrant lands a supercharged kick, sending enemies absolutely flying. With the battle heating up, Siri locks eyes with Taeho, giving him the signal, "Taeho, let's go in." He gives a determined, yes, as the battle cry rings out, "Fire. Push forward relentlessly. It's go time." Rain lashes down as a dwarf warrior, a wild grin plastered across his face, gears up for a massive assault, archers ready behind him. Then, a deafening boom. The colossal cannon unleashes its payload, a blinding muzzle flash ripping through the air. And amidst the fiery chaos, the dwarf warrior roars, a chilling declaration, "You who were once comrades." The explosion hits hard, sending an armored foe flying, consumed by a blinding, concussive blast. Crimson energy explodes, a shockwave of pure power tearing across the landscape. The earth shakes, and Taeho, Siri, and Rolf are caught in the blast radius, scrambling for cover as fire engulfs everything behind them. A foot slams down on shattered rubble, the desperate scramble for survival echoing in every strained muscle. But the mission isn't over. A new revelation drops, behind this door is the sacred anvil. And there it is. A massive, ancient door, its intricate metalwork screaming legendary artifact inside. The squad's all here. Taeho, Siri, Rolf, and Bjorn stand ready at the epic door, with a simple, decisive command, "Let's go in." Even a tiny rat watches from the shadows, as the legendary sacred anvil, glowing faintly, is finally revealed on its pedestal. The team steps inside, their gazes locked on the legendary anvil, its power palpable in the air. Stepping into the chamber, their eyes immediately lock onto a massive, gleaming golden chest, and one of the adventurers can't help but shout, "It's the loot." But the celebration is cut short when a voice demands, "Then, where is it?" and Rolf dramatically points to the ceiling, yelling, "There, on the ceiling." And just like that, the entire group is thrown into a panic, their faces a mix of terror and disbelief as they all look up, dread filling their eyes. Looking down from the monster's vantage point, the adventurers seem tiny, their fate hanging in the balance as they stare up at the unseen threat. No time to waste. The dwarf warrior shouts, "Attack with arrows." Everyone, prepare, and the team snaps into action, ready for anything. Meanwhile, Taeho, ever the strategist, quickly processes the situation, thinking, compared to a giant knoll, its size is smaller, already calculating their odds. But even with its size, a terrifying realization hits him, but something ominous is emanating from it. As the monster's menacing, armored form starts to reveal itself. And then, the name that strikes fear into the hearts of all is unveiled, Boss Stragos. A terrifying, skull-faced nightmare with glowing red eyes and deadly horns. The tension is palpable as the archers, including Rolf, draw their bows, their glowing arrows locked on target, ready to unleash a volley at the monstrous boss. But before they can even yell, fire. Boss Stragos strikes first, unleashing a barrage of dark, thorny tendrils that shoot down like lightning. The tendrils connect with devastating impact, tearing through the adventurers, including Rolf, sending blood flying and screams echoing as the boss's surprise attack devastates their ranks. As the carnage unfolds, Taeho can only watch, his face a mask of pure horror and cold sweat, completely overwhelmed by the monster's terrifying power. A chilling, guttural growl rips through the air from the terrifying boss Stragos, his blazing red eyes locking onto the trespassers, demanding to know just how they dared to infiltrate his territory. With the creature's terrifying maw hanging over him and a wicked clawed hand snatching a glowing artifact, Taeho is frozen in sheer terror, sweat pouring down his face, as Stragos boldly claims the treasure as his, leaving him utterly bewildered and screaming internally, "Since when?" A terrifying, skull-faced entity, radiating pure purple menace, has just materialized before Taeho and his crew, its glowing red eyes screaming doom. The tension is palpable, the very air vibrating with dark power, leaving us all wondering, can they possibly survive this nightmare, or is this the end of the line for our heroes? A bone-chilling voice booms, a single, terrifying order that instantly locks Taeho down, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. The terrifying voice keeps coming, a brutal promise that his head is next if he even twitches. Stragos, a colossal shadow, dominates the scene, his voice dripping with malice as he declares they're all going down, leaving Taeho to seethe in frustrated rage. Siri, always thinking, quickly checks on her downed teammate, asking if Rolf's okay, and he can only manage a weak yes in response. Rolf, grimacing, confirms the bad news, his bow arm is out of commission, making a fight impossible. Taeho's mind races, realizing this monster isn't just playing around, he spared them for a reason, and Stragos confirms it, calling them capable warriors. Stragos gets right in Taeho's face, his voice a terrifying rumble, spitting that just killing them would be a total waste. But the horror doesn't stop there. The monster's true, twisted plan is revealed, they're not just dying, they're being reborn as his ultimate ghoul warriors. And just like that, the terrifying vision of their future flashes before their eyes, a grotesque army of ghoul warriors, twisted and decaying, ready to become Stragos' ultimate weapon. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air, Regenleaf's face a mask of absolute terror as she's pushed to her limits. Taeho is absolutely reeling, a ghoul's skull face right up in his personal space, and he's thinking, is this really it? Is dying better than becoming one of these soulless monsters? Suddenly, a ghoul minion blasts forward, a terrifying blur of purple energy, charging straight at the heroes. This thing is fast, closing in on them in a flash, its bony face a picture of pure malice. Just as it's about to land a hit, bam! A massive blue energy spear erupts from the ground, skewering the ghoul mid-lunge. The ghoul's body distorts from the sheer force, completely caught off guard by the sudden strike. Out of nowhere, Stragos steps into the light, coolly taking a drag from his pipe, his menacing red eyes burning into them as he taunts, "You seriously think you can fight back?" Ciri's got her crossbow locked and loaded, with Rolf and the dwarf warrior right there, the dwarf yelling out, "Captain Ciri," in a moment of pure desperation. The dwarf warrior, his eyes burning with resolve behind his goggles, makes a game-changing decision, thinking, no way am I becoming that monster's zombie dog. Then, with a battle cry that shakes the very foundations, he unleashes a blazing inferno from his weapon, screaming, "It's better to die fighting." He's not just firing, he's charging, a literal pillar of fire, straight into the fray, his resolve blazing even hotter than the flames. This dwarf is a human, or dwarf, cannonball of pure, fiery fury, launching himself at the enemy with an explosive, no-holds-barred attack. Stragos is absolutely dominating, engulfed in a maelstrom of orange flames, letting out a chilling laugh and declaring his foes pathetic. His fiery assault just keeps on raging, the demon lord mocking their foolish antics as massive explosions rip through the air. Meanwhile, Taeho and another hunter are scrambling for cover, his face totally etched with worry as Stragos' overwhelming power looms right behind them. The inferno slams into a desperate shield wall, with someone screaming to protect Isaac as the defensive line gets absolutely hammered. Stragos' destructive power is spreading like wildfire, engulfing everything in its path with scorching, unstoppable flames. The attack's force sends Ciri reeling, her body getting absolutely slammed backward by the sheer impact. She's violently thrown through the air, a fiery explosion erupting around her as she completely loses her footing. Bjorn also gets caught in the blast, sent flying amidst debris and fire, while other warriors are just scattered everywhere. Ciri is sliding backward along the ground, a faint blue aura shimmering around her as she desperately tries to brace against the overwhelming force. But then, the dwarf warrior steps up, initiating a powerful, dwarf trio whirlwind attack, as swirling blue energy absolutely explodes around him. He unleashes the full force of that whirlwind, a torrent of vibrant blue energy absolutely surging outwards from his form. That blue energy expands rapidly, a powerful counterattack now sweeping across the entire battlefield. Even as the dwarf warrior's epic blue whirlwind slammed into him, Stragos was just chilling, his skull face literally laughing it off, like, that tickles, proving he's on another level. The blue energy kept hitting him, hard, but this boss monster just tanked it, showing off his insane durability. Meanwhile, Taeho, watching from above, was hyping up the dwarf, mentally counting down to his own game-changing move. Stragos was still getting pummeled by the blue energy, the allies' coordinated attack finally starting to wear him down. Taeho was locked in, sweat dripping, his face showing pure focus as he prepared for the ultimate play. Then, with a burst of power, he grabbed the massive lever, ready to unleash chaos. He slammed that lever down, hard, eyes locked on the terrifying, dark pit that just opened up. Suddenly, from the dark depths, a blinding, otherworldly light exploded upwards with an eerie hum. The light went supernova, shimmering particles everywhere, and the whole shaft started throbbing with some seriously dark energy. Then, bam! Stragos was suddenly swallowed by a tidal wave of dark purple energy, his body convulsing in pure agony as the trap activated. He let out a blood-curdling, KRAA scream, as the purple power completely devoured him. Stragos was pulled down, his glowing red eyes wide with disbelief, vanquished by the purple abyss as the ultimate trap sprung. Watching the demon lord still caught in the abyss, Taeho makes a critical decision, he's going to smash the trap so it can never close again. But Stragos isn't going down without a fight. He's thrashing like crazy, his colossal body battling the unseen power trying to pull him into the void. The very earth shakes from his struggle, and the celebrants can only stare, their expressions a mix of shock and fear. With Stragos still fighting, the celebrants are left scratching their heads, totally unsure what their next move should be. Rolf, looking seriously concerned, throws out a hesitant question to the others. He's weighing their options, do they go for the kill shot right now, or just let the trap do all the dirty work? But before they can even make a move, Stragos unleashes a terrifying burst of dark energy, shattering the ground as Taeho's eyes glow with pure shock. This isn't just a struggle, Stragos is full-on chanting, spitting out glowing red symbols as he unleashes some insane magic. And as his chant hits its climax, the abyss above suddenly rips open to a raging sky, with storm clouds forming at an insane speed. Rolf, Ciri, Taeho, and the rest of the celebrants stare up in absolute terror, as they realize Stragos is summoning a full-blown storm. With storm clouds brewing, the celebrants, including Rolf, Ciri, and the rest, were all fired up, screaming to take down the trapped demon now. They rained down a furious barrage into the abyss, their weapons slamming into Stragos with everything they had. But even as they landed hits, a terrifying swarm of bats started exploding out of the abyss around the demon. The bat swarm absolutely exploded upwards, a blinding light blasting from the abyss, and Taeho could only stare as the nightmare unfolded. The celebrants kept up their attack, but then it hit them, a chilling realization: it was already too late. Deep in the abyss, Stragos' wing gave a violent twitch, red energy practically exploding around its membrane as his power went into overdrive. His monstrous face ripped through the shadows, eyes and mouth blazing with an unholy green light, a terrifying display of pure, raw magical power. The red aura around his wing went absolutely nuclear, pulsating with pure, destructive energy. Then, a colossal, crimson energy wave, Phase 2 Birgit, absolutely detonated from the abyss, blasting skyward as Taeho, Rolf, and Siri could only stare in stunned horror. Stragos, eyes still blazing, made a chilling vow: he wouldn't drop his guard, and he'd make sure no one could even lay a finger on him. His mouth started to glow with an even more intense green light, charging up for another absolutely devastating attack. Taeho's eyes went wide with pure alarm, as he realized the demon was about to spew out something truly catastrophic. Stragos is dropping in, a dark, winged terror surrounded by pure green malice, about to unleash something absolutely insane. The air is practically screaming as a massive, pulsating green energy sphere charges up, then explodes, covering the entire area in a flash. In the middle of all that madness, the dwarf warrior yanks Taeho out of the way, shouting at him to get to the corner, now. That green mist is no joke, it's spreading everywhere, even making the old skeletons glow with a creepy, toxic light, showing just how deadly this stuff is. Stragos lets out a monstrous roar as the green energy detonates, sending the celebrants scrambling and reeling from the toxic cloud now blanketing the floor. He just watches them run, a smug grin on his face, spitting out "heroes" like it's a dirty word as his poison takes over. The dwarf warrior and Taeho are practically sprinting across the toxic floor, with Stragos' voice booming, taunting them about how long they'll run, and the dwarf is just losing it. The red-haired celebrant is freaking out, seeing the poison has completely taken over the floor, and there's literally nowhere left to run. Taeho's eyes are blazing with pure determination, he's not about to let this end like this. He lets out a battle cry and draws his sword, blue energy already surging around him as he gets ready to throw down. His feet burst into a blinding blue flame, launching him forward at insane speeds, leaving nothing but pure energy trails behind him. In one epic leap, Taeho closes the gap, his sword already up, charging straight at Stragos, a blazing blue beacon of defiance. Stragos, the colossal boss, sees the incoming attack, a wicked green aura flaring around his head, scoffing at the sheer audacity of charging him head-on. He dismisses the challenger with a sneer, a vicious green energy spike erupting from his form, as Taeho, a lightning-fast blur, closes the distance in an instant. With pure, unadulterated determination etched on his face, Taeho pushes forward, his eyes burning with an unyielding resolve. He moves with absolutely insane speed, his sword a blinding streak of light, carving through the air straight towards the towering, monstrous foe. A vibrant blue energy trail follows his blade, slamming directly into the green energy radiating from Stragos, igniting an explosive clash of elemental forces. Stragos' ears twitch, a flicker of surprise as he senses the true nature of the assault. With a powerful, blue-infused swing, a move packed with raw power, Taeho brings his sword down, surrounded by a radiant, crackling aura. Then, a massive, blinding burst of blue energy erupts from Stragos' chest, a clear sign of a direct, devastating hit. But the monstrous boss quickly realizes the deception, his green eyes flaring with shock, as he understands the previous strike was merely an afterimage, a phantom blow. Taeho lets out a guttural, battle-hardened scream, pouring every ounce of his might into the next phase of his relentless assault. Multiple, rapid-fire sword slashes absolutely tear through the air, leaving searing red impact trails in their devastating wake. He delivers a final, absolutely decisive blow, his blade infused with brilliant, crackling blue energy, striking Stragos with full force once more. He's totally caught off guard, eyes bugging out as blue energy still sparks around him. But Stragos, with those menacing green eyes glowing, just brushes off the attack like it was nothing. Stragos is straight up flexing, claiming his skin is impenetrable, and our hero is just like, wait, what? Turns out he's literally riding Stragos like a bucking bronco, and the boss is not happy, telling him to get off his back already. Stragos is furious, demanding answers, but our hero just shrugs, blaming it all on the momentum of their epic battle. Stragos lets out a massive roar, screaming for him to get off right now. Still stuck on top, he's like, how exactly am I supposed to get down from here? But Stragos just shuts him down, saying, not my problem, then goes quiet, clearly cooking up something. Taking charge, he boldly announces, he's gonna drag Stragos down to the ground himself, then they can really throw down. And get this, Stragos actually responds with a totally chill, okay, like he's just going with the flow. Just kidding. Stragos spreads his huge wings, calling him a foolish one and promising to send him crashing down. And just like that, Stragos launches him, sending him absolutely plummeting towards the ground. What's he gonna do now? Thrown with incredible force, Taeho lets out a shocked cry, barely holding on to Stragos as the beast launches him. Engulfed in crackling blue energy, he's airborne, his mind absolutely reeling, trying to process how he got into this insane predicament. And just like that, high above the chaos, Stragos, in his terrifying bat form, rockets into the sky, leaving everyone below absolutely speechless. Regenleaf, absolutely stunned, can't believe what she's seeing, shouting out loud, is a new saga actually starting right now? Taeho is absolutely glowing with blue energy, trying to dominate this huge horned beast. Its roars are shaking the place, and he's thinking, is this where a new saga begins? This beast is not giving up, still roaring its head off, and some other guys are just watching the chaos unfold, yelling at him to stop messing around. But Taeho's not listening to anyone, he's locked in, his eyes blazing blue as he shouts at the beast to stay still. He's trying to channel some serious power here. But this beast is not having it, its green eyes practically spitting fire as it roars, "You insolent wretch! How dare you!" Taeho's face is priceless, pure shock. Then, bam. A massive wave of crackling blue energy just explodes, showing he's got a whole new trick up his sleeve. And just like that, he's got it. "I've got it," he yells, as a huge, majestic bird creature, a true Dragon Knight Kalstead ability, bursts onto the scene. This isn't just any power, it's the ability to command the absolute apex of flying creatures, we're talking griffins, wyverns, and yeah, even dragons. Just look at him, armored up and riding one. And to prove it, a giant red dragon with glowing yellow eyes lets out a roar, the message is clear, we're all Kalsted's mounts. But wait, there's more. A new, super cute summon shows up, radiating power, it's Saga, the one who commands dragons, glowing with a soft blue aura. And just like that, Saga lives up to the hype, effortlessly soaring through the air with Taeho on its back, bathed in a brilliant blue glow. Crisis averted, everything's chill, Taeho's got a big smile, telling his new bat buddy, alright. Let's go down slowly. With Saga, the adorable bat-like creature, now floating before them, the entire squad of hunters and warriors couldn't help but stare, its unexpected cuteness hitting them hard. A soft smile gracing his lips, Taeho reached out, calming the little beast with a simple, "There you go, good boy." Rolf, with his signature green hair, looked utterly perplexed, turning to Siri and asking, "Okay, so, what's the game plan now?" Even the seasoned dwarf warrior, usually unflappable, could only manage a thoughtful as he tried to wrap his head around the situation. A buzz of chatter erupted from the onlookers, their eyes glued to the tiny summon and its handler, clearly blown away by the unexpected sight. Completely unfazed by the growing crowd, he kept petting Saga, marveling at how incredibly soft and gentle its fur felt. A genuine laugh bubbled up from him, his face lighting up as he clearly enjoyed this unexpected connection with his summon. Saga, absolutely loving the pets, responded with the cutest wing flutters and happy chirps, soaking up all the attention. But the calm was shattered as a colossal, horned monster burst onto the scene, its sheer terror instantly grabbing Taeho's attention and sending a shockwave through the air. This was none other than Stragos, a truly terrifying boss, who was already putting up a brutal fight against some mysterious power called Birgit. With his eyes blazing crimson, he let out a guttural roar, screaming, "You pathetic, insignificant whelps. How dare you make a mockery of me?" His fury was palpable, radiating outwards as he shrieked, "I will never forgive you, you wretched brat." Stragos, the terrifying boss, is absolutely furious, roaring a chilling promise to rip his enemies apart and swallow them whole. As the dwarf warrior shouts for everyone to prepare for battle, Taeho is already calculating, realizing his current summon, Saga, just isn't powerful enough. He's pushing his limits, knowing his control won't last forever, and with purple energy flaring, he's got to make a move fast. With a flash of insight, he makes a game-changing decision, it's time to bring in another heavy hitter. Suddenly, with a flash of golden energy, he's on the back of a monstrous, glowing-eyed wolf beast, ready to ride. Clinging to his new mount, he commands it to unleash hell, declaring they'll combine their power to bring down the boss. His allies cheer him on from below, the dwarf warrior yelling, "Alright. We're counting on you, Taeho." He stares up, blue energy swirling around him, ready to launch into the unknown. And just like that, he screams, "Let's go," as he and his beast blast off, leaving blue energy in their wake. Blasting through the ceiling, he yells, "Fly as high as you can, Stragos." The beast obeys, a blur of speed as it shoots straight up, leaving glowing trails behind. They climb higher and higher, a dark shape against the bright sky, speeding towards their ultimate confrontation. Something was moving at insane speeds, ripping through the very fabric of the air with an epic roar. Way up high, a blinding light pulsed, painting the entire sky with an otherworldly glow. And against that insane light, the massive, horned silhouette of Stragos just hung there, a pure menace chilling in the sky. But down below, Lee Taeho, riding his brand new, epic wolf mount, locked his eyes on the target with absolute, unshakable resolve. He knew this was it, his voice roaring with pure, unadulterated hype, screaming for his beast to go now, at full speed. With a massive burst of pure will, he pushed his mount, screaming, charged towards the ground. Then, a blinding, explosive burst of blue energy just detonated, launching them straight down with insane power. The dive turned into a laser-focused column of pure, unadulterated power, a shimmering blue streak just obliterating the air itself. Taeho and his beast were literally free-falling like a meteor, leaving a blazing blue trail as they rocketed towards the ground. Then, with a ground-shattering, ear-splitting crash, they slammed into the earth, sending shockwaves and debris flying everywhere. An absolutely massive crater just exploded into existence, and there was Taeho, standing strong amidst the swirling dust and shattered ground. Totally engulfed in a blazing blue aura, he stared up, his eyes practically on fire with an unyielding resolve, absolutely hyped for the fight ahead. He's absolutely charging up, a sick blue aura just exploding around him, pure power in his hands. Then, bam. He's coming down with an insane, skull-crushing force. His foot just absolutely obliterates the ground, a total buster move. The impact is massive, sending shockwaves and debris everywhere. Everything's just getting crushed and torn apart, falling deeper into the abyss. But as the smoke clears, he's standing there, looking down at the chaos he just unleashed. And then, the realization hits him, as expected. His jaw drops, eyes wide with disbelief, it's still alive. Suddenly, he's yelling, "Get out of the way," to someone behind him. A dwarf warrior, all hyped up, charges in with a massive HEYAH dash. But just like that, he's sent flying, a brutal unseen force just absolutely wrecking him. Taeho's face is pure panic as the dwarf gets tossed, and now there's this terrifying red glow from below. Absolutely consumed by a raging inferno, Taeho was fighting for his life, the sheer power of the attack threatening to obliterate him. His face twisted in a primal scream, he was absolutely engulfed by the fiery devastation. A primal scream ripped through the air as the attack landed, the sheer heat and force absolutely devastating. He was launched backward by the blast, crashing hard onto the unforgiving ground. Then, from the heart of the inferno, a terrifying skeletal figure emerged, its voice dripping with pure malice, screaming for more power and demanding death. With Taeho down for the count, Rolf just stared, shaking his head at the absolute insanity of it all, muttering about the crazy burden the kid was carrying and how utterly bonkers this place was. But just as he thought it was over, a new, terrifying presence made him gasp in shock, and Taeho, still reeling, was already reacting with pure dread. The fiery blast confirmed it, Stragos was still alive, his terrifying presence a brutal reality that left the young hero in utter despair. The arena floor was absolutely wrecked, scarred and broken, a brutal testament to the sheer power unleashed in that fight. But in a different moment, the very same arena stood perfectly pristine, its massive opening looking up at a wide-open, clear blue sky. Meanwhile, a whole squad of adventurers, including Rolf, Ciri, Bjorn, and Regenleif, were absolutely hyped, gathered around a chest practically bursting with glittering gold and insane gems, their faces lit up by the epic glow of their massive hull. A dwarf warrior, with hands clad in armor, is on a stone platform, cracking open a golden, ornate chest that's already radiating a soft, warm glow. Then, bam. A brilliant, golden light explodes from the chest, blinding everything with an intense flash. And just like that, the light reveals Rolf, Ciri, Bjorn, and Regenleif, all huddled around the now open chest, their faces glowing with the golden radiance as they realize they've just stumbled upon the legendary metal of the gods. But wait, Rolf holds up a tiny, glowing blue crystal, that's the real power source. His crew stares, totally shocked by how small it is. Later, in a snowy wasteland, Ciri can't hide her disappointment, muttering that this tiny thing barely seems worth all the insane effort they put in. But Bjorn is not having it. His voice explodes in anger, shouting that even this tiny bit is enough to forge an epic ring. The dwarf warrior cuts in, reminding the crew that they originally thought this metal was enough to forge a Mjolnir. With a decisive motion, he snaps the golden chest shut, locking away the priceless material inside. Taking charge, Rolf grabs the chest and announces he's entrusting the smelting of this incredible material to the legendary craftsman of Valhalla. The dwarf warrior then lays it out, explaining that in their current, super dangerous situation, they don't have the time to properly smelt this metal, nor the resources to protect it from falling into the wrong hands. But Rolf, ever the leader, reassures him, swearing that they'll personally ensure its proper and safe delivery, no matter what. Regenleif was surrounded by hyped-up locals, and this dude with the epic mustache and goggles was all like, "Time to party, right? We're gonna feast and drink, a whole barrel of ale for our saviors." The energy was off the charts, and Rolf, with his flowing green hair, was totally hyped, shouting, "Awesome. So manly." Even Regenleif couldn't resist the hype, her face glowing with pure excitement as she screamed for dwarf beer. Dwarf beer. But Siri, being the ultimate buzzkill, shut down the party vibes immediately, declaring, nope. No time for that. Siri wasn't backing down, telling Isaac, we gotta go, like, now, which triggered a massive no from the entire party crew, including Rolf, Bjorn, Regenleaf, and Taeho. Siri took a beat, then, with a sigh, was like, alright, fine, if that's how it is. But Isaac wasn't about to let them leave without a souvenir, cutting in with, hold up. We can't send our heroes away empty-handed. Siri was like, fine, and Isaac, with a mischievous glint in his goggles, pointed the way and yelled, follow me. Then, a colossal, epic door creaked open, blinding them with golden light and hinting at the massive crowd waiting inside. The whole squad, Rolf, Bjorn, Regenleaf, Siri, Isaac, Taeho, and the rest of the crew, walked right through that door, and their jaws dropped at the insane view. Inside was this massive, sparkling hall, packed with weapons and armor, making everyone scream, armory. This armory was absolutely massive, a literal goldmine of epic gear, all glowing in a warm, golden light. Stepping into the epic armory, the crew is instantly blown away by the sheer amount of dwarven gear, shouting about the weapons and calling them absolute masterpieces. And the hype doesn't stop there, because they find even more insane dwarven armor, every single piece a total flex of craftsmanship. But while everyone's freaking out, Isaac snaps Taeho out of it, telling him not to just stand there, and to grab some sweet gear for himself too. His eyes pop open as it clicks, and Taeho's like, oh, right. Then, as he locks in, a subtle blue power sparks around his eyes, his vision getting super sharp with some next-level perception. He scans the weapons on the wall, each one pulsing with a unique glow, and it hits him, there's a secret grading system going on. His eyes are practically lasers, blazing with that blue power, as he downloads all the insane info about these legendary weapons. A massive blue aura explodes around him, signaling a huge breakthrough, as he finally spots the ultimate piece of gear. Meanwhile, outside, the epic armory just dominates the snowy mountains, its ancient walls hiding untold riches. A small squad is making their way to the huge, fancy gates, their snowy trek bringing them to this epic fortress. The entire town shows up, giving massive props to the adventurers, sincerely thanking them again for getting revenge for their fallen comrades. Isaac, totally impressed by Taeho's sharp instincts, points out that he's got an amazing eye for gear. Taeho just leveled up his style, rocking the Hawk's Wing garb, the only blue-grade item he snagged from the armory. Talk about a lucky find. He's already feeling how light and tough it is, but the real question is, what secret powers does this thing hide? Isaac, ever the expert, drops the bomb, it needs a chant to activate, and get this, it's a one-way ticket back to the fortress if things go south. Mind blown. And just like that, with a quick chant, a massive hawk bursts into the sky, blotting out the sun as it takes flight. This thing is fast, its wings slicing through the clouds like a hot knife through butter. Check out those piercing blue eyes, taking in everything from high above. Then, a massive caw rips through the air, because this is just too exciting. He's just a streak across the sky, moving at insane speeds. Suddenly, another hawk appears, flying right alongside him, doubling the aerial awesomeness. He's locked onto his target, nothing's gonna stop him now. And there it is. The Black Fortress, right on the horizon, time to punch it and get there now. He dives down over the icy peaks, the Black Fortress getting closer with every beat of his wings. He's absolutely shredding through the frigid air, carving a path over insane snow-capped peaks, the world just exploding with scale beneath him. And the sheer, unadulterated exhilaration of flight just takes over, making him scream, UWHH. Valhalla Aia at the top of his lungs, a battle cry ripping through the silent mountains. Check out this epic fortress citadel, towering over the snowy mountains like a boss. But even this epic fortress couldn't stop one single Stragos from totally taking over the dwarf mine, leaving everything in chaos, lit only by a few lonely torches. It was an all-out team-up, everyone had to join forces to finally take down Stragos, with legends like Bjorn, Siri, Rolf, and Regenleaf leading the charge. After the battle, the awesome Regenleaf, with her flowing white hair, held up this glowing golden orb, revealing they had totally saved the Unt, a super important artifact given to them by the dwarves. Siri, the blue-haired legend, gave Regenleaf a huge shout-out, praising their insane accomplishment, and dropping the bombshell that all the fallen warriors would be reborn as unstoppable warriors of steel. With Regenleaf chilling at the table, Siri and Rolf stepped up, and Rolf, the green-haired warrior, volunteered to handle the remains of the fallen, a heavy but necessary task after such a huge win. Then, as the day wound down, a voice boomed, telling everyone to go home and chill out, because they'd earned their rest after all that action. After the big announcement, Taeho, looking sharp in his new gear, was seen walking with Rolf down a cool stone hallway, their footsteps the only sound. And right behind them, Siri was also heading out, her blue hair looking awesome as she walked through the epic old halls. After the intense battle, Rolf, ever the party animal, hit Taeho with a casual, yo, drink time. But our boy was absolutely wiped, so he just shut it down with a hard pass. But then Siri, the real MVP, stepped up, giving him the ultimate shout-out. Seriously, Taeho, you crushed it. Best warrior of Eidolon, hands down. He, of course, tried to play it cool, mumbling something about it being a team effort, but we all know who the real hero was. Strolling through the epic fortress halls, Rolf, being Rolf, just wouldn't quit, pestering him about that drink again, but he was still a hard no, making Rolf let out an annoyed TSK. Siri kept her eyes on him, a silent observer, as he just kept moving, clearly deep in thought. His thoughts snapped back to the epic showdown. The raw, insane power of Stragos still burned in his memory. The terrifying image of the demon lord, Stragos, still haunted his mind, a stark reminder of the beast they barely conquered. He recalled the insane dark storm clouds, the terrifying transformation, and knew for a fact that fight was no joke, it was a brutal, life-or-death struggle. But then, a smirk crept onto his face as he remembered the sweet, sweet loot he'd absolutely stacked up on runes from taking down that monster, a sick blue rune pulsing in his hand. Suddenly, a holographic display popped up, showing his synchronization rate was now at a solid 9%. His gaze sharpened, his fist tightening, just 1% more to go, and he was hyped for whatever came next. The hype was real, a burning question in his mind, what insane power-up would drop when he finally hit that sweet 10%. Chapter 14, Valkyrie, 1, kicks off with an epic shot of a wing slicing through the sky, setting the stage for some serious action. Regenleaf, the golden-armored Valkyrie with those incredible wings, is absolutely owning the skies over a snowy mountain range, flying high on a recon mission. She's scanning the horizon, but a sudden thought hits her, did I go too far? Time to head back, she figures. But just as she's about to pivot, something totally unexpected makes her emerald eyes snap wide open in pure shock. Then, boom! A colossal impact just tears through the snow below, sending ice and rock flying everywhere and leaving a massive crater. A deep, ominous hum vibrates through the distant mountains, making the very ground shake from whatever just went down. Her golden wing, glowing with a subtle blue energy, is practically buzzing, reacting to this crazy disturbance. She's diving straight down to the source, and Regenleaf can tell right away, this tremor is not normal. She's hovering right over the impact zone, totally torn, should she go in and check it out, or play it safe and bail? A single bead of sweat rolls down her face, her expression a perfect blend of, oh no, and, let's do this as she stares down the mystery. Then, with a powerful surge, she plunges straight down, absolutely blazing with golden light, ready to face whatever's waiting. Her incredible wings burst open, revealing their secret, as that a swan's wing cloak unleashes its power, ready for anything. Plummeting through the shadows, she knew this was going to be risky business. Her swan's wing cloak, a beacon of white, sliced through the atmosphere, propelling her straight into the heart of the mystery. The pressure was on, she needed to report this, like, yesterday. Elsewhere, a white-haired Valkyrie was totally freaking out, her jaw practically on the floor. The bombshell dropped, an army was on the move, ready to strike. Regenleaf, now in a fancy room, was totally confused, wondering how she got there so fast and finished her report already. The white-haired Valkyrie dropped a bombshell, saying the battle was going to kick off by tomorrow noon, and Regenleaf was already on it, calling for backup from Valhalla. Yet, the white-haired Valkyrie was still scratching her head, totally blanking on reporting the news herself and wondering if she'd just been too stressed out. Meanwhile, a cool blue-haired leader, bundled up in his cloak, was telling everyone to hit the hay early, showing them the exit. Then, he totally busted two guys chugging drinks, reminding them alcohol was a no-go, which got a shocked, out of one of them. The leader let out a frustrated sigh, thinking this was way too harsh, then suddenly realized Taeho was missing and wondered where he'd vanished to. Elsewhere, heavy boots were crunching through the snow, disappearing into the darkness. Out in the freezing, snow-dusted courtyard, our hero is grinding, his mind laser-focused on leveling up his skills. He's eyeing up some sweet gear, thinking he could totally dominate with it, but only if he can actually figure out how to use it right. His eyes blaze with resolve as he declares, let's practice. He's not wasting a single second. He's pushing past his limits, grinding hard, knowing he has to be ready for the epic showdown tomorrow. The sun rises over the massive castle, bringing with it the next morning and the looming battle. In the epic hall, Regenleaf and the white-haired Valkyrie are locked in, watching as another powerful warrior strides in, ready to drop some serious intel. Ingrid, the new Valkyrie on the scene, drops a bombshell, she's only managed to rally 500 low-tier warriors. Then she hits them with the million-dollar question, do we even know how many enemies we're up against? Ingrid, the Valkyrie of the Njord Legion, drops the bombshell, the enemy count is insane, like, at least 6,000, maybe even more. This is not good. The Valkyries are facing impossible odds, with Ingrid grimly pointing out that even if they throw everything they've got into the fight, they're still only at about 2,500 warriors. Ingrid's face hardens, making the tough call that they're totally out of options and just have to hold the line, no matter what. Ingrid reveals her ace in the hole, emergency defensive magic. And Regenleaf, hyped for the fight, just gives the order, let's go. The Valkyries were ready, their eyes burning with fierce determination, as the white-haired Valkyrie, Regenleaf, and the blue-haired leader unleashed a powerful battle cry, for Asgard and the Nine Realms. The battlefield was set, a desolate expanse of rock and shadow, ready to witness the clash of titans. Then, a monstrous stomp shook the very earth, announcing the arrival of a truly terrifying foe. The allied forces were ready, their weapons gleaming, as the command rang out, prepare for battle. Bjorn, a titan of a warrior, rallied his troops with a thunderous roar, their battle cry shaking the very foundations of the world, for Thor. Bragi of the Thor Legion was locked and loaded, as the blue-haired leader of the Uller Legion gave the ultimate command, ULLR Legion, ready to shoot. With a powerful roar, the blue-haired leader rallied her troops, their combined might echoing the ancient cry, for Asgard and the Nine Realms. But in the heart of the storm, Taeho's mind raced, his eyes blazing with power as he declared, I need a long-range weapon. And just like that, with a blinding flash of blue energy, he conjured his ultimate weapon, the Thunderbolt crossbow, ready to unleash a shocking blow on any foe. With his new crossbow locked and loaded, Taeho roared, his voice a defiant challenge, for Idun. The heavens themselves screamed as a terrifying swarm of winged beasts descended, a dark tide against the fading light. The ground shook with the thunderous charge of a colossal war beast, leading an unstoppable tide of monsters, a nightmare army ready to crush all in its path. The beast-like warriors are absolutely charging, their savage roars ripping through the air, a literal tsunami of raw power smashing into the defenses. But from the high ground, a literal hailstorm of arrows just absolutely decimates, a dark, deadly cloud raining down on the charging horde, who just scream back in defiance. The wolf-headed celebrants are getting absolutely peppered, their shields barely holding up as arrows just shred through their ranks, their screams of agony echoing across the field. But they just keep coming, more of those beast-like warriors pushing through the pain, their bodies riddled with arrows but they will absolutely unbreakable. And just when you think it's only arrows, a huge, spiked club gets launched from the enemy, spinning through the air like a deadly missile. These massive clubs just slam into the stone walls, their impact literally shaking the entire fortress as they dig deep into the rock. But the enemy is also climbing, some of those beast-like warriors making it over the wall, only to get absolutely wrecked by the defenders, one getting a brutal axe to the face. Up on the wall, Bjorn and Isaac are holding the line, with Isaac absolutely blasting the enemy with ice magic, shouting that they're not getting through. One of those beast-like warriors gets absolutely frozen solid, trapped mid-roar as Isaac's icy magic just engulfs them. And that ice blast just keeps going, freezing more of those wolf-headed celebrants, their howls turning into desperate, chilling screams. But then, out of nowhere, a gigantic rock just plummets from the sky, dropped by some unseen, monstrous beast, ready to flatten everything below. That massive rock just absolutely obliterates the ground near the wall, shattering the earth and sending debris flying everywhere, showing just how much raw power the enemy is packing. The wolf-headed celebrants were absolutely relentless, their snarls tearing through the air as one massive beast just went for it, claws out, ready to tear everything apart. But then, bam! An invisible force just absolutely rocked the charging beast, sending shrapnel and a massive shockwave exploding everywhere. The hit was so insane, the celebrant was just launched backward, its body flailing as it got absolutely blasted away from the defenses. But the horde? They just kept coming, no hesitation, a non-stop wave of wolf-headed monsters, already clawing their way up the walls. Their battle cries were deafening as the celebrants, even with a dwarf warrior joining the fray, just kept pushing, their sheer numbers looking like they were about to swallow the defenders whole. The ground literally shook as this massive horde just kept coming, a chaotic, unstoppable wave of bodies and weapons crashing towards the fortress. But then, from the walls, Rolf just went off, unleashing a devastating, fiery blast that absolutely incinerated a chunk of the enemy horde in a blinding explosion. In the middle of all this madness, Taeho was just watching it all go down, his face a mask of worry as the wolf-headed monsters kept coming, non-stop. Then, out of nowhere, his head snapped up, a shocked gasp escaping him as he saw a whole new level of danger dropping from the heavens. But before he could even process it, something unseen just smashed into him, sending him flying backward in a hail of rubble. And up in the sky, through the broken clouds, a whole swarm of winged beasts were diving down, their dark shapes bringing a whole new level of terror to the fight. Taeho slammed into the ground, bracing for the hit, his mind screaming that this fight just went from bad to absolutely insane. Just when you thought it couldn't get worse, a new terror drops from the sky, a whole swarm of monstrous winged beasts, their dark silhouettes cutting through the light as they dive straight into the fray. And one of these colossal beasts, with a jaw that could swallow a man whole, unleashes a devastating stream of fire, leaving no doubt, these are wyverns, and they mean business. That fiery breath just absolutely incinerates the ground troops, sending them scattering and screaming as the sheer, unbearable heat washes right over them. And it's not just one. More wyverns swarm in, their combined fire blasts turning the entire battlefield into a raging inferno, pushing the defenders to their absolute breaking point. But Regenleaf isn't backing down. She raises a glowing hand, her emerald gaze locked on the sky as raw golden energy starts to crackle and surge around her. She's tapping into something ancient, something powerful, calling upon the sacred might of the runes to unleash a counterattack against those flying monsters. And with a blinding flash of pure power, Regenleaf unleashes a golden energy blast that absolutely rocks one of those wyverns, sending it spiraling out of control. But even with that epic hit, the rune barrier is taking a beating, its durability dropping fast, and Regenleaf knows they have to take out those aerial threats, or it's game over for their defenses. Down on the ground, Taeho is watching this aerial nightmare unfold, his face a mask of shock and fierce resolve as he clutches his chest, clearly ready to jump back into action. Siri, seeing his intense gaze, calls out to him in alarm, while Rolf stands by, both of them watching Taeho's unwavering focus on the sky. But Taeho isn't just watching anymore. With a fierce declaration, he launches himself into the sky, now clad in a mysterious, winged garb, ready to take the fight directly to the wyverns. He's not just flying, he's powering up, calling out for his hawk's wing garb to unleash its full potential and absolutely dominate the aerial battlefield. Taeho is absolutely plummeting through the air, a blinding golden aura just exploding from him, like he's a human meteor. And his hand? It's practically burning with that same golden light, a massive chant ripping through the air. He's still falling, but his body is like a freaking sun, a golden comet just tearing through the sky. But then, out of nowhere, a dark, feathered shadow just appears right next to him, keeping pace with his insane fall. A giant wing just swipes past him, those dark feathers a total opposite to his golden power. This thing just zooms away from a massive, snowy castle, like some ancient protector making a quick exit. Those wings are just a blur of pure power, propelling it through the sky at insane speeds. Every single beat is just raw power, a dark shape dominating the pale sky. Then, this majestic bird just lands on a perch, its intense blue eyes swiveling back to check out what it just flew from. Taeho, finally on the ground, stares up at the bird flying off, and a quiet thought just slips out, looks like no one noticed. It's go time. Taeho is ready to unleash the results of his intense training, launching a massive attack with fiery explosions tearing through the castle, swarming with tiny dragons. And just as things got wild, a colossal black wyvern, wings pumping, swooped down on the besieged castle. But wait, Taeho wasn't just watching. He was diving straight into the action, eyes blazing, yelling, "Here I go." Then, a blinding flash and an energy surge exploded around him, signaling a lightning-fast move. At the same time, the massive wyvern nosedived from above, a black and blue streak of pure power. It wasted no time, immediately clashing with a smaller dragon, completely owning the sky. Its talons, now glowing with an eerie blue, slashed through the air, connecting with devastating accuracy. And just like that, with an explosive burst, the monstrous bird unleashed a devastating kick, sending another dragon flying. The impact was insane, a massive blue energy explosion ripping through the air. Down below, Taeho surveyed the golden ruins of the castle, staring up at the wyvern, probably thinking, did that just happen? But that disbelief quickly turned into pure hype as he shouted, "Operation Success. This wyvern is mine now." And just like that, he hopped on his new ride, grabbing the reins and officially claiming his epic new wyvern. Get ready, because the saga of the one who commands dragons is about to drop, with a massive roar that'll shake your screen. This is the epic story of the Dragon Knight's sword, a glowing blue blade of pure power, just waiting to unleash havoc. But hold up, as the fight gets wild, he screams out, demanding a spear to absolutely dominate the battlefield. And just like that, a spear of pure, glowing blue energy pops into existence, radiating power. But wait, his face totally goes from hype to, what the heck, because that epic spear he wanted? It's just a bamboo stick. Still on his wyvern, he just shrugs it off, figuring he's got no choice but to make this bamboo spear work. But then, with a fierce look, he yells to his wyvern, hyping it up to charge straight into the action. And just like that, the wyvern blasts off, moving at insane speeds. Then, diving hard, the wyvern unleashes a massive blast of orange fire, incinerating everything in its way. The fire breath just keeps coming, a non-stop inferno absolutely melting its target. A dragon-like beast, totally engulfed in flames, screams in agony as it crashes down, completely incinerated. Looking down at the absolute chaos, Taeho stays cool on his wyvern, still holding that bamboo spear, proving that even the weirdest weapons can bring total victory. From way up high, the wyvern's sharp eyes were locked onto the chaos unfolding below. And riding on its back, Taeho dove straight into a crazy swarm of dark, winged monsters, the air just exploding with their wild energy. As they climbed higher, he stared down the incoming swarm, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. Then, with a battle cry that echoed through the sky, he let loose, blue energy just exploding around him. His eyes blazing with intense blue power, a wicked, glowing energy blade just popped into existence in his hand, ready to carve up anything in its path. At the exact same moment, the wyvern let loose with a devastating beam of pure blue fire, absolutely shredding through the first wave of monsters with an explosive impact. But Taeho wasn't done yet, he absolutely exploded with a massive, expanding wave of blue energy, his whole body just glowing. This double-team attack was a dazzling, destructive torrent, absolutely wrecking the sky and sending the rest of those creatures flying. Down on the ground, the crowd went wild, Bjorn's voice absolutely thundering, "Well done, warrior of Iden." The crowd's cheers just exploded, as they chanted, "Idun! Idun! Idun!" Way up high, the last of those dark monsters just plummeted from the sky, totally engulfed in the fiery aftermath of that insane attack, with the "Idun" chant still ringing out. And among the stunned crowd, Reginleaf just stared, her eyes wide with pure shock and awe, whispering, "Truly amazing." Down on the ground, Bjorn is absolutely stunned, thinking about how this one warrior just took down an entire wyvern unit all by himself. But Reginleaf, with that intense look in her eyes, knows this isn't the end, she can feel it in her bones. Because just as she thinks it, a terrifying new swarm of winged monsters darkens the sky, screaming that it's not over yet for the warrior of Iden. And up in the sky, Taeho, still riding his wyvern, feels that chilling shift in the air, knowing deep down that something even bigger is about to drop. Then, out of nowhere, a terrifying, giant harpy beast with glowing red eyes and deadly talons rips through the air, its presence screaming pure menace. And it's not just one. A whole army of these winged nightmares, their eyes burning with pure evil, floods the sky, a terrifying sight to behold. Reginleaf's scream cuts through the air, a chilling warning, it's a full-blown harpy legion, and they're coming in hot. But Taeho isn't backing down. With a fierce look, he grips his staff even tighter, ready to take on this entire harpy army head-on. No hesitation. He barks a command to his wyvern, it's time to dive into the fray. And the wyvern roars back, a fierce "Kaio" of agreement, its eyes blazing as it gets ready for a lightning-fast dive. They plunge downwards at insane speeds, the wyvern a blur as it rockets towards a massive, glowing structure below, a golden light blasting up from its ancient walls. Mid-descent, Taeho's voice rips through the chaos, a desperate shout echoing through the air, "Captain Siri." He's still diving, eyes locked on the target, pushing the limits. It's like a moment of pure connection, hands reaching out in the glowing unknown. The wyvern's flying him through the sky like a boss. A total blur of speed and power. The wyvern's getting hyped, sensing the danger closing in. Flying over epic mountains straight into a massive monster swarm. He's looking back, hand on his sword, totally ready for the next challenge. Then, out of nowhere, Siri shows up, eyes blazing, bow drawn, and you know what that means, the witch's arrows are about to hit their mark. Boom! A storm of glowing red arrows just explodes from her bow, blazing across the sky with insane precision. She's just unleashing a relentless volley, totally surrounded by a fierce red aura. And just like that, the wyvern is blasted with red energy as Siri's arrows create a shimmering, protective shield around it. Up in the heavens, a wild vortex of pink energy was going absolutely nuts, with shadowy winged beasts swarming all around it, barely visible against the blinding sky. Down below, a squad of beefy warriors were absolutely losing it, staring up in total shock, their faces screaming pure panic as this insane spectacle played out overhead. And check it out, Reginleaf, the legendary warrior of Iden, was right there with another Valkyrie, eyes glued to the sky as she dropped a bombshell. He's made the greatest contribution in this battle. Talk about a mic drop. But wait, there's more. Through the gloom, a rain of fiery red particles started to descend, each one practically screaming danger with its sinister glow. Then, bam! The descent went into overdrive, a colossal pillar of raw red energy just free-falling towards the ground, its fiery glow turning the whole world crimson. The sheer power of this thing left a scorching trail, a blazing hot streak tearing through the very air. More warriors were freaking out, one of them screaming, "Hua!" What was that, as this monstrous thing kept falling, making another guy stammer, a gigantic. And then, boom! With a thunderous roar, that energy absolutely obliterated the ground, exploding into a mind-blowing, crimson-red apocalypse of light and rubble. From way back, the wyvern was still hauling its rider over a world now drenched in the freaky glow of that impact, the very air practically vibrating with leftover energy. Taeho and Siri, watching that distant apocalypse unfold, were absolutely stunned, Siri yelling, "W what?" Fell from the sky, and he just managed, that looks like. And get this, the impact zone revealed a monstrous, jagged crystal structure, glowing an angry, blood red, and it was literally sparking with terrifying black lightning. But before anyone could even process what they were seeing, that massive crystal just started to violently explode, shattering into a million pieces of pure, crimson power. Out of nowhere, a colossal, dark entity ripped its way into reality, its monstrous form absolutely engulfed in crackling red energy and glowing particles. And as its upper body finally broke through, a central glowing blue core pulsed with raw power amidst its dark, rocky mass, still radiating an intense crimson light that screamed danger. Its massive form just kept coming, revealing dark, sinewy limbs and even more red energy blasting from its body. Then, a monstrous, clawed foot slammed down, its sheer size hinting at the creature's absolutely overwhelming scale. From a distance, Taeho and Siri stared up, their faces absolutely frozen in shock and disbelief, barely able to whisper what this terrifying new presence could even be. The colossal creature was now fully revealed, absolutely dwarfing an entire city, its sheer size mind-boggling and impossible to grasp. This wasn't just some monster, this was the giant gut warrior of Utgard Loki, its upper body now fully visible, adorned with glowing blue lines that pulsed with an ominous, terrifying power. Its imposing form was further emphasized, clearly identified as a boss giant, a threat of unparalleled, game-ending magnitude. The massive, dark body of the giant gut warrior just kept radiating malevolent red energy, its jagged texture screaming ancient, destructive power. Below, the giant stood fully revealed, absolutely dwarfing a group of diverse warriors including Bjorn, the red-haired celebrant, the wolf-headed celebrant, and the dwarf warrior, who stared up at it in utter, soul-crushing despair, screaming, "How are we supposed to defeat that?" Then, out of nowhere, a surge of vibrant blue energy absolutely exploded, signaling a terrifying new manifestation of the giant's power. This blue energy now visibly coursed along the creature's leg, highlighting its monstrous form with an eerie, terrifying glow. The colossal giant gut warrior was not holding back, its massive form ripping through the very ground itself as debris exploded around its lower body, a faint, ominous blue energy starting to pulse. And that monstrous face, now fully revealed, was locked in a terrifying stare, its eyes burning with an intense, cold blue, power lines crackling across its dark, rocky skin. Watching this absolute nightmare unfold, Siri was quick to tell Taeho, they needed to get out of there, fast, before things got even worse. With golden particles swirling around her, she coolly gave the order to be dropped near Rolf, already planning their next move. Back on the battlefield, the colossal entity was fully manifested, its entire body now absolutely blasting with an intense, vibrant blue glow, surrounded by a dazzling cascade of golden particles. That blue energy was pulsing with insane intensity, making the jagged contours of its monstrous torso practically scream with power. But Regenleaf wasn't backing down, standing resolute, hands raised as golden magical energy started to swirl and gather, ready to unleash pure power. With a determined expression and a fierce golden aura, she roared, ready to unleash the sacred power of the runes. Meanwhile, the giant's massive foot was glowing with that same ominous blue energy, a clear sign that a devastating move was coming. This colossal figure now absolutely loomed over the distant city, its blue glowing form casting an insane shadow as the sun dipped below the horizon. One of its massive hands was now glowing with concentrated blue energy, a terrifying warning of the destructive power it was about to unleash. That monstrous face, framed by white fur, was still absolutely blazing with intense blue light, its eyes burning with an otherworldly, terrifying power. Boom! The giant gut warrior just went full beast mode, unleashing a devastating attack that sends a whole squad of warriors, Brocky, the dwarf, the blonde, the red-haired, and the wolf-headed, flying like ragdolls. Brocky lets out a gut-wrenching scream, his body getting tossed around like he's nothing, the sheer force of the giant's attack just unreal. And Regenleaf? She's not immune either, taking a direct hit and letting out a pained grunt, her golden armor barely holding up. Hold up. The giant's getting hit back. Its massive body actually recoils, blue energy exploding off it, someone just landed a serious blow. Yeah, that's right, keep pushing it back. The giant's blue energy is actually breaking apart, turning into a dazzling display of purple sparks. It's completely engulfed. The giant's massive body is swallowed by a vortex of glowing purple energy, this attack is seriously powerful. But the giant's not down for long. It hits Regenleaf again, and you can see the sheer pain and effort on her face as she tries to hold her ground. She's sent flying. That hit just shattered her golden barrier into a million pieces, Regenleaf is in serious trouble. But just before she crashes, Ingrid swoops in like a total boss, catching Regenleaf midair. Ingrid's got her, but Isaac's already on it, shouting to get that barrier back up and making sure Regenleaf is even okay. Ingrid's not sugarcoating it, admitting they're practically on their last legs, maybe only a couple more hits before it's over. With a look of pure resolve, Ingrid lays it out, they're totally outmatched, these lowest-class warriors are no match for this monster. Amidst the chaos, a Valkyrie's thoughts turned inward, a burning desire igniting within her, as she yearned to tap into the raw, untamed power she knew lay hidden deep inside. But the monstrous giant gut warrior wasn't just standing there, its massive, stone-like body, still wrapped in ancient bindings, started to absolutely glow, pulsating with an intense, golden energy as arcane symbols flared to life. And then, in a breathtaking display, the Valkyrie responded, her arms shooting skyward, her own power surging to meet the giant's, as if she was about to unleash something truly catastrophic. Her armor and flowing cape swirled with the building energy, a clear sign that she was about to unleash something epic, the legendary, unbridled power of the Valkyrie. Regenleaf lets out a desperate cry, her voice screaming to the heavens. Above her, a golden light shimmers, reflecting off ornate armor, as if the gods themselves were watching, but doing nothing. The towering giant gut warrior, its rocky form crackling with ominous blue energy, stands as an insurmountable obstacle, a true nightmare. Its immense presence looms over Regenleaf, who faces the grim reality, they are completely outmatched. Her voice trembles with desperation, how could mere low-class warriors possibly stand against this monster? Suddenly, an unseen force slams into a magical barrier, shattering it into a cascade of golden energy and sparkling particles. The impact radiates outward, a blinding flash of golden light signifying the overwhelming power of the attack. Ciri and Rolf are violently thrown back by the concussive force, their bodies reeling from the devastating blow. Witnessing her comrades fall, Regenleaf's plea intensifies, begging for permission to unleash their full power. Her hand reaches skyward, a desperate gesture, as a dark bird soars through the cloudy expanse above. The raven, a harbinger of fate, seems to carry her desperate wish, a silent command to unleash their combat seals. A shadowy raven, with a single, piercing red eye, silently observes the chaos. And then, a white-haired Valkyrie, radiating a subtle purple energy, makes a shocking declaration, I refuse. That defiant refusal sends shockwaves through the other Valkyries, Regenleaf and Ingrid, who can barely believe what they're hearing, their expressions a mix of fear and astonishment. But the giant gut warrior isn't slowing down, winding up to launch another devastating attack on the city, and the raven's chilling message rings out, do not forget. This is merely a test for all. The raven's ominous message intensifies, its red eye glowing with purpose, declaring, what Valhalla needs is only strong warriors. The Valkyries, including the white-haired one, Regenleaf, and Ingrid, are left stunned by the raven's words, the weight of the test settling heavily upon them. But then, a new force emerges. Brockie, with his flowing white hair and beard, steps up, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, ready to throw down. And Rolf is right there with him, gripping his weapon tight, his green hair and blue eyes glowing with a fierce purple energy, he's absolutely hyped for battle. The blue-haired leader, his face a picture of pure hype, unleashes an epic battle cry, let's go. Warriors of the gods. And the crowd goes wild. The red-haired, wolf-headed, and blonde-haired warriors erupt in a thunderous cheer, hyping up Brockie for the ultimate showdown. Then, Brockie explodes into action, his weapon arcing with a powerful green energy, a whirlwind of pure force. His weapon slams into something with an explosive blue flash, the sheer power shaking the very ground. Brockie explodes into action, a green-streaked missile of pure power, his weapon blazing as he kicks off the ultimate offensive. Boom! He slams into the giant's arm, sending shockwaves through the colossal beast, which lets out a deafening FORR as its power flares. No hesitation. He doubles down, smashing the giant's other arm, forcing out another earth-shattering THORR. He sticks the landing, weapon still crackling with raw power, his gaze locked on the colossal threat. Check out that blade. It's practically screaming with power, ready for more action. He's not done yet. Another earth-shattering blow rocks the giant, sending chunks of debris flying as the beast stumbles back. But Brockie isn't alone. The blue-haired leader, hyped and ready, roars, all right, let's go too, leading the charge with his squad. He's calling on the legends, screaming Odin. ULLR, to fuel their righteous fury. And Brockie's still going strong, landing a critical, glowing green hit right on the giant's face, sending its head reeling. Like a true master, he lands perfectly on the giant's shoulder, weapon still charged, ready to unleash more pain. The cavalry has arrived. A wyvern, with a fierce rider, dives straight for the giant, bringing aerial support to the chaos. Amidst the mayhem, the blue-haired leader strategizes, asking, what should we do now, and Rolf, ever the warrior, declares, Rolf and I will create an opening. He lays out the game plan, declaring that the perfect moment to strike is when they can swoop in for the kill. Luckily, he reveals, Brockie actually managed to carve out a weak spot on the massive beast, making Rolf wonder if it's even possible. Eyes locked onto the giant's massive skull, Rolf demands to know exactly where this weak point is hiding. And with his eyes blazing with an electric blue glow, Taeho is locked in, absorbing every detail of the chaos. The blue-haired leader confirms the hit, revealing the massive scar now etched onto the giant's head, proof of Brockie's brutal opening move. Fueled by fresh resolve, he hypes up the team, ready to dive back into the action. Soaring high above the chaos, Taeho clutches the wyvern's reins, its mighty roar echoing as it prepares for a dive. Spinning to face his green-haired ally, the blue-haired leader drops the bomb, they're going with the siege ballista, Rolf. A shockwave hits Rolf's face, as he echoes the weapon's name, Siege Ballista. The leader confirms, dropping the bombshell that they'll unleash both their sagas at the same time, a move so insane it leaves Rolf speechless. With the wyvern circling the colossal giant, its rider whispers a tense warning, careful, careful. Taeho, gripping the wyvern's reins, stares ahead with wide, intense eyes, braced for the insane strategy to kick off. The stage is set. Brocky, with his wild fur and electric blue eyes, takes his position, wondering, is this the perfect spot to lay in wait? His eyes blaze with an almost terrifying electric blue, locked onto his target with laser focus. But before he can react, a lightning-fast strike slams into Brocky's leg, sending shockwaves of red energy across his form. And there he is. Taeho, looking down from above, his opening strike a perfect hit. A quick look back, a silent assessment, Taeho is already strategizing his next devastating blow. No way. Brocky unleashes a blinding counterpunch, a golden explosion of raw power blasting from his fist. The impact is colossal, sending Taeho flying, a shockwave ripping through the very air. Even Brocky feels the kickback, his head snapping from the sheer force, a testament to the power he just unleashed. Taeho is sent spiraling, a dark blur against the chasm, falling at impossible speeds. Down, down, down he goes, smashing through rock and debris, the impact echoing through the cavern. And then, a cataclysmic crash. He slams into a colossal stone structure, sending a dust cloud exploding outwards. The earth-shattering impact catches the attention of two fierce warriors below. The white-haired one, armored and ready, shouts, Aiden's warrior. Aiden's warrior is locked in, eyes wide with a tense expression as the sheer force of the impact blasts through the air. And right next to her, Raskrid's eyes are practically popping out of her head, pure shock and concern etched across her face. The sheer, concussive force from the distant crash whips her flowing white hair around her face, her expression a raw blend of fear and desperate urgency. Then, as another figure makes a swift exit, a voice cuts through the chaos, yelling, Raskrid. I'm leaving this whole mess to you. But with a fierce, determined glint in her piercing blue eyes, Raskrid makes her own declaration, I'm going straight to Aiden's warrior. Her voice rings out with absolute conviction, shouting that the one who just crashed is their only hope right now. But down below, in the heart of the destruction, Taeho is absolutely wrecked, lying broken amidst the rubble, his face a bloody, dusty mess from that devastating impact. The very ground around him is utterly annihilated, a brutal testament to the sheer, bone-shattering force of his crash. Barely clinging to consciousness, he lets out a weak groan, struggling to even twitch his battered body. And from a terrifying bird's-eye view, the full, horrifying scope of his predicament is revealed. He's trapped in a massive crater, completely surrounded by a menacing horde of monstrous figures. His bloodshot eyes are a window to his inner torment, a desperate, primal scream to get up, even as every fiber of his being screams back, I can't. But even with his body screaming in agony, he somehow forces himself to turn and face the encroaching darkness, a single, defiant figure standing against an overwhelming tide of shadowy, armored monsters. Severely wounded and battered, Taeho felt his consciousness slipping away, a profound weariness washing over him. As darkness threatened to consume him, a single, desperate question echoed in his mind, was this truly the end? But then, a warm, inviting smile pierced the encroaching void. A familiar voice called out his name, pulling him further into the illusion. He blinked, disoriented, struggling to comprehend his surroundings. The scene solidified into a cozy apartment, and he realized with a jolt that this was his newlywed home with Haida, a place that could only exist in his deepest illusions. Haida, ever the attentive partner, urged him to eat, while he still grappled with the surreal nature of his vision. Before him lay a plate of golden apple pieces, a fantastical meal that Haida confirmed was perfectly real within this imagined space, since it was, after all, his own creation. With a gentle smile, she offered to feed him, her chopsticks poised with the shimmering fruit. He opened his mouth obediently, accepting the bite as she praised him, a moment of pure, fleeting bliss. But the comforting illusion began to waver, his eyes closing as the sounds of reality, or perhaps his fading consciousness, intruded, pulling him away from the dream. The golden light of his imagined home receded, leaving him once more in the encroaching darkness. Just as all hope seems lost, a blinding golden light explodes from him, blasting away the darkness with an insane, raw power. This radiant energy just keeps on growing, its sheer brilliance screaming that something huge is happening. A white-haired Valkyrie is absolutely stunned, her jaw practically on the floor, wondering how a total no-name warrior is suddenly rocking god-tier power. Surrounded by a pack of snarling wolf beasts, Taeho is now a beacon of golden energy, pushing them back with sheer force and literally shattering the ground. The golden energy around him just keeps getting stronger, making the ground explode outwards in rings of pure power. These wolf beasts, who were just moments ago ready to tear him apart, are now totally freaked out, whimpering and backing away. His hair and eyes are practically on fire with golden light, and Taeho can feel it, his wounds are gone, and he's got an insane power-up. His eyes, which were just moments ago filled with agony, are now blazing with a golden fire, showing off his absolutely unbelievable new power. No time to waste. He charges straight into the terrified horde, a golden blur of pure, unstoppable power. One single, earth-shattering punch, and Taeho sends multiple wolf beasts absolutely soaring, their bodies exploding on impact. He just keeps on going, crushing the rest of the monsters with his insane, godlike power. And with one final, epic golden energy blast, Taeho absolutely wipes out the last of his enemies, leaving nothing but chaos behind. Still absolutely glowing with divine power, Taeho unleashes a devastating, golden-hued punch, the sheer force of it crackling through the air. Meanwhile, the crowd's cheers are absolutely exploding, proclaiming, "Long live Haida and Aiden." Below him, Rolf and Captain Siri are shouting, desperate to know if Taeho is even okay. Siri confirms they're locked and loaded for battle, while Rolf, absolutely stunned by his power, asks if he can pull off that insane move just one more time. He glances back at the white-haired Valkyrie, sheepishly admitting, I don't have a ride now. She confidently tells him to chill out, then drops the bombshell, "Ride on me, warrior of Aiden." A massive blush spreads across his face as the Valkyrie reaches down, asking, "What?" He's absolutely stammering in disbelief, totally questioning what in the world she even means. Meanwhile, a whole group of warriors are screaming in agony, absolutely caught in the unseen, devastating force of his attack. They're violently thrown against a shimmering purple barrier, absolutely shattering it on impact, all while the towering, menacing form of the giant gut warrior looms nearby. The monstrous giant, its body pulsating with electric blue energy, was still under siege, countless warriors swarming its massive form, a desperate, chaotic assault. But their desperate cries of, "You monster! Die," were met with brutal indifference, their attacks barely registering on the Titan's armored form. Then, with a single, earth-shattering blow, the giant retaliated, sending dozens of warriors flying, their assault utterly broken. And just like that, they were falling, a tragic cascade of bodies against the grim, stormy sky. But Taeho was still stuck on the Valkyrie's wild offer, his mind racing as he blurted out, "I'll ride on you." "What do you mean by that?" "Pure chaos." But the Valkyrie wasn't playing games, her eyes glowing with an ethereal blue, she cut through the tension with a single, powerful word, "Draco." And just like that, Taeho unleashed it. A torrent of brilliant blue energy exploded from him, swirling with raw, untamed power. The very ground shattered under the force, as the energy pulsed outwards, a dazzling display of pure power. Then, from the very core of that explosive blue energy, something incredible emerged, a colossal, majestic white dragon, its feathered wings unfurling, radiating an ancient, overwhelming power. Taeho could only gape, utterly stunned, his mind struggling to comprehend the impossible as he stammered, "A D-dragon." Draco, the majestic dragon, lowered its head, its piercing blue eyes glowing with ancient power, and declared, "I think I understand now why Odin forbade our direct intervention." Then, with a gaze that could pierce souls, the dragon affirmed, "You are strong. Much stronger than I thought." The ultimate compliment from a legendary beast. With the massive dragon now on the field, Rolf, the green-haired warrior, is locked onto the action, his eyes burning with intensity as he sizes up the fight. Right next to him, Siri, with her striking blue hair, is also taking it all in, her face a mask of intense focus as the epic battle rages, the stakes higher than ever before. Then, Rolf locks eyes with the hero, his voice booming with an undeniable challenge, this epic showdown is all his now. Down below, our hero, still buzzing from the insane power he just unleashed, is getting knocked back, his body struggling to contain the sheer force. But then, his blue eyes ignite with pure resolve, and he hears the ultimate call to action, a direct challenge to seize his triumph. A powerful, clenched fist from an ally drives the point home, demanding he fight with everything he's got. The battlefield rages, but Rolf isn't fazed, turning to his companion with a steely gaze, declaring, "This battle is yours to fight." The green-haired warrior is hyping him up, ready to throw down. And with a battle cry, Rolf is gone, a blur of green hair and fury, straight into the thick of it. But the pressure is real for Taeho, who, in his true form, is feeling the heat, that command to claim your victory, hitting different. That voice, that burning command to fight with your own hands, ignites something within him. Suddenly, the epic wyvern speaks, cutting through the noise, telling him, "Now, climb on, warrior of Aiden. It's go time." The wyvern lays out the plan, "The other warriors are buying us time, now is our chance," meaning it's time to make a move. Meanwhile, the massive giant gut warrior is going berserk, glowing with raw power, as other warriors are barely holding it off, buying just enough time for the real play to happen. Taeho's on the wyvern, but he's still processing, so the wyvern, with a hint of sass, just says, "Then. Excuse me. No time for doubts." The wyvern isn't waiting, it's about to launch, so it tells him, "Hold on tight. This is gonna be a wild ride." And just like that, the wyvern blasts off, a dazzling blue streak against the sky, leaving the chaos below in its dust. What a move! Blasting off with the mighty wyvern, he's rocketing through the sky, leaving the chaos in the dust. The sheer g-force of this takeoff rips a shout from him, pure speed just engulfing his entire being. His jaw drops, this is next-level speed, a blur of pure adrenaline. Back on the battlefield, two warriors are locked on the horizon, their gaze intense, waiting for the next move. The blue-haired boss shouts, "It's go time, Rolf, now." No hesitation, no fear, Rolf is locked and loaded, ready to unleash hell. They're powering up a colossal weapon, green energy crackling as they get ready to blast. A satisfying click, and a supercharged red projectile locks into place, ready to unleash devastation. Eyes glowing, power surging, they hit, simultaneous activation, unleashing a devastating, combined magic blast. The earth shatters, a monstrous impact rips through the battlefield, shaking everything to its core. A warrior gets rocked by the blast, barely holding his ground against the sheer power. Rolf lets out a primal scream, blood flying as the sheer force of the attack nearly tears him apart. And just as the previous attack reached its peak, a weapon, now revealed to be in the hands of the legendary Saga, ignites with an insane, crackling green energy. The weapon charges even more, the green power building up with a shocking thwack. But wait, there's more. A fierce hunter-archer with glowing red eyes is locked and loaded, charging up a burst shot from her crossbow, a fiery arrow that's guaranteed to hit. And from way up high, Taeho and the Wyvern are still making their getaway, but they can't help but notice the insane explosion rocking the ground below. Back on the battlefield, Saga is going all out, swinging his staff and unleashing a torrent of green energy. His weapon's blade is practically screaming with concentrated power, a pure beam of destruction locked onto the target. Then, the hunter-archer's fiery red arrow blasts off, a blazing streak of pure destruction heading straight for the giant gut warrior. And at the exact same moment, Saga unleashes a massive green energy blast from his staff, piling on the damage. Boom! The giant gut warrior is absolutely swallowed by a cataclysmic explosion, a furious mix of red flames and green energy, as the combined attack hits home. The ground shakes, the air screams, and a massive kwang echoes as the monster takes the full, brutal force of the assault. The giant gut warrior was getting absolutely pummeled. Green energy ripped through its defenses. And then, boom! A fiery explosion engulfed the colossal beast, turning the battlefield into a literal inferno. Meanwhile, the Wyvern was high above, soaring through the blue skies, getting its rider out of the blast zone, but they weren't out of the fight yet. Down on the ground, Saga was already winding up for round 2, her glowing green staff crackling, a massive blue energy field building around her. From above, Taeho's gaze was locked on the action, pure fire in his eyes, and he roared, "Now, warrior." Those glowing blue eyes weren't just for show, they held a burning promise, "I must risk everything." And just like that, Saga, the charge warrior, went full throttle, unleashing a literal storm of blue and yellow energy, a vortex of pure destruction. The giant gut warrior was instantly sucked into the swirling vortex, the vibrant energies ripping into its body with brutal efficiency. The storm raged on, blue and yellow currents twisting and churning, grinding the giant's rocky hide into dust. Chunks of the giant's body started flying everywhere, the ground itself cracking. This was total annihilation. The destructive dance of energy showed no mercy, turning the mighty warrior into nothing but rubble. And with one last, earth-shattering roar of power, the storm devoured the giant, leaving behind only a blinding maelstrom of light and dust. The sheer force of that storm attack had absolutely obliterated everything, leaving behind a desolate wasteland of jagged rocks and swirling dust where the massive enemy once stood. A deep, guttural rumble echoed through the air, as the final remnants of that insane magical maelstrom finally faded, leaving nothing but silence and utter destruction in its wake. But hold up. Far from that desolate battlefield, a massive hall was absolutely buzzing with energy, packed with hyped-up warriors celebrating their latest victories, their roars shaking the very foundations of the place. And right in the middle of all that noise, a stunning figure in flowing white and gold robes was making her entrance, the crowd parting for her with an excited buzz. Every single step of her golden-armored foot was powerful and precise, taking her straight to the main stage. Then, from the absolute heart of the crowd, a warrior's voice absolutely thundered, hyping up his comrades, "Warriors! Raise your cups!" Up on the dais, Regenleaf was absolutely radiating power, flanked by the white-haired Valkyrie and Ingrid, as she declared to the roaring crowd, "I honor your bravery." Her powerful voice resonated through the entire hall, "It is an honor to be among you today." The warriors absolutely erupted with a thunderous roar, their collective cheer shaking the entire hall to its core. Bjorn, right there in the thick of the party, slammed his mug up high, shouting with the crowd, "Hail Valkyries!" With the cheers still absolutely booming, Regenleaf turned, a genuine, appreciative smile spreading across her face as she took in the epic celebration. The party was still going strong when the white-haired Valkyrie threw her hand out, her voice booming through the hall. She was hyping up her sister, the legendary Ice Princess Rasgrid. She then hoisted a golden goblet high, dropping the ultimate command, "Fill up those cups for the two absolute legends who crushed it today." But Regenleaf was not having it. Hearing Rasgrid and Ice Princess Rasgrid just made her blood boil, and she was ready to throw down with everyone in the room. The white-haired Valkyrie, however, was totally unfazed by her sister's rage, just flashing a smug grin and holding her goblet like she owned the place. Then, facing the massive crowd, the white-haired Valkyrie dropped the mic, declaring, "It's time to call out the real MVPs. Her eyes locked onto a total powerhouse, a warrior of Thor's legion, radiating pure strength. And as the warrior stepped up, the crowd went wild, screaming his name, Brachy. The white-haired Valkyrie was absolutely hyping him up, dropping epic titles like, the One-Man Legion, the Invincible Warrior, the Son of God Brachy. But wait, who's that in the crowd? It's Lee, mug in hand, looking absolutely stunned and hyped, totally soaking in the epicness of the moment. The whole place just absolutely exploded with cheers, the crowd's roar shaking the very foundations of the hall. Lee was totally buzzing, and the crowd was already giving him a new legendary title, the warrior visited by A. And that title just sent Regenleif's anger through the roof, as the crowd screamed out his full, epic new name, the warrior who rode a Valkyrie. The epic announcement drops, revealing that with this insane achievement, 2 warriors are about to be promoted to inferior ranked warriors. Taeho's eyes widen in shock, held by the white-haired Valkyrie as the news hits. He's totally processing it, muttering to himself, the title inferior ranked warrior echoing in his mind. Then it hits him, isn't that the same rank as Bjorn, the absolute powerhouse with the glowing fists? The question just hangs there, a silent challenge to the legendary warrior's status. But who cares about ranks when the crowd is going absolutely wild, their cheers exploding as the party officially kicks off. A massive drinking horn shoots into the air, it's officially party time. Regenleif, with a massive, hyped-up grin, shouts for everyone to drink up. The whole crew, from the white-haired Valkyrie to the beast-headed warrior, is hyped, ready to throw down and celebrate this victory together. Another mug flies up, and a thunderous SKA with ring above L, absolutely rocks the entire hall. In the middle of this epic party, Taeho is clinking mugs with none other than Bjorn, totally caught up in the insane celebration. He's just staring, a total blush spreading across his face, completely blown away by the unexpected hype and camaraderie of this wild party. Caught in the absolute chaos of victory, he's surrounded by a massive, cheering crowd, their energy off the charts. With the crowd going wild, he's feeling that pure, unadulterated rush, thinking, this feels good. The crowd demands more, and he's chugging that mug like a champ, with everyone screaming, down it all. Down it all. Down it all. What a legend. Totally hyped, he's screaming along with them, soaking in the praise, he's a man. A real man. This is epic. And just like that, he's crowd surfing, lifted by a sea of hands, the WHH of victory shaking the very foundations. The party is absolutely wild, with everyone, even the wolf-headed celebrant and the blue-haired leader, roaring with laughter and shouting HHHA and WHAH at the top of their lungs. But high above the party, a mysterious hooded figure is totally scoping out the scene, a quiet Kyeranghon escaping him as he wonders, Taeho, that's the name, right? Still watching the action, he's trying to wrap his head around it, he actually pulled off divinity at the lowest rank? Mind blown. With a second hooded figure nearby, he's still talking smack, yeah, it's kinda cool, but honestly, my kids could pull that off too. We get a quick shot of his face, showing off that rugged stubble, but his expression is still totally mysterious. Then, after a beat, he drops the bombshell, fine, I guess I'll lend a hand, just this one time. And with that declaration, he just dips out, walking away from the still rocking party, leaving the WAHHAH of the crowd in his wake. 1 week later, everything had changed. And Taeho was now living in the inferior ranked warrior lodgings, a far cry from his previous glory. His room, though humble, was his sanctuary. He was out cold, snoring away, totally oblivious to what was about to hit him. Then, a.m. A massive impact rocked his entire room, sending shockwaves everywhere. The sheer power of it ripped him from his sleep with a shout. His eyes were practically popping out of his head, as he screamed, what in the world is going on? Then, boom. Reality itself started to rip apart around him, as insane blue energy exploded, turning everything into glowing shards. This otherworldly power pulsed and swirled, swallowing him whole. And right in the middle of this insane energy storm, the hooded observer just stood there, watching it all unfold. Taeho was absolutely stunned, his eyes wide with pure terror and wonder, the electric blue light blazing in his gaze. Suddenly, a localized thunderclap and crackling blue energy erupt, leaving Taeho utterly bewildered and questioning if he's trapped in some kind of twisted reality show. But from the heart of the storm, a calm, hooded voice cuts through the chaos, demanding to know, who are you? Suddenly, Taeho's outfit shifts, and the mysterious observer, with an unnerving calm, calls him out by name, labeling him inferior-ranked warrior Lee Taeho, and demanding to know if he's correct. The observer doesn't stop there, rattling off Taeho's incredible feats, from crushing 2 commander-level giant gnolls to single-handedly repelling a massive giant. Yet, with a flick of his wrist, the observer scoffs, suggesting that even with all that power, Taeho's still just a big fish in a small pond, a hero only among the weakest. Taeho stands there, utterly stunned, the observer's words hitting him like a physical blow. Then, with a jarring shift, a massive sword slams into the desolate earth, its blade glowing with an eerie green light, instantly transporting them to a new, mysterious realm. The observer's voice booms, confirming Teiho's true identity, and in that instant, his eyes ignite with a fierce, electric blue glow, unleashing a surge of raw power. But the real challenge emerges as a towering, imposing figure steps forward, his very presence screaming, incredibly strong. This new challenger is no joke, boasting power on par with, or even exceeding, a Valkyrie, and he's here for one thing only, a fight. His name, Ragnar Lodbrok, echoes, but Teiho has no idea who he's up against. Ragnar's scarred face splits into a menacing grin, his sword glinting dangerously, as he throws down the gauntlet, daring Teiho to unleash his full power. With his eyes still blazing blue, Teiho accepts the challenge, finally understanding that the observer's questions were just the warm-up for this epic showdown. Teiho is totally blindsided, demanding answers from the mysterious challenger. Why the sudden fight? But Ragnar Lodbrok, cool as ice, just shrugs it off, saying he doesn't need a reason to throw down, then he starts thinking about what kind of reason he could give. With his eyes burning with an intense, golden glow, Ragnar asks the chilling question, does he really need to explain himself? Teiho's face twists in pure terror as the horrifying truth hits him, Ragnar's reason for fighting is because he's about to end him. Ragnar Lodbrok just popped up out of nowhere with a death wish for Teiho, leaving our hero totally confused, desperate to figure out what this guy's real game is. Perched on a cliff, Teiho is absolutely radiating power, blue lightning practically exploding from his hand as he gets ready for whatever's coming next. But down in the forest, the absolute unit Bjorn is already locked and loaded, his massive sword practically begging for a fight. And just like that, Teiho is on the move, his sword a blur of pure energy as he rockets towards the confrontation. But Bjorn isn't flinching, not one bit, his eyes locked on his target, ready to unleash pure chaos. Then, boom. Teiho explodes forward, a literal storm of blue energy, eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated hype. The sword comes down like a hammer, a massive blue explosion of magic, hitting with an insane force. Steel on steel, a blinding flash of blue energy, Teiho and Bjorn are going all out, and the impact is absolutely epic. Just when you think Teiho has the upper hand, bam. He gets absolutely rocked by a surprise attack, letting out a scream of pure agony. And the one who landed that brutal hit? None other than the legendary Ragnar Lodbrok, his scarred face a mask of cold fury as he unleashes pure destruction. Ragnar Lodbrok barely had time to react as a torrent of blue energy slashes exploded, Teiho unleashing a lightning-fast, all-out offensive. But with an earth-shattering clang, Ragnar parried every single one, his defense an impenetrable wall. Teiho's eyes widened in disbelief, damn, is this some kind of parrying hack or what, he thought, but then a dangerous glint appeared, in that case. Then, in a flash of blue, he was gone, leaving Ragnar with nothing but a fading afterimage. He reappeared, a smirk on his face, shouting, I'll aim for the back. A bold move against the legendary warrior. Yet, Ragnar wasn't fooled for a second, pivoting with impossible speed, ready for the counter. Before Teiho could even blink, a devastating, orange-glowing fist crashed into his ribs, a bone-jarring impact. He was sent flying, a helpless projectile, as Bjorn watched the brutal display unfold. He hit the ground like a meteor, a massive crater forming where he landed, the impact echoing through the clearing. Dazed and broken, he lay there, every muscle screaming in protest. And then, Ragnar appeared, a towering, green-glowing titan, his triumph undeniable. The very earth trembled and cracked beneath his feet, a chilling display of his overwhelming might. Ragnar's devastating blow sends Teiho flying, the sheer force of the attack ripping through the environment. A raw scream tears from his throat, his eyes wide with disbelief and searing pain. He slams into the ground, a mere speck against the devastation he just endured. Ragnar Lodbrok stands victorious, his powerful frame dominating the ruined battlefield, a true force of nature. Teiho is down, but not out, his mind screaming, he is so strong. The sheer power of his opponent is undeniable. A faint, desperate glow flickers around his hand, a chilling realization dawning on him, if it weren't for the blessing, he barely manages to think. The raw, burning energy around his hand erupting, I'd be dead. A close call that almost ended everything. Ragnar's chilling voice echoes across the battlefield, a grim pronouncement, the warriors who die here become steel warriors. Towering over the defeated Teiho, Ragnar delivers his brutal philosophy, and if they die as steel warriors, they go to the true resting place of warriors. Ragnar's eyes blaze with a terrifying red glow, his voice a chilling promise, so even if you die, he declares, his power radiating. A powerful crimson aura explodes around him, as he delivers his final, chilling advice, don't be too disheartened. The crimson power surges, crackling with untamed force, a terrifying display of the warrior's ultimate creed. A glowing red blade slices down, leaving a super intense trail of light. With a face etched in pure determination, Ragnar Lodbrok's eyes are practically burning with a fierce yellow light as debris explodes around him. Then, a cracking sound just rips through the air. Meanwhile, way up above the forest, a massive wyvern is just soaring, its powerful wings dominating the sky. Down below, a blur of pure speed and determination, Ragnar is absolutely tearing through the dense forest. Splintering wood and rushing wind just explode around him as he charges, with that wyvern still cruising in the background. With his back to us, Ragnar just keeps pushing, an intense aura of focus practically radiating off him. He pivots slightly, his voice booming with a challenge, "Come on, give it your all," he roars, his sword casually resting on his shoulder, "I'll take it head on." Because the very essence of a warrior's charge isn't just a fight, it's a full-blown storm, a force of nature unleashed. Then, out of nowhere, wreathed in crackling blue energy, wolf-headed warrior just explodes forward with insane speed. Ragnar and the wolf-headed warrior are on a collision course, their paths about to converge in an epic, violent clash. That wolf-headed warrior's leg, still absolutely crackling with vibrant blue energy, is propelling him forward with mind-blowing power. The wolf-headed warrior, absolutely crackling with blue energy, unleashes a devastating leap attack, summoning glowing block-like constructs that explode around him. This guy is going all out, the blue energy just exploding around him as he charges in. And then, boom, a massive, glowing blue wave of pure power erupts, ready to wipe out his opponent. But Ragnar is not having it, he moves like lightning, deflecting that massive blue energy wave with a single, precise strike of his sword. And just like that, Ragnar goes on the offensive, delivering a bone-shattering, buster, kick that sends his opponent reeling. The force of the kick sends the warrior absolutely blasting backward, his body exploding into a dazzling display of blue energy as he slams into the earth. The forest goes quiet for a second, the only sounds the gentle rustle of leaves after that insane impact. But the fight isn't over, the warrior is still trapped, struggling against a glowing blue energy cage that's got him pinned. Ragnar, ever the cool one, just stands over him and says, "Okay, that was actually a pretty entertaining technique you got there." But the warrior, even while pinned, isn't giving up, he looks up and defiantly says, "Yeah, but it's still not enough to beat you." Ragnar, still wanting a challenge, pushes him, "Come on, don't hold back. Show me what you've really got." And to really drive the point home, Ragnar delivers another brutal kick to his face, warning him, "Seriously, unleash your full power, or this is going to end badly for you." Ragnar Lodbrok's foot absolutely decimates the ground, sending dust flying as he keeps up the pressure. In a flash of pure power, the wolf-headed warrior's weapon is ripped from his hand, soaring through the air like it's nothing. No time to breathe. Ragnar's got him by the throat, hoisting him up like he weighs absolutely nothing. And just like that, a bone-jarring crash. He's sent flying into the ground, leaving a massive crater. Witnessing the sheer savagery, Taeho's fist tightens, his gaze locked on the action with an unyielding fire. But just as suddenly, Ragnar snaps his focus to Taeho, his hand clamping around his neck, a menacing question cutting through the tension. "Got it, Taeho?" No time for talk. Ragnar's fist absolutely explodes with a crimson aura, pulsating with untamed, destructive energy. He throws a monstrous punch, the sheer impact warping reality itself. Taeho gets absolutely rocked, collapsing to one knee as the ground around him explodes. The very earth can't handle it, shattering into a million pieces from Ragnar's devastating attack. And just like that, Taeho is down, completely wiped out, lying in a massive crater as the fight comes to a brutal end. The ground beneath them absolutely shatters, debris exploding upwards as the sheer force of the impact rips through the earth. Amidst the absolute chaos, Ragnar's armored leg stays firmly planted, a chilling testament to the raw power he just unleashed. His opponent, Taeho, is brutally driven into the ground, his body twisted and broken by the sheer, devastating impact. As the dust finally starts to settle, a single, desperate thought screams in the silence, "Is this the end?" Ragnar coolly surveys the scene, standing like a god over the utterly defeated Taeho, who lies broken in the massive crater he just created. His hand casually rests on his sword's hilt, a clear hint of disappointment in his voice as he flatly admits he was hoping for more from his opponent. Staring down at the fallen warrior, he dismissively questions the depth of his insight, finding it to be only so much. But then, from the very depths of the crater, streaks of brilliant golden energy absolutely explode upwards, tearing through the air with mind-blowing force. The golden power absolutely swirls around Taeho's body, coalescing into a vibrant, shimmering aura that screams raw potential. His eyes, once dark and defeated, now blaze with an intense golden light, reflecting a fierce, newfound determination that could change everything. The golden energy even intertwines with his braided hair, a clear, undeniable sign of a profound, game-changing transformation taking hold. With an absolute roar of defiance, Taeho's face contorts as the golden power explodes from him in a blinding surge, ready to absolutely challenge his fate. The golden energy around him absolutely explodes, a mind-blowing display of his new power. The raw power literally shatters the ground, launching debris everywhere. Ragnar Lodbrok can only watch, a shockwave of realization hitting him, as he recognizes this insane, godlike power. He can't help but comment on the insane trust Taeho must have with his goddess, a challenge practically dripping from his words. But Taeho's golden eye flares with pure, unadulterated resolve, a silent, terrifying warning to Ragnar to shut his mouth. Then, in a blink, Ragnar is absolutely launched skyward, sent flying by a force he never saw coming. He's just a ragdoll, tumbling through the air, before slamming into the unforgiving rocks below. His sword and iconic white hair are a blur as he hits with a crushing impact, the sound of his defeat reverberating through the entire area. Ragnar is utterly defeated, sprawled across the broken earth, a final, bone-jarring thud sealing his fate. The sheer force of the battle leaves a lingering shockwave, a momentary silence before the next act. Suddenly, Taeho's eyes snap open, now blazing with an intense, electric blue, his new power fully unleashed. Regenleaf, her face a mask of concern, rushes to his side, desperately asking if he's even conscious. Taeho jolts awake, eyes wide with shock, as Regenleaf's worried face looms over him. He spills the beans on the insane encounter, telling her about the random psycho who just showed up and attacked him out of nowhere. Regenleaf's eyes are locked on him, watching him from above as he's sprawled on the floor, clearly still reeling from the fight. Back on his feet, he confesses to the intimidating warrior, he seriously thought he was a goner. Ragnar Lodbrok, scarred and intense, just gives him a look that screams, get on with it. But then, Taeho's eyes pop open in pure terror as he realizes who he's talking to, screaming, what? Why are you here? Regenleaf, with a mischievous grin, steps in, dropping the bombshell that Ragnar Lodbrok is his new mentor. Taeho's jaw drops, his dark eyes practically bugging out, protesting that he already has her as his mentor. But Ragnar? He just snorts, his scarred face a mask of pure contempt, clearly not thrilled about the mentor title. Regenleaf, now seated, lays out the cold hard truth, confessing she's not enough on her own and practically dragged Ragnar here. Ragnar, still looking totally unimpressed, grudgingly admits it's impressive for a weakling to use god-tier power, but then immediately flexes that his own kids could do way more. His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing, as he warns that if Taeho's got nothing more, he's going to be massively disappointed. Regenleaf, sitting right next to Taeho, is hyping up his new mentor, practically daring him to beg for Ragnar's training. And with a confident grin, she's all like, Taeho, I totally trust Ragnar. She then pivots to the big guy, asking if he's gonna show Ragnar his epic saga. Taeho, after a quick thought, decides to trust the process, giving a quick alright, thank you. His words just hang there, a silent nod to the wild ride he's about to embark on. He pulls out the glowing steel feather, this insane magic tool that literally lets you show off your entire life story, and gets ready to blow some minds. Regenleaf double-checks if he knows how to use it, and he's like, yep. His eyes are already starting to glow blue as he powers up that feather. Ragnar, watching the whole thing, is totally unimpressed, thinking, seriously, what's the big deal? Meanwhile, Regenleaf is just telling Taeho to go for it when he's ready. Boom! A massive energy surge blasts out from Taeho, making Ragnar flinch back with a shocked ack, as blinding flashes of light explode from the saga. The saga literally materializes as a glowing, crackling scroll, surrounded by electric blue lightning, and it's so powerful, the whole room is rumbling and shaking. Ragnar's face is absolutely priceless, twisted in pure shock and disbelief, his whole, what's the big deal, attitude completely obliterated by Taeho's insane power. He's still just holding that glowing steel feather, totally oblivious to the chaos he's unleashed, with this innocent, focused look like he's just doing a magic trick. Ragnar, completely shaken, just stares down at him, stammering, what were you doing? His mind blown, while Taeho is just left there, totally blank-faced and confused. Still absolutely floored by what just happened, the young man looks up, a question burning in his eyes. But Regenleaf? She's just got this knowing smirk, totally clued into the saga's insane power. Ragnar, still reeling, turns to Regenleaf, demanding her take on the situation, practically vibrating with anticipation as he asks what happens if Taeho's saga actually finishes. With her eyes locked on the protagonist, the Valkyrie throws it right back, asking the real question, what's his ultimate limit? You can see the fire in his gaze, but Regenleaf's still deep in thought, calculating everything. Ragnar's eyes are practically glowing with this wild, calculating intensity, his brain already on overdrive with all the new potential. He slams a hand on the kid's shoulder, declaring he's gonna train him up to Sigurd's level, and everyone knows that name means legendary power. Regenleaf quickly spells it out, Sigurd is the strongest warrior in Valhalla, period, then immediately hits Ragnar with the follow-up, what's the absolute ceiling for this guy? Her fiery gaze locks onto Ragnar's burning stare, a silent, powerful challenge hanging in the air. Ragnar, still gripping the kid like he's about to bolt, makes it clear he's taking charge of this training. Regenleaf, a little flustered but totally amused, gets his point, but you can tell she's secretly laughing at his over-the-top enthusiasm. She then playfully scolds Ragnar, telling him to chill out and not go all wild with his training, and seriously, stop clutching Taeho like he's some priceless artifact. He turns to the young man, dropping a bombshell, he's leaving him to the Valkyrie. Reginleaf takes it in stride, but her mind is blown by the sheer impossibility of the saga she just witnessed. Ragnar stands tall, his massive sword practically vibrating with power, and she's still reeling from Taeho's insane display. But he just brushes off her concerns, ready to unleash his training methods. Ragnar then gets philosophical, wondering just how far this kid can push the boundaries of power. Reginleaf, with a sly grin, totally agrees, challenging the very limits of Taeho's potential. The young man's eye burns with an unshakable resolve, soaking in every word. As a knowing smile plays on Reginleaf's face, pure anticipation in her eyes. His gaze is locked, his determination forged in fire. Peep the epic ancient city walls, standing tall and proud against a super clear sky. Inside the gates, Captain Siri, rocking her signature blue cape and armor, was just chilling, eyes locked on the entrance, with a whole squad of warriors posted up. Then, one of the shield-wielding warriors dropped a playful jab, calling someone an inferior-ranked warrior, ouch, but probably just banter. But Siri was all about the green-haired warrior, shaking his hand, super stoked to catch up with Rolf. Rolf, ever the loyal one, thanked his captain, then Siri was like, is the whole crew here yet? She realized someone was still a no-show, but right on cue, a figure popped up in the distance, and she was like, perfect timing, here he comes. It was Taeho, waving like a boss as Rolf shouted his name, and Taeho gave a shout-out back to Captain Siri and Rolf. His gear, a no-nonsense tunic and dagger-equipped belt, screamed, pro-warrior, totally prepped for whatever came next. The rest of the squad, totally hyped, started buzzing, freaking out over the legendary warrior who rode a Valkyrie. Swarmed by the stoked crew, Taeho got a ton of enthusiastic welcomes, as everyone was hyped about the wild stories they'd heard. Rolf then whispered to Captain Siri, asking if she'd spilled the beans, about Taeho's insane giant-slaying adventure. Alright, listen up, everyone. A powerful voice booms, demanding the attention of the entire expedition. With a fierce grin, she introduces herself as the legendary Valkyrie Gander, ready to lead the charge. This is no ordinary warrior, she's the Valkyrie of the Uller Legion, Gander herself, a force to be reckoned with. She lays it out, this expedition might be small, filled with inferior-ranked warriors from Uller and Aiden, but don't let that fool you, it's going to be brutal. Taeho's inner monologue is pure gold, no. Why is nothing ever easy? He's clearly thinking this mission is already a bit much. But Gander isn't having any of it, firing back with a defiant, then should we just let the inferior-ranked warriors laze around? Taeho can't help but notice Uller's Legion has a surprisingly chill vibe, but Gander shuts down any more chatter with a firm, alright, let's leave it at that. A sly grin spreads across her face as she promises, we'll discuss the details of the mission when we arrive. Talk about suspense. Then, with a challenging look, she asks, any other questions? A brave green-haired warrior steps up, cutting to the chase and asking, where is the expedition headed? Gander's face gets serious as she drops the bombshell, they're heading straight to the terrifying land of the Dark Elves, a place where endless night reigns supreme. We get a chilling glimpse of the Dark Elves themselves, their sinister forms lurking in a realm where endless night persists, promising an epic confrontation. And with a dramatic flair, she drops the bombshell, their next stop, the legendary Svartalfheim. But the name hits Taeho like a lightning bolt, his eyes wide with shock at the thought of Dark Elves. They've made it. Stepping into a world of eternal twilight, where gnarly, ashen trees twist and tangle like something out of a nightmare. These massive branches aren't just for show, they form a thick, impenetrable ceiling, plunging the entire world into an eternal, endless night. And in this never-ending darkness, tiny, glowing particles float around, making the creepy, twisted trees look even more otherworldly. The whole crew, Gander, Siri, Rolf, and Taeho, are finally here, standing at the edge of this bizarre new world, a pulsing purple gateway welcoming them to Svartalfheim. Someone takes the first step, and bam. The ground lights up with a mystical purple glow. Taeho takes it all in, his mind reeling, it's literally dark even though it's supposed to be daytime. And if the darkness wasn't enough, the air is thick with humidity, making him question if this really is the legendary land of the Dark Elves. Siri, ever the leader, turns to the squad, her voice echoing through the gloom, announcing that everyone made it through. Gander kicks off the briefing, laying out the mission with total authority. The mission? She drops the bomb, exterminate a monster. Taeho's mind immediately jumps to the King of Serpents, could it be? The whole crew is locked in, every eye on Gander, ready for whatever insane challenge comes next. Turns out, some dark elf, who's super important for Valhalla's herb supply, totally messed up and woke a basilisk from its nap while gathering. And here it is, the colossal basilisk, all dark scales and glowing green eyes, a terrifying ancient beast now wide awake and ready to wreak havoc. Yep, Taeho was right. Gander confirms it's the King of Serpents, and for this epic hunt, they're bringing out the big guns. Then, with a mic drop moment, Gander reveals their secret weapon, the White Silence. The crowd goes absolutely wild. Everyone's hyped, screaming, white silence. They know exactly what that means. Taeho's eyes light up like a kid on Christmas morning, totally stoked at the idea of finally getting to ride these legendary beasts. But that hype quickly turns to a thoughtful frown, as he starts wondering what kind of crazy new mission this white silence will actually mean for him. He turns to Siri, needing the lowdown on this white silence, and she just grins, promising him it's gonna be epic, he's gonna love it. And then, bam. The legendary white silence wolves appear, all pristine white fur and glowing blue eyes, a stunning sight in the dark forest, totally ready to roll out. And just like that, the white silence wolves burst onto the scene, their massive forms dominating everything, leaving everyone absolutely stunned by how real and huge they are. A single, majestic wolf stands there, all pristine white fur and glowing blue eyes, a truly epic sight, and Taeho's eyes are just wide with pure amazement. He's just staring up at them, completely blown away, muttering to himself, they look so cool. The raw power and insane grace of these beasts are just radiating off them, leaving him totally speechless and hyped. Check out that massive paw, claws out, but it lands so softly, showing off their insane stealth and power. And just like that, a whole squad of white silence wolves is tearing through the landscape, riders and all, just a total blur of unstoppable power. These things are lightning fast, but somehow totally silent, a mind-blowing combo, and Taeho is just soaking it all in, hyped up. He's literally riding one of these beasts, feeling like he's flying through the clouds, and then someone drops the ultimate compliment, dude, you're an amazing rider, a true warrior of Iden. Regenleaf, riding shotgun, totally validates his skills, calling him a legit warrior of Iden, and he's just thinking, yeah, all those hours playing Commands Dragon Saga finally paid off. She gets closer, looking totally impressed, and tells him, you're seriously a desirable talent. Out of nowhere, the wolf they're riding just whips its head around and gives Regenleaf a big, playful lick on the neck. Taeho is totally blindsided by the wolf's sudden affection, turning bright red and just letting out an awkward, embarrassed laugh. Still blazing through the landscape, Regenleaf locked in her understanding of the mission, specifically about the family they were tracking, her command cutting through the wind as their white silence wolf surged forward. And right there with her, Taeho, matching her intensity, shot back, I'm counting on you. Let's do this. These white silence wolves were absolutely flying, a blur of white fur and raw power as they tore through the ancient, twisted forest, leaving nothing but a whisper in their wake. Seriously, the sheer velocity was insane, they were practically teleporting across the rough ground, the forest a blur of green and brown as they closed in on their destination. And just like that, the forest opened up, revealing their destination, the Mallow family's ancestral village, a hidden gem tucked away in the wilderness, its old-school architecture looking absolutely epic as the white silence wolves brought them right to the front door. Standing there, totally chill, was a figure with flowing white hair, just waiting for them, as the white silence crew finally eased up on the gas. Then, he turned, a calm expression on his face, and dropped the welcome. I'm Tolaris, and I'm your guide through this village. With a confident smile, Tolaris, looking every bit the seasoned guide, laid out the next step, alright, I'm taking you straight to the head of the family. And just like that, the whole crew, Tolaris leading, Taeho and Regenleaf with their epic wolves right behind, started rolling through the village, and you could practically hear the whispers and gasps from everyone watching this wild parade. A couple of villagers, totally stunned, just stared, their faces a perfect blend of, whoa, and what is even happening right now. And down the block, a mom with her kid, who was practically glued to her side, stopped dead in their tracks, the little one's eyes wide as saucers, totally mesmerized by the epic white silence wolves. The village vibe? Totally unwelcoming. Even the villagers' names were grayed out, signaling they were neither friend nor foe, just, neutral. But hey, silver lining. No one was actively trying to take them down, so that was a win. Their guide, the super cool elf Tolaris Mallow, was totally in charge, his epic white hair trailing as he moved. Suddenly, a mental montage of the heavy hitters they might face flashed through his mind, Ragnar, Rolf, Ciri, Gander, the wolf-headed celebrant, and of course, Regenleaf herself. Then, Tolaris dropped the big news, we're here. And wow, what a sight. A massive, glowing building loomed before them, totally different from the sleepy village. Then, with an epic creak and groan, the huge, fancy doors slowly opened, bathing everything in a golden light. Inside? Pure grandeur. A massive, multi-level hall with crazy carvings and torchlight everywhere, just screamed, important place. With a smooth turn and a polite smile, Tolaris waved them further inside, like, come on in, the party's just starting. He even put his hand on the doorframe, giving them the full VIP treatment as he said, please, come on in. And just like that, they were in a super fancy dining hall, with tons of people already gathered around a massive table piled high with food. The massive doors of the Mallow family mansion burst open, and a booming voice rips through the opulent dining hall, declaring the arrival of their VIP guests. The host, a regal figure with flowing white hair, commands the head of a table absolutely overflowing with a feast fit for kings, his back to the new arrivals, building the suspense. Then, he finally turns, a welcoming smile gracing his lips, instantly putting everyone at ease after their epic trek. With an aura of pure authority, he introduces himself, declaring, "I am Malus, the legendary head of the Malo family." Meanwhile, the other guests are already getting into the spirit, with a hardy dwarf-like figure letting out a booming laugh, clearly ready to party. An attendant hooks up a green-haired guest with some wine, and he's all in, shouting, "This is exactly what I need before we feast." Malus, the ultimate host, hoists his goblet to the sky, commanding everyone to grab a drink and get this party started. Amidst the growing chaos, a blue-haired dude and a green-haired woman watch the whole thing unfold, their eyes practically sparkling with curiosity. The blue-haired guy, rocking a cool feather earring, ponders the situation, then shrugs, "One drink won't hurt." The green-haired guest and his buddy are totally hyped, slamming their cups together, roaring, "Yahoo! Cheers," as the party officially kicks off. The entire hall explodes with wild cheers and booming laughter, sweeping up the blue-eyed guy and the green-haired woman right into the heart of the party. A satisfied grin spreads across the black-haired man's face as he sips from his fancy cup, totally vibing with the Malo family's incredible hospitality. His eyes went wide, absolutely stunned as the party went from zero to chaos in an instant, a goblet of wine slipping right through his fingers. Then, a primal scream ripped through the air, and Bjorn, looking absolutely furious, was already on high alert. And just like that, invaders were literally raining down from the ceiling, catching Rolf and everyone else completely off guard. The whole place just blew up into total chaos, as the party went from zero to a full-blown invasion in seconds. With debris flying and screams echoing, he was still trying to catch a falling goblet, like it was the most important thing in the world. This wasn't just a party foul, it was a full-on massacre, with one poor soul getting absolutely wrecked, blood flying everywhere. His face was pure terror, as Taeho screamed out, spotting someone he knew in the middle of this nightmare. Captain Siri, looking absolutely fierce, was already locked and loaded, ready to throw down. Then, with a powerful yell, she ordered everyone to get out, her voice cutting through the chaos like a knife. Malus, looking absolutely terrified, was screaming his head off, ordering the gates shut to stop the invasion. The hall was a total war zone, and Taeho, along with everyone else, was making a mad dash for it, trying to outrun the destruction. But then, something shifted, a fire igniting deep inside him, and his eyes flared with an insane blue glow, signaling a power-up like no other. The invasion was in full swing, and everyone was scrambling, their footsteps pounding through the massive hall. But from the balcony, a squad of elven archers was already locked and loaded, their leader screaming for them to unleash hell. Down below, the last few defenders threw up their shields, but the arrows were already slamming into them, hard. Every single arrow exploded with blue magic, threatening to obliterate their shields. But just when things looked bleak, a figure with glowing blue eyes dropped from the sky, blasting into the fight with insane speed. He was plummeting straight for the archers, a dark, unstoppable force. Two of the archers on the balcony spun around, their faces absolutely shocked by the sudden attack. But it was too late. He landed a brutal kick, sending one of the archers flying with a massive impact. Elsewhere, in a totally trashed dining hall, Malus was just standing there, surrounded by the absolute chaos of the ruined feast. His face was pure worry, sweat dripping as he gritted his teeth, totally stressed. Clutching a white cloth, the dark elf Malus, a loyal follower of Utgard Loki, was freaking out, wondering how this whole mess even started. His panic spiked as a terrifying thought hit him, had someone actually figured out their whole plan? Suddenly, a shadowy figure in dark, flowing robes drops in with insane speed, hitting the ground with a soft thud. And another cloaked individual just straight up jumps from above, instantly grabbing the attention of the armored guards below, who are totally caught off guard. And check it out, the wolf-headed celebrant is absolutely raging, letting out a savage growl, his face twisted in pure fury. But hold up, Siri, with her epic blue hair, is already in motion, moving with incredible grace, her whole body primed and ready to strike. And just like that, she chugs down a small vial, powering up in a flash. Then, with a burst of energy, she pushes her awesome white wolf companions through the epic gate, their eyes glowing blue as they bolt, while the guards are screaming, "Quickly!" The guards are totally freaking out, yelling in pure frustration, one of them screaming, "Them escape," as an arrow whizzes by. This bald, muscular guard is absolutely seething, his jaw clenched tight, the failed escape just sending him into a furious rage. Suddenly, a whole squad of guards charges forward, their heavy boots pounding the stone, with a mysterious white-haired figure leading the charge, all of them dead set on stopping the escape. But just when a storm of arrows comes flying in, Taeho bursts onto the scene, a blinding blue aura exploding around him, and he just casually deflects every single projectile like it's nothing. The arrows just harmlessly bounce away, leaving the pursuers absolutely shocked, as someone screams in total disbelief, "Taeho." He stares down at his arm, where mysterious blue runes are suddenly appearing. Whoa, check out those runes. They're already starting to glow with some serious power. Regenleaf, looking totally focused, puts the finishing touches on the intricate design. He's totally flustered, blushing as he asks what these crazy new tattoos even are, while she just smirks. She drops some knowledge, these are engravings, and with them, you can literally use magic. Mind blown. But wait, there's a catch. She reveals these are just temporary, so he can ditch them whenever he wants. Smart move. A true engraving is permanent, she warns, and you don't want to mess up your body for future, even stronger magic. Talk about strategic planning. He finally gets it, the implications of her words sinking in. This is huge. And just like that, the runes on his arm explode with a blinding golden light. Get ready. He channels the energy, roaring out the magic's name, Gant. This is about to get wild. Pure golden power bursts from him, a dazzling display of raw magical force. After unleashing his new power, Taeho absolutely explodes out of the elven stronghold, dodging a storm of arrows like it's nothing, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Meanwhile, another elf makes a break for it, blasting through the archway and leaving the guards absolutely stunned. The elder elf is absolutely livid, screaming at his frozen guards, "Why are you just standing there staring? Pursue them." Back in the lavish, dark halls of the elven city, an eerie silence hangs in the air after all that chaos. But our heroes are long gone. Taeho, Regenleaf, and Rolf are flying, their white silence wolves tearing across the land, leaving the elves in the dust. Meanwhile, the elder elf and his crew can only stand there, watching the empty gate, knowing their targets are long gone. What a disaster. The elder elf is absolutely losing it, clutching his head in pure frustration. He's completely beside himself, shouting, damn it. How am I supposed to explain this? But our heroes are already far away. Deep in a dark forest, Taeho's crew, now with Ciri and Gander, finally catches a break, their white silence wolves keeping watch. As they finally get a moment to breathe, one of the elves asks, "We should be safe around here, right?" While another immediately jumps in to help, "Let me see your wounds." The injured elf is clearly in agony, groaning, "Ouchie, ouch." And then asking, "Could you pull out mine?" The escape was brutal, and the proof was right there, a blood-soaked arrow, still gripped tight, a chilling souvenir of their desperate flight. He checked the arrow, and oh man, it was laced with a deadly poison. Just a tiny scratch would have been lights out for anyone else. But Ciri, looking totally stressed, had to ask, "Can we just stop for a second and patch ourselves up?" Rolf looked like he was about to pass out, too. Taeho wasn't having it, though, turning to her with a steely gaze and telling them to patch up on the go. The white silence wolf just kept on moving, a silent, powerful presence. No breaks, he declared, it was way too dangerous. They had to keep pushing until they linked up with Gander. But hold up, back at the fancy elf palace, far from the forest chase, things were getting seriously intense. And whoa, there was Malus, on his knees, looking absolutely crushed, his face a mask of pure agony. He was sweating bullets, eyes bugging out, like he was staring down the ultimate, inescapable judgment. Then, a booming, unseen voice, dripping with raw power, dropped the hammer, "You failed, Malus." Ouch. Malus practically face-planted, his whole body shaking, squeaking out a pathetic, "Eek. I apologize." He was practically begging, frantic, "Please, just let me borrow the basilisk. I swear, if you give me its power, I'll figure something out." But the unseen voice was ice-cold, shutting him down with a flat, "You can't do it." Then, with a super creepy vibe, it added that it had already planned for failures like his. Still trapped in the grand chamber, a sinister, swirling aura of dark magic engulfs Malus, who can only whisper, "It should be moving by now." The dark energy around him flares with raw power, and he's left to ponder the crushing weight of misplaced trust. But far from that desperate plea, a subtle rustle whispers through the ancient woods. As a small, elite squad on their majestic white wolves glide silently through the shadowy depths. Taeho, ever the quick study, is deep in conversation with his green-haired ally, who's dropping some serious lore about the family head being a total bad guy from a saga, and our hero just casually confirms, "Ah, yes." Then, the green-haired dude turns to the fierce blue-haired warrior beside them, giving a shout-out to Captain Ciri for her instant trust. Ciri, cool and collected, just brushes off the thanks, declaring it's just how it is, trust is everything when you're comrades. But then, in a flash, her confident smile vanishes, replaced by a look of pure shock, her eye flaring with a purple glow, as she locks onto an unseen danger. And just like that, before anyone can even blink, hooded figures burst from the forest's depths, ambushing the group, with a terrifying red portal pulsating ominously behind them. Ciri's voice rips through the sudden, chilling silence, her desperate scream piercing the air, "It's an ambush." The ambush explodes into brutal chaos, a hand violently severed, blood erupting with a sickening, crimson glow. Then, another victim drops, their neck brutally sliced open, a torrent of crimson gushing against the shadowy backdrop. The ambush hits hard. A red-hooded figure gets absolutely rocked, sent flying with a desperate scream, and Taeho's jaw drops, witnessing the sheer, unexpected chaos erupting around them. Then, out of nowhere, a shadowy, hooded menace steps forward, absolutely crackling with a dark, swirling red energy that screams danger, and you can practically feel the raw, terrifying power radiating off this guy. And just like that, it clenches a gauntlet fist, sending crimson lightning exploding around it, making the air practically hum with its terrifying might. The raw power radiating from this guy makes Taeho's eyes practically pop out of his head, as he realizes, with a jolt of pure fear, just how dangerous this new threat truly is. No doubt about it, the sheer pressure in the air screams it, this is an incredibly powerful foe, a true boss-level threat. And the name of this absolute powerhouse? It's revealed to be Boss Marcus, the Regenerator. Marcus doesn't hold back for a second, unleashing a brutal, lightning-fast assault on the remaining fighters, his crimson energy slashes absolutely shredding through their defenses like they're made of paper. His voice, a chilling roar, echoes through the forest, as he screams his deadly promise, die. Drop dead. These hooded fighters, even with their faint blue energy, are absolutely no match for Marcus's raw strength, and they're dropping like flies under his relentless, brutal assault. Marcus just keeps on coming, a whirlwind of destruction, his crimson slashes tearing through the air and his enemies with terrifying, unstoppable force. One more devastating hit connects, and another poor soul is instantly taken out of the fight. And when the smoke clears, there stands Marcus, the undisputed, terrifying victor, towering over the broken, defeated bodies of everyone who dared to stand in his way. Two shocked onlookers can barely believe their eyes, screaming that 3 of their squad just got wiped out in an instant. But wait, in the swirling darkness, a grotesque mass of flesh and bone is pulsing with vibrant green energy, reforming at an insane speed. And just like that, from the depths of that regenerating power, Marcus is back, completely healed, with a faint green aura still clinging to his dark cloak. His sheer presence is enough to send chills down your spine, as everyone realizes they're up against the Regenerator himself. Taeho, Siri, and Rolf are just watching in stunned silence, the name, Regenerator, hitting them with a chilling weight. Snapping out of his shock, Taeho screams for everyone to mount the White Silence Wolves, because escape is their only option. One of the majestic White Silence Wolves snarls, its blue eyes glowing with fierce loyalty, as Taeho screams for everyone to get away from Marcus. Without a second thought, Rolf and Siri are already on their powerful wolf companions, getting ready for a desperate retreat. But Marcus couldn't care less about their escape attempts, as he raises a hand, and a malevolent red energy starts swirling around him, crackling with destructive power. His entire body is engulfed in that crimson glow, a terrifying sign of the devastating attack he's about to unleash. But before Marcus's attack can even fully manifest, a massive basilisk suddenly lunges from the shadows, its glowing green eyes locked onto Taeho, completely interrupting their escape. The monstrous serpent coils around him, its powerful body trying to crush him in the middle of all this chaos. Whoa! Just as they thought they were getting away, the basilisk's massive green tentacle explodes from the ground, wrapping around Taeho and his White Silence Wolf in a flash. The tentacle just keeps tightening, a terrifying snake head appearing as Taeho lets out a frustrated TSK. He's in deep trouble. And just like that, the basilisk hurls him through the air. He's going down, fast. He slams into the ground with a sickening thud, the impact shaking the very earth around him. But the real threat, Marcus, just watches, his glowing yellow eyes cold as he gets ready to unleash his ultimate attack. But just as Marcus was about to strike, Siri, the absolute legend, unleashes a hail of glowing red energy bolts from her crossbow, targeting him directly. Her attack, combined with another unseen force, smashes into Marcus in a blinding explosion of red energy. Then, a massive purple blast absolutely decimates his defenses, shredding his cloak and sending energy fragments flying everywhere. It was Rolf, going all out, unleashing a torrent of purple energy in a dazzling display of raw power. Taeho, still reeling from the basilisk's attack, looks back, totally shocked by his friend's epic intervention. He's absolutely fuming, gripping his dagger and yelling, "Damn it! Are you not even going to block them?" But his distraction was a huge mistake, as a surprise blue energy blast rocks him, sending him flying again. He's still reeling from the basilisk's brutal assault, a massive blue energy blast slamming him backward. But then, Marcus unleashes his own fiery attack, a burst of red and orange energy that's just pure destruction. But before Marcus's attack can even land, Siri lunges in, her blade a blur of blue energy, striking with lightning speed. But hold up. Even with his allies fighting, Taeho gets absolutely rocked again, an unseen force slamming him to the ground. Witnessing the chaos, Rolf's eyes blaze with green light, his voice roaring out to Siri in pure panic. Absolutely furious, he unleashes a torrent of fire, his rage burning as hot as his curses. And boom! The fiery blast erupts with explosive force, engulfing its target in a searing, inescapable inferno. The wolf-headed celebrant screams in pure agony, completely consumed by the raging, intense flames. No time to waste. Rolf scoops up the injured Taeho, getting him out of the immediate danger zone like a flash. But hold on, the fight's not over. Marcus's eyes flare with a sinister purple glow, a massive surge of dark energy exploding from him. Still carrying his buddy, Rolf spins around, his body now blazing with a furious red aura, his eyes locked onto the regenerating enemy. Marcus's masked face is still chillingly calm, but the insane intensity of his glowing yellow eyes screams a dangerous, full-power comeback. Taeho, now rocking a sleek dark outfit and a flowing white cape, explodes into action, a raw blue aura practically screaming off him as he unleashes a devastating kick right at his monstrous enemy. His attack morphing into a razor-sharp, glowing blue energy blade that just rips through the air at insane speeds. That blade slams home with an explosive impact, sending a shockwave of brilliant blue energy absolutely tearing across the battlefield, leaving Rolf and Ciri stunned by the sheer, overwhelming power. And with a gaze burning with fierce determination, he roars, "From now on, I'll be your opponent, you monster." His arm, etched with intricate patterns, absolutely throbs with an intense blue light, a clear sign of the raw power surging through his very being. The stage is set. A dark, cavernous space, shrouded in an eerie blue mist and shimmering particles, hints at the epic battle to come. Taeho makes his move. He lunges, his blade blazing with fierce blue energy, ready to take down the massive, shadowy beast. But the basilisk isn't going down easy. Its monstrous form, dark scales and malevolent yellow eyes, pierces through the haze, ready for more. A chilling smirk crosses the basilisk's face, a clear taunt. Taeho is forced to react as a new, unexpected threat bursts from the beast. Whip. A massive, scaly appendage lashes out with blinding speed, trying to trap him. No chance. He's too fast. His blue glowing sword becomes a blur, parrying and striking as he's swarmed by the basilisk snapping, lunging serpentine heads. Crash. His blade slams into one of those monstrous heads, unleashing a shockwave of blue energy. He's a whirlwind of motion. A blue aura streaks behind him as he fluidly shifts, already planning his next devastating attack. A sudden realization hits him. This beast never dodges, it just attacks. And with that knowledge, he knows exactly how to finish this, his sword erupting in a blinding golden glow. Unleashing his full power, he strikes with fierce determination, his golden blade tearing through the shadows straight for the colossal beast. Boom! The golden energy of his sword explodes in a flurry of rapid, devastating strikes. That golden hit was a direct bullseye, but the green-haired warrior freaks out, realizing the wound is already healing. But Taeho isn't backing down from this regenerating menace, he charges in, golden power absolutely exploding around him, ready to keep the pressure on. The hooded regenerator's eyes blaze with an unsettling yellow, a chilling, silent nod to the power he just tanked. But seriously, it's like nothing even happened. Purple energy pulses around his body, instantly stitching up the damage. But Taeho isn't giving up. He unleashes another devastating golden strike, the energy exploding on impact with a massive kaboom. Marcus's glowing eyes narrow, like he's silently asking, "Is that all you got?" Suddenly, a flashback hits. Ragnar Lodbrok's voice drops some serious knowledge, telling Taeho that this power isn't just for healing, it can straight up shut down other people's blessings and abilities. Ragnar keeps dropping truth bombs, saying it's totally dumb to fight someone who's always covered in divine power. His advice is clear, only unleash that godly power right when you're about to strike, for that ultimate, focused burst. Snap back to reality. Purple energy is swirling around Marcus's feet, healing them up at an insane, unsettling speed. Those glowing eyes lock onto Taeho, a silent, terrifying challenge burning in their depths. And that purple energy just keeps getting stronger around his gut wound, showing off the regenerator's absolutely relentless healing power. Taeho is absolutely glowing, a golden warrior ready to unleash pure devastation, his eyes locked on his target. With a battle cry, he charges forward, declaring, "Here I go." Boom! His blade connects, and Marcus lets out a pained roar as blood erupts from his arm. Taeho is a golden blur, absolutely laying into Marcus, the sheer force of his attacks shaking the very ground. Another devastating hit, golden energy exploding around Marcus's leg as he takes the full brunt of the assault. He's a whirlwind of strikes, his sword a blinding golden streak, relentlessly hammering Marcus's defenses. Marcus is getting pummeled, barely deflecting the blows as divine sparks fly with every desperate parry. The onslaught is unrelenting, Taeho's power just keeps coming, strike after brutal strike. It's an explosion of golden energy, a symphony of destruction as Taeho's attacks land with incredible force, pushing Marcus to his absolute limit. Marcus is on the ropes, struggling just to stay in the fight, barely holding on against Taeho's overwhelming power. Rolf is hyped, screaming for Taeho to finish him off, while Ciri watches, completely captivated by the raw power on display. Even though they're totally dominating right now, the blue-haired warrior knows this fight isn't over. If the enemy just keeps playing defense, things could get wild. But the hooded menace is just tanking all those golden hits, shrugging off every single explosive impact like it's nothing. Taeho's not backing down, even as he feels the burn, shouting out his absolute conviction that his enemy will crumble before he does. The blue-haired captain is on the move, her quick steps a testament to the escalating chaos, the fight's intensity pushing her to act. The green-haired warrior can't hold back his worry, yelling out to his captain as the situation gets even more intense. But the hooded regenerator just laughs in their faces, his chilling cackle proving that he's still got plenty of fight left. You can see the sheer effort on the protagonist's face, sweat pouring down as he pushes himself to the absolute breaking point. But then, with a sudden burst of energy, he unleashes a lightning-fast, blue-bladed strike, the air practically screaming as his weapon slices through. He's not stopping there, launching into an aerial combo, his glowing blue blade slamming into the regenerator with insane power. The hooded enemy gets absolutely rocked, sent flying backward from the sheer force of that hit. You can practically feel the impact as the blow slams into his armored leg, the metallic crunch echoing the sheer power unleashed. He lands with a fierce look in his eyes, already planning his next attack, because this epic showdown is nowhere near finished. Taeho explodes into action, eyes blazing with pure determination as he charges straight in. But Marcus is already one step ahead, hoisting his monstrous weapon for a brutal counterstrike. A chilling declaration rips through the silence, as he vows to finish the fight right here, right now. Then, he unleashes a devastating sweep, his weapon carving through the air with explosive yellow energy. The attack morphs into a monstrous, serpentine beast, its jaws snapping inches from Taeho's face as he barely dodges the lethal blow. That was way too close. He's left stunned and sweating, barely processing the raw power he just evaded. But Marcus is relentless, pressing his attack, his curved blade now pulsing with a menacing blue glow. But Taeho isn't backing down, meeting the attack with a fierce counter, a surge of his own blue energy exploding to parry the strike. Marcus is caught completely off guard, staggering back, a grimace of pure agony twisting his face as a nasty purple mark blossoms on his cheek. Taeho, now radiating blue energy, makes a bold declaration, admitting he might not be able to land a killing blow on this regenerating monster. But he can definitely push him back, as a blinding golden aura erupts around him, ready to unleash pure force. And with a thunderous roar, the golden energy explodes forward, blasting Marcus backward with an earth-shattering impact. Taeho's golden energy attack absolutely slammed into Marcus, sending him flying back from the sheer, unadulterated power. His leg buckled, a blade barely missing the ground, as the relentless barrage just kept coming. Marcus's face was completely hidden by the sheer impact, his whole body getting rocked by the continuous beatdown. Then, a final, brutal hit landed right on his neck and shoulder, sending dark purple goo exploding everywhere. But even with all that, Taeho, gripping his Saga warrior's sword, roared that it wasn't over yet, winding up for the ultimate finisher. He then unleashed a mind-blowing golden energy blast, a gigantic skull of pure power erupting around him. The attack then leveled up, morphing into a colossal buster, with a menacing red skull icon leading the charge. Marcus was absolutely obliterated by the golden energy, his mind screaming, "How could this be?" as the swirling purple power swallowed him whole. Meanwhile, across the realms, Malus got the devastating news, Regenerator Marcus was gone, and the shock sent him spiraling. Completely losing it, he screamed, demanding an immediate stop to the entire excavation. His face twisted in pure agony, a silent, gut-wrenching scream tearing from his throat. And as dark purple energy exploded around him, Malus was completely engulfed by his crushing despair. The battle's aftermath left Taeho down, and his allies were screaming for him to snap out of it, but he was completely out cold. They kept calling his name, but Taeho was completely out, a nasty wound bleeding on his side. The green-haired warrior noted he wasn't moving a muscle, and the blue-haired captain wondered if they should just chill and wait it out. The pressure was mounting on the warrior, with the forest giving off some serious creepy vibes. The captain was getting a super bad vibe, telling everyone they needed to bail out of there, like, yesterday. Then, a creepy sound cut through the silence, and the warrior was like, that doesn't sound good. The green-haired warrior's eyes went wide with terror, shouting that it was a basilisk and frantically asking which way it was coming from. The captain, with a serious look, announced they were scattering, saying the main goal was to link up with Gander, but not everyone had to stick together. One of the warriors, with a quick sniff, was like, "See ya in Valhalla," and the captain thought it was a fair point, but also kinda dark to say out loud. Without missing a beat, the captain yelled, "Everyone, move," her voice slicing through the fear. The green-haired warrior pumped his fist, a silent promise on his face, shouting out, "For Asgard and the 9 realms." The captain looked at her buddy and said she'd take care of the monster, telling him to get out of there fast, and he just told her to be careful. Rolf's face twists in pure desperation, screaming out as the dark forest closes in. But Ciri isn't backing down, she's right there, kneeling beside the fallen Taeho, her eyes burning with an unshakable resolve. With Taeho out cold, Ciri unleashes her hidden power, a mesmerizing pink aura exploding around her. Her power surges, a blinding pink light engulfing her, transforming her into a force to be reckoned with. This isn't just a power-up, it's a full-blown awakening, Siri now a beacon of raw, untamed magic. And just when you thought it couldn't get any crazier, a white silence wolf bursts onto the scene, its glowing blue eyes ready for action. This wolf isn't just for show, it immediately takes up a defensive stance over Taeho, a true protector in the making. But just as quickly as it appeared, the white silence wolf vanishes into the shadows, leaving us wondering what's next. Hold up. The forest floor rumbles as a colossal, dark dragon-like beast bursts onto the scene, its body crackling with eerie green energy. A terrifying close-up reveals its monstrous reptilian head, those glowing green eyes promising pure destruction. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the darkness, snapping Taeho out of whatever trance he's in. Demanding he snap out of it, his name ringing out like an alarm in the shadows. His electric blue eyes snap open, glowing intensely, and he's left wondering if this is even real. Blue energy practically explodes around him, a clear sign that something big is happening. He's staring right into Siri's eyes, and her face tells him everything he needs to know, this is serious. Rolf nearly blows their cover, shouting her name, but Siri's lightning-fast shoo and stern gaze shut him down instantly, demanding absolute quiet. Then, the chilling truth drops, they're totally surrounded by the enemy, right now. Taeho, still radiating power, instantly gets it, one wrong move, and their stealth is gone, plunging them into an all-out, unavoidable fight. With a look of pure regret, he realizes he's the reason his captain is in such a dangerous spot. But Siri isn't having any of it, challenging his guilt, and asking why he hasn't just ditched them with Rolf and the rest. Her face softens as she gazes at him, finally admitting that he's got some serious, special power. Siri, glowing with that intense blue aura, drops another truth bomb, telling him that losing him would be a massive hit to Valhalla itself. But it's not just about strategy, she confesses she genuinely loves fighting alongside him, so much so that she absolutely refuses to let him go to the warrior's eternal slumber. His face turns bright red, his eyes practically popping out of his head from the sheer embarrassment. But then, a powerful memory hits him, a flashback to a time when he was surrounded by his crew, a golden artifact in hand, a silent declaration echoing in his mind, I'm trusted. That deep-seated loyalty ignites a fire within him, his hand clenching as he makes an unbreakable vow, I don't want to betray that trust. With his eyes now blazing with blue energy, he looks up at her, his voice filled with newfound resolve as he declares, thank you, Captain Siri. Still holding him by the collar, Siri can't resist a little jab, teasing him that things got dicey because he was such a heavy sleeper, and oh, she tried all sorts of crazy ways to get him up. Her blue aura flaring with renewed intensity, she gives the order to charge, her voice firm and resolute, now, let's move. I'm counting on you, Tae-ho. His eyes still burning with that electric blue glow, he locks onto her, a silent promise of absolute readiness. Then, with a thunderous whoosh, a massive tail whips through the air, kicking off an insane burst of speed. The white silence wolf, eyes blazing with blue fire and mystical markings shimmering, absolutely tears through the dark forest, carrying him straight into the heart of the action. As they blast forward, his eyes still glowing with raw power, he yells back with absolute, unshakable confidence, leave it to me, Captain Siri. The white silence wolf lets out a guttural snarl, its electric blue eyes absolutely blazing with raw power. The cavern ahead is a shadowy nightmare, but then, countless pairs of glowing green eyes ignite the darkness, revealing the insane scale of this ambush. He realizes they're totally surrounded, these things are popping out of every single crack in the dark, winding tunnel. With an explosive burst of speed, the wolf absolutely rockets forward, its powerful legs a blur as it carries him deeper into the heart of the enemy's lair. Suddenly, from the cavern walls, grotesque, snake-like heads just explode forth, their dark scales and venomous fangs ready to strike. One of these monstrous heads lunges, its maw gaping wide, revealing rows of terrifying, razor-sharp teeth and a menacing green glow. But he's already on the offensive, his blade a blinding streak of brilliant blue light, tearing through the air with incredible, decisive force. The serpentine creatures are forced to recoil, their attacks completely shut down by his lightning-fast, powerful strikes. His face locked in grim determination, he absolutely unleashes, his movements a whirlwind of focused, unstoppable power. A devastating vertical slash rips through the air, slamming into one of the monstrous heads with an explosive burst of blue energy. And without even a second to spare, he follows up with a sweeping horizontal slash, absolutely shredding through multiple enemies in one seamless, epic motion. After that insane attack, Taeho just went for it again, unleashing a dicing slash that absolutely shredded the cavern walls with blue energy. But then his glowing blue eyes went wide, and he knew it. A seriously huge monster was about to drop. And just like that, a gigantic basilisk started ripping its way out of the cavern wall, glowing with this creepy green energy. Its massive mouth just gaped open, showing off rows of deadly fangs and a single, terrifying blue eye that could probably melt your face off. The ground exploded, but he and the white silence wolf barely dodged it, realizing this thing had some kind of paralyzing stare. His eyes blazing blue, he yelled to the wolf, "Don't look it in the eyes." But he wasn't backing down. He launched himself into the air, glowing sword in hand, ready to take on the giant monster. But the basilisk's eye just pulsed with this creepy green light, charging up its paralyzing power for another insane move. They moved with impossible speed, just a blur of motion, leaving purple energy trails as they dodged that deadly stare. The white silence wolf, now blazing with blue, flame-like energy, just charged forward with pure, unadulterated fury. They literally leaped over a pile of dead basilisks, their momentum unstoppable as they plunged deeper into the monster's lair. And behind them, a massive burst of purple energy just exploded, proving the basilisk was not giving up. Out of the shadows, a monstrous presence looms, the gargantuan basilisk making its terrifying debut. But Taeho isn't backing down, his tattooed arm, a symbol of his power, is already coiled for action. Taeho and White Silence are locked and loaded, their eyes blazing with electric blue energy, ready to drop the hammer on their monstrous foe. Blasting off in a flash of brilliant blue, they become an unstoppable force, tearing through the cavern like a lightning bolt. White Silence's paw comes down like a hammer, unleashing a devastating blue energy shockwave. But the basilisk isn't out yet. Its eyes flare with malevolent green light, gearing up for a nasty surprise. And just like that, it spews a deadly cloud of green venom, putting Taeho right in the danger zone. But Taeho's got a trick up his sleeve. With a surge of raw power, his hand ignites in a blinding, golden-yellow blaze. He lets out a battle cry, focusing all that incredible power, about to drop the ultimate smackdown. Transformed into a blur of golden light, Taeho and White Silence become a single, unstoppable force, blazing a trail of pure destruction. White Silence, now a golden streak of fury, is an absolute beast, closing the distance in a heartbeat. And then, in a shocking twist, White Silence delivers the finishing blow, a devastating blue energy smash that's sure to leave a mark. Boom! The ground just explodes from that insane blue energy strike, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. But as the basilisk stumbles back, Taeho and White Silence are already on the move, glowing blue and absolutely hyped for the next attack. Taeho's arm glows with blue energy, charging up for what can only be the Saga charge of warrior. That sword is a blur, slashing through the air like a full-blown hurricane. He lets out a primal scream, pushing every ounce of power into that strike. Hold up. The basilisk's eye just went full neon green, unleashing some crazy god's power to counter. But Taeho isn't backing down. His face is pure determination, and now a new, insane yellow energy just explodes around him, ready to fight fire with fire. And just like that, the basilisk gets rocked again, its head snapping back from Taeho's new yellow power. He's fully charged now, a golden warrior with a glowing sword, ready to unleash pure destruction. He's not done yet. His hand is glowing, pulling all that yellow power into one deadly point. That look on his face means business, he's about to drop the Saga warrior's sword. He unleashes a blinding yellow orb that morphs into a deadly lance, launching it straight at the basilisk with maximum power. After that insane showdown, the wolf-like beast, absolutely glowing with a sick purple energy, was still moving with unreal speed. And our hero, still radiating that epic blue power, was pushing through, a total blur of raw strength. But the fight took its toll, as another warrior, still glowing with purple energy, hit the dirt, completely spent. Catching a breather at last, our hero was totally wiped, barely able to stand, and his ally, equally exhausted, knew they needed a break. He was drenched in sweat, eyes burning with fatigue, but still on high alert, checking every shadow. Then, a flash of light snagged his gaze, and he spotted it, a sick, ancient sword hilt sticking out of the ground, looking totally epic. But lurking in the darkness, a massive monster's mouth was opening, and inside, something was glowing like crazy. His eyes, now blazing with blue power, popped open as he tried to figure out what this mysterious thing even was. He grabbed it, and it was just the hilt of a busted sword, but it felt like a huge deal. But before he could even think, Siri screamed his name, her voice absolutely frantic. Her face was pure terror and fatigue, as she dropped the bombshell. They were surrounded again. The air crackles with tension in the eerie, twisted forest, as Taeho and Siri brace themselves, surrounded by an unseen menace. But Taeho, battered and worn, can only gasp that he's completely out of juice, barely able to call out her name. But Siri, ever the protector, barks at him to go, ready to take on the entire horde by herself. Taeho's eyes, however, are filled with a desperate refusal to abandon her. But Siri isn't backing down, her face set in a fierce grimace as her purple eyes ignite, gripping that broken sword hilt like it's her last hope. And then, a surge of power. Blue energy explodes from her hand, charging the broken hilt with an incredible, ethereal glow. But Taeho isn't having it. He shouts back, refusing to abandon her, insisting they'll survive this together. His face etched with fierce resolve, he makes a solemn vow, let's meet in Valhalla again. This is it. No turning back now. They stand back to back, a formidable duo against the encroaching darkness, ready to unleash hell. And just like that, the attack begins. Horrific snake-like creatures burst from the purple mist, their glowing red eyes and massive fangs a terrifying sight. They're everywhere. The snake monsters engulf Taeho in a terrifying, swirling vortex of death. But Siri is no easy target. As a massive snake lunges, her purple eyes flare with raw power, ready to unleash her counterattack. The first monstrous snake lunges, and Taeho explodes into action, a surge of blue energy radiating from him, his face a mask of fierce determination. They're completely surrounded. Taeho and Siri stand back to back, a swirling mass of serpentine creatures closing in, but Siri's broken hilt is blazing with vibrant blue energy, and they're ready to fight. A monster with terrifying, glowing red eyes, snaps its jaws with blinding speed. That monstrous reptilian head, dripping with venomous saliva, is absolutely terrifying. Taeho's blade is out, shimmering with blue light, and he's ready to meet the charge head-on. A frustrated sigh escapes him as he takes in the sheer number of enemies. This is a massive problem. He tells Siri, there are way more of these things than they first saw. But they stand resolute, their cloaks billowing as they brace for the fight of their lives. Another creature, with menacing glowing purple eyes, snaps its powerful jaws, its scales glinting. And a third monster, eyes burning green, joins the fray, a blur of pure aggression. The ground shakes as one of these colossal creatures moves with absolutely terrifying speed. Taeho and Siri are now completely encircled, a literal sea of glowing eyes and snapping jaws closing in for the kill. Trapped. Taeho and Siri are completely surrounded by 5 terrifying reptilian monsters, their glowing purple eyes piercing the darkness. There's no way out, Siri declares, the situation looking absolutely dire. But Taeho isn't backing down, his eyes burning with resolve as he faces the overwhelming odds. Siri, battered and bruised, questions him, do you still have the strength to fight, and his silence speaks volumes. The truth hits hard, he's out of divine power, and his ultimate move, the Saga, is almost depleted. But then, a fire ignites in his eyes, a defiant roar escaping his lips as he refuses to give up. Then, a lightning-fast sword strike, a blue streak of pure power tearing through the darkness. And before they can react, he follows up with a devastating kick, the force echoing through the chamber. With a blinding blue aura erupting around him, he screams his defiance, if we can't escape anyway, then I'll fight with everything I've got. His hands tighten on the glowing blade, a silent vow to unleash everything he has. Siri, witnessing his raw power and determination, can't help but smirk, recognizing him as a true warrior of Valhalla. He lets out a primal scream, his eyes blazing with pure determination, and right beside him, another warrior, her gaze glowing with purple power, screams the same name, unleashing their combined might. But just as he faces down 2 monstrous reptilian beasts, their dark scales shimmering with menace, Taeho holds his ground, a single warrior against an impossible challenge, as one of the creatures unleashes a terrifying roar. But just when things look bleak, a massive burst of blue energy signals the cavalry's arrival. Gander, Rolf, Siri, and Aiden charge in, a blur of motion and power, ready to turn the tide of battle. The colossal monster swivels its glowing eyes, locking onto the new threat, as the squad of heroes charges in, their arrival announced with a rallying cry, Taeho. Captain Siri. It's go time. No time to waste, Taeho rockets into the sky, his blade blazing with an intense light, locked and loaded for impact. And Rolf, his face a mask of pure battle fury, roars out their arrival, making it clear, we've come to help. Taeho plunges down like a meteor, a blinding blue energy nova erupting around him as he unleashes a crushing aerial assault. The strike lands with bone-shattering force, sending a torrent of blue energy ripping through the monster as it reels from the devastating blow. And Gander isn't holding back either, unleashing her own savage assault, her sword blazing with an otherworldly blue glow as she tears through the battlefield. Her electric blue eye burning with pure rage, she lets out a primal scream, a promise to rip her foes to shreds. Her face twisted in a raw, powerful scream, Gander's white hair whips around her, sparking with blue energy as she goes all out. After that insane barrage of attacks, Taeho drops to one knee, his glowing sword still gripped tight, a moment of pure exhaustion hitting him hard. A terrifying monster, all jagged teeth and glowing purple energy, unleashes a deafening roar, charging straight into the fray. And Taeho, dagger in hand, is right there, moving like lightning to confront the beast. The monster's jaws gape, a vortex of purple power building inside, and its scream is absolutely deafening. Taeho is completely overwhelmed, his face a mask of pure terror and exhaustion, he's barely holding on. Then, boom. A massive impact explodes, shattering the air with purple energy. But just when all hope seems lost, a new warrior bursts onto the scene, sword already drawn and dripping with monster blood. It's Rolf, looking totally badass with his green hair and a smirk, telling Taeho, you held out well. Leave the rest to us. Taeho's face lights up with pure relief, screaming out a name, with Siri right there, ready for action. And Gander, in her epic armor, is also locked and loaded, ready to unleash hell, her sword gleaming. But Siri's totally caught off guard by the name drop, her face a hilarious mix of shock and intrigue, what's got her so flustered? Her shocked face is so unexpected, it even makes another ally wonder, even Captain Siri has a side like that? And the fight is far from over. Another reptilian beast gets absolutely blasted by a glowing attack, sending it flying. The fight was still going, and Rolf was absolutely shredding through the last enemies, his blade a total blur. And Gander? She was going all out, blasting out insane blue energy, lighting up the whole dark forest with her epic power. Every single hit sent out massive blue magic pulses, just obliterating any remaining enemies in their path. The air was still buzzing with leftover energy, showing just how epic that fight really was. Little bits of light were still floating around in the dark woods, like the battle was finally, totally over. Rolf finally stood victorious with his crew, announcing that it was all over and everyone crushed it. But then, Siri totally freaked out, her eyes bugging out with pure hype, shouting, Ragnar Lodbrok. Was this even real life or just some crazy dream? Her brain was absolutely melting just hearing Ragnar's name. Even Taeho, watching everything unfold, confessed he didn't know much about this legend, but he could tell this guy was seriously amazing. Meanwhile, Gander was giving orders to Malus to take care of Raskrid, and Malus was already on it, planning to hit up the Dark Elf Council to investigate the Mallow family. Across the realms, Marcus, with his creepy glowing yellow eyes, was watching everything, and he knew his presence meant the giants were officially in the game. Back with the heroes, Gander looked at Taeho, calling him Taeho of Iden, and made it clear that taking down the Regenerator was a huge deal. After the epic showdown, Gander hit Taeho with the good news, promising to tell Uller all about his insane skills and hook him up with some sweet rewards later, and Taeho, ever the humble hero, just gave a quick thank you. With eyes practically laser-focused, Gander was totally impressed, straight up calling him a desirable talent. But hold up, the pressure was getting real for Taeho. The aftermath of the fight and his surging power were clearly hitting him hard, leaving him sweating bullets. Hidden in the shadows, Marcus was totally watching, picking up on all the jealous vibes aimed at the hero, and you just know he was cooking up something evil. Meanwhile, Gander, glowing with a subtle purple energy, was all business, giving the order to head back, no questions asked. Fast forward a bit, and Siri was totally engrossed, checking out this golden sword fragment, her mind racing, and you could practically hear the gears turning with a soft hum. Taeho, chilling across from her, was like, yeah, sorry, can't tell you much about this thing, because it was just too busted to give up any secrets. But Siri was totally unfazed, telling him it was cool, because she knew this wasn't just some random junk, probably a relic from the legendary Great War. She then dropped the big question, wondering if these were actually clues from the Great War. She laid out the lore. Ragnarok's current battlefront was a total deadlock, but before that, there were massive, epic battles that left their mark everywhere, and this sword fragment. Yeah, it's probably one of those legendary relics. Flashback to an epic clash. A lone warrior, armored and ready, faces off against a terrifying, dark-scaled monster, the entire scene ablaze with raw power, and get this, it's all just a piece of some legendary weapon. This isn't just any old relic, it was wielded by a legendary warrior from way back when, and Taeho can literally feel the immense power radiating from it, a gut feeling he just can't shake. He's got a plan for it, though, thinking, he'll just stash this incredible find for later. But before he can even process that, Siri, with a burst of energy, is already hyped to go to Iden. And she's not just suggesting it, she's practically demanding, they absolutely have to report everything about this wild expedition. Next thing you know, they're high above a massive port city, a total hive of activity with ships and people everywhere. You can practically hear the oceans roar, as waves crash and rigging groans, setting the scene for their next adventure. Suddenly, their tiny boat, with our heroes aboard, is getting absolutely slammed by massive waves out on the open ocean. The boat itself is screaming, its timbers groaning and creaking with every single movement. Through the rough seas, the boat just keeps on creaking, a non-stop soundtrack to their wild ride. Finally, the crazy waves calm down, and they're cruising on a peaceful river, the boat still making those little creaking noises as they soak in the chill vibes. And just like that, their epic boat trip ends at a mysterious, dark archway, with Taeho declaring, "We've arrived." The boat's paddle sliced through the calm, clear water, signaling the epic conclusion of their journey. Then, the rhythmic thud of footsteps echoed on a stone floor, confirming their arrival at the epic arched entrance. As they strode through the passage, Siri spun to Taeho, hyping him up for what was coming next. She then dropped the bombshell, the goddess had a special gift just for him this time. A gift from the goddess? Taeho's eyes practically popped, and he was buzzing with excitement. Siri, totally hyped, couldn't help but ask if he'd share the awesome gift with her too. He gave her a confident of course, promising to be back in a flash. Just like that, a golden orb, looking like a super fancy leaf, floated right into his hand. Suddenly, Taeho was standing in a radiant golden magic circle, mesmerized by the mysterious orb's glowing light. Then, an ethereal voice boomed through the air, summoning her warrior, Taeho, to her side. And there she was. The goddess Aiden, absolutely radiant in her white and gold, her divine presence lighting up the entire chamber. Taeho looked up at her, as she gave him props for his incredible achievements. Aiden, with a knowing smile and an outstretched hand, reveals that his actions were pivotal, thwarting the giant's sinister plot way ahead of schedule. But he, ever humble, beams up at her, giving all the credit for their triumphs to her incredible blessing. The goddess, her eyes sparkling, expresses genuine joy at his safe return, a true hero back from the fray. Then, with a mischievous glint, she drops a bombshell, asking if he rode into battle with a comrade. And not just any comrade, but a beautiful female warrior, sending him into an immediate, hilarious panic. He stammers, denying her playful accusation with a face that's absolutely beet red. Aiden, clearly enjoying his embarrassment, declares that such a successful expedition absolutely demands a reward. And with a burst of golden light from her hand, she prepares to unleash some seriously epic gifts. Presenting him with two mind-blowing choices, she challenges him to pick just one. The first, a heavenly horse's wing garment, promises the power to transform into a majestic flying steed. The second, an unner pouch, offers ultimate convenience, shrinking items for storage and instantly restoring them when needed. Faced with such impossible choices, he's completely overwhelmed, crying out about her cruelty for making him decide between two unbelievably good options. Taeho is absolutely stumped, his mind racing as he weighs these insane gifts, with Aiden just chilling there, totally amused. But Aiden's like, chill out, dude. She tells him not to sweat it, promising the other epic item if he pulls off another win. Suddenly, his face lights up. He's like, wait, this is a win-win. He decides to stay positive, because seriously, either choice is a total jackpot. He makes his move, hand outstretched, ready to grab his prize as Aiden gives him the final go-ahead. And just like that, the divine glow vanishes, replaced by a calm, star-filled night sky. What just happened? Next thing you know, Taeho's in some epic hall with a giant statue, handing over a fancy pouch to a fiery red-haired woman. She's totally shocked, like, dude, I thought you'd go for the flying horse gear. But he's got a plan, explaining that the wing garment needs a partner, and he's all about that solo grind. He drops some serious gamer wisdom, saying inventory space is always priority one in online games, and she just laughs, totally baffled by his next-level strategy. Suddenly, they're chilling on a boat in a peaceful lake, and she drops a bombshell, he's getting a new teacher today. She asks if he knows who it is, and he just casually says, yeah. She asks if he's hyped, and he's beaming, totally stoked because his new teacher is apparently a total legend. But hold up. Somewhere else, a dude is absolutely losing it, screaming in pure, unadulterated shock. And the scene cuts to a majestic, sun-drenched ancient building, probably where all the legendary training is about to go down. Check out this absolute unit. A mysterious figure with wild black and white hair, and intense glowing yellow eyes, is just chilling in a forest, with a tiny chicken-like sidekick. He glances up, a smirk gracing his face, and drops a savage take on the weather, calling it absolutely disgusting. Out on the training grounds, the tension is palpable as a veteran warrior looms over a younger trainee, ready to drop some serious knowledge. Rolf, the grizzled mentor, gets right to it, leaning in, and demanding an update on the trainee's development. Then, the bombshell drops. Rolf hits him with the loaded question, how far did you go with Haida? Taeho's face goes beet red, his jaw practically hitting the floor, as he stammers out a bewildered, what? A sly grin spreads across Rolf's face as he clears up the misunderstanding, I meant how far you've progressed with your lessons. But he can't resist a jab, adding, look at you, your head's filled with dirty thoughts. Taeho fires back, look who's talking, as Rolf stands up, shrugging off the whole thing with a cool, well, whatever. Anyhow. Rolf gets serious, explaining Haida's orders to teach divinity, but they're skipping the advanced stuff for now and going straight to the fundamentals. He points his blade, laying out the plan, we're talking about increasing the duration of your power, for starters. Then, with a challenging glint in his eye, Rolf delivers the kicker, you'll have to figure things out yourself. Got it? Taeho's eyes blaze with an electric blue glow, a clear sign of his resolve, as he prepares to tackle whatever comes next. The training is on. He's caught off guard, but Rolf is hyped, sword drawn, ready to throw down and telling him to bring it. Then, bam. A metallic crash rips through the silence, and the fight is officially underway. Swords collide in a blinding flash, exploding with sparks that light up the whole arena. He's not holding back, launching his own lightning-fast strike, a whirlwind of pure power. But Rolf just grins, pushing him even harder, demanding he show off every single saga he's got. Their swords are a blur, and Rolf drops some serious wisdom, telling him that sagas are the real deal, not something to ditch just because he's got god-tier power now. The intensity is insane, pushing him to his limits, forcing him to his knees, and a wild blue aura explodes around him as he fights to control the raw power. He lets out a primal scream, unleashing a tidal wave of power, his eyes burning with pure resolve. That blue energy just explodes, sending shockwaves through everything. He's channeling it all, fists clenched, his whole body radiating with that insane blue power. Then, a massive, earth-shattering crash, the ultimate climax of his power surge. Completely wiped out, he crashes to the dirt, his body motionless as the epic blue glow finally dies down. After their intense spar, Rolf stares down at the struggling warrior, deep in thought about their contrasting journeys, then drops a bombshell, 2 immediate goals for him to conquer. First up, Rolf declares, Taeho desperately needs an offensive saga, because for a lower-ranked warrior, he's got way too many sagas already. But here's the kicker, most of them are just support types, totally useful, sure, but he's missing that one, game-changing, finishing move. The mention of a finishing move hits Taeho like a lightning bolt, instantly linking it to the legendary ultimate skill. Then, Rolf throws down the gauntlet, telling him to review his sagas, because, yep, every single one of them is incomplete. He clarifies that thinking a saga is just a fixed ability, only good for one thing, is a rookie mistake, common among weaker warriors. No, he reminds the warrior, a saga is a story, a living tale that evolves and changes with every telling. That means his own sagas could be hiding secret powers he hasn't even dreamed of yet. With a piercing gaze, Rolf demands he think carefully about every single word he just dropped. Then, he drops the second bombshell, divinity training basics, telling Taeho he needs to maintain it constantly, eating, sleeping, even in the bathroom. Absorbing the intense advice, Taeho turns and strides away, leaving Rolf to observe his departure. But even with all his resolve, the sheer grind of constant divinity training is too much, and he crashes to the ground, utterly spent. He's absolutely wiped, sprawled out on the ground, drenched in sweat. This training is no joke, hitting him like a mountain of homework he just can't conquer. The day winds down with an epic sunset, painting the sky in fiery oranges, as birds soar high above the rooftops. Meanwhile, the kitchen is alive with the sound of sizzling shrimp, getting ready for a feast. Aiden's in the kitchen, totally focused, whipping up some delicious grub. With a radiant smile, she presents a pan of perfectly cooked shrimp, dinner is served. Outside, Rolf's waiting, and Taeho's heading his way, with Aiden watching the whole scene unfold. Rolf catches Taeho's excited vibe, commenting on his great mood, and asks if he's got something cool to reveal. Taeho flashes a huge, confident grin, confirming he's got something awesome up his sleeve. Taeho focuses hard, his hand glowing with an intense blue magical energy, getting ready to summon his ultimate weapon. He dramatically unveils his summoned blade, the legendary Runfang, declaring it the Saga Warrior's sword he always brings out. Rolf's eyes are locked on Taeho, a silent question hanging in the air as he waits to see what incredible power the young hero will unleash next. A confident smirk plays on his lips, and Taeho's eyes blaze with a cool blue light as he clutches the broken hilt, ready to unleash something epic. Then, boom! A blinding golden light explodes from the hilt, forging an epic blade right before their eyes. It's the legendary Saga Warrior's sword. Golden energy blasts out, lighting up everything as Taeho triumphantly raises his incredible new sword. This isn't just any sword, it's practically glowing with raw power, the brilliantly shining heavenly Runfang, ready for action. Just look at that hilt. Golden, intricate, and pulsing with magic, it's a masterpiece of power, perfectly fitting his hand. Taeho reveals his secret to Rolf, holding the broken hilt now lets him summon an even stronger version of the sword, a total game changer for his fighting style. Rolf's mind is blown. He instantly connects the dots, realizing this isn't just an upgrade, it's a devastating finishing move waiting to happen. Rolf can't help but wonder about Taeho's genius, thinking his out-of-this-world ideas must come from, well, another world. But just as things are getting interesting, a fiery-haired Valkyrie bursts onto the scene, shouting Taeho's name with an urgent message. With a panicked look, she spills the beans, Rasgrid needs backup, and she needs Taeho there, like, yesterday. The scroll she's clutching practically screams, emergency, its mysterious writing hinting at a major crisis brewing. He's all like, did Rasgrid actually ask for me, as she drops the news that Rasgrid just wanted him to check out the scene for himself, you know, for the experience. Then, bam. It hits him. His eyes go wide, thinking this is a huge chance, maybe even to snag more pieces of that legendary broken sword. But the Valkyrie totally gets the wrong idea, her face scrunching up in a cute little pout. She's like, whoa, dude, why are you so hyped, wondering if he was that desperate to meet Rasgrid. He's all, no, not at all. Then, trying to bail from the super awkward vibe, he asks if he can just leave already. He lets out a little ahaha laugh, but the Valkyrie is still totally pouting, completely missing the point. His buddy, watching the whole thing go down, just bursts out laughing, asking what's up with this super awkward vibe. The Valkyrie just rolls her eyes, thinking, ugh, what an idiot. Whoa. The scene just totally flips, dropping us into this super dark, starry void, all tangled up with glowing, epic spiderwebs. Then, a soft crack rings out, as tiny, eerie fractures start spreading across the glowing web. The cracking gets louder, and then, out of nowhere, a shadowy, clawed hand with wicked purple tips just grabs the web. Then, a massive thwack shakes everything, showing a mysterious cloaked figure chilling on the web, staring down a huge moth beast with glowing purple eyes. Still shrouded in mystery, his piercing yellow gaze locks onto the otherworldly moth creature. As the chilling news drops, the giant of strength is on the move. The moth creature, antennae subtly twitching, lets out a faint, almost silent, response. Floating effortlessly through the dark, purple void, its massive, intricate wings radiate an unearthly shimmer. A sly grin spreads across its face as it speaks. Lord of Alt, it purrs, its purple eyes burning with power. The shadowy figure confirms, yeah, I'm watching it all unfold myself. Avalt drops the bombshell, laying out the full intel. Herad's giant of strength crew. They're heading straight for Svartalfheim. A dark chuckle rumbles from the cloaked figure, his arm lifting slightly as he declares, now this is exciting. He's practically buzzing with anticipation. Seriously, I can't wait to see what kind of chaos unfolds. Suddenly, the view snaps to a new, foreboding location, Svartalfheim. Deep within a shadowy forest, a hulking, mustachioed warrior stands poised for action. He introduces himself, the name's Torstein, just an inferior-ranked warrior from Odin's legion, and gets a surprisingly respectful reply, pleasure to meet you. Your reputation precedes you. With his squad of warriors behind him, Torstein steps up, offering his services. All right, I'll lead you to the... He's got 30 black horses ready to roll, shouting for everyone to mount up and get moving, like, right now. Deep in the shadowy woods, you can hear the pounding hooves, as these mysterious riders push further into the wild. The squad keeps up a relentless pace, just shadows darting through the twisted forest. There's this weird vibe hanging heavy, like the forest itself is hiding something big. Riding a regular horse. Kinda weird for him now, even if he's not exactly missing his old, insane powers. His buddy cracks a joke, saying he's totally leveling up into a Valhalla warrior. Then Ciri chimes in, a little annoyed, pointing out he had to ditch his vacation just for this. Torstein glances back, yelling for them to hit the gas, because they're almost at the excavation site. They roll up, and boom. A mysterious, glowing light bursts from the ground, lighting up everyone there. Torstein still leading the pack, face set in a grim line as they close in on that glowing weirdness. Then, out of nowhere, a massive, booming horn blast rips through the quiet, shaking the whole forest. That sudden blast makes him totally freak out, his eyes bugging out in pure shock. That horn blast. It wasn't a warning, it was a battle cry. A monstrous, red-eyed beast explodes from the darkness, claws out, ready to tear into anything in its path. And it's not alone. Another one of these nightmares bursts onto the scene, their combined roars shaking the very ground. This isn't just a skirmish, it's an all-out ambush. But Ciri isn't backing down. She charges headfirst into the chaos, spear flashing, screaming for everyone to just trample right through the monsters. And she's not just talking. Ciri's spear finds its mark, tearing into the first monster with brutal efficiency, Rolf right there with her, a whirlwind of steel and fury against the beasts. Ciri and Rolf are a force of nature, a blur of motion and steel, carving a path through the monsters with every strike. They're a wall of steel and skill, pushing back the monstrous tide. These two are absolutely unstoppable on the ground. Just when you think the ground battle is intense enough, a blood-curdling shriek rips through the sky, signaling a whole new level of nightmare descending upon them. Torstein's face goes from grim to outright panicked as he stares skyward, shouting, "What now?" as if the universe itself is mocking them. And then they appear, a terrifying swarm of winged horrors, red eyes burning in the gloom, diving straight for the group like a nightmare made real. Tejo and Torstein can only watch in horror from horseback, as the sky fills with screeching harpies, a new, terrifying wave of enemies. Torstein lets out a frustrated, "Damn it," as he scrambles for his bow, the harpies' lightning-fast descent leaving them no time to react. He tries to draw, but it's already too late. The harpies are practically on top of them, making bows completely useless in this close-quarters aerial ambush. The ambush was on, and a massive, winged beast exploded from the darkness, claws out, ready to tear into them. No chance. Ciri was already there, a blur of motion, her glowing blue sword flashing out to shut down the monster's charge. Rolf was already on edge, and the chaos just kept escalating, making him grit his teeth and curse the madness unfolding. But while everyone else was losing it, Tejo, the man in the shadows, was cool as ice, his hand already reaching for his hidden blade. Just when you thought it couldn't get worse, another monster, a whirlwind of claws and darkness, crashed down, making the battlefield even more insane. But our hero was too fast, a mere ghost in the chaos, dodging the monster's attack with a speed that defied belief. Just when they thought they had a handle on the ground, the sky opened up, and a terrifying swarm of harpies came screaming down, ready to overwhelm them. But just as the harpies closed in, a blinding, earth-shattering wave of golden power exploded from below, ripping through everything in its path. The golden blast ripped right through the harpy swarm, sending them flying in every direction, a dazzling display of raw power. And there he stood, Taeho, bathed in the fading golden glow, his sword now a beacon of pure, unadulterated power. His eye, a literal inferno of golden light, burned with the raw, unstoppable power he had just unleashed. The battle is absolutely wild, and Rolf is not having it, gripping his sword and letting out a frustrated shout. While Taeho, looking absolutely focused, stands ready with a small golden dagger, his eyes burning with resolve. This battlefield is pure chaos, bodies flying everywhere. With one poor soul getting absolutely launched through the air. But then, boom! A massive golden energy surge explodes as a squad of mounted warriors, glowing like crazy, charge in. One of them hitting the ground so hard it sends a shockwave ripping through everything. While other golden glowing warriors are just tearing it up with their claw attacks. Then, out of nowhere, Taeho bursts onto the scene, his eyes blazing electric blue, and he's got a sword absolutely on fire with golden energy. And he's on horseback, charging straight into the fray, radiating an insane golden aura. Another enemy gets absolutely slammed into the ground, exploding with golden energy. While Rolf and Ciri are just watching, their faces a mix of shock and pure hype, totally bathed in that same golden glow. A massive clang rips through the air, and two warriors are instantly on high alert, their faces screaming pure shock. But wait, in the middle of all this madness, Taeho is just standing there, sword in hand, blushing like crazy as all these burly guys stare at him. His brain is going a million miles an hour, and he can only stammer out, is all this insane power really for Aiden? Then, bam. The ground starts shaking with a crazy, pounding beat, as something huge just blitzes past. The blur just keeps going, a raw, unstoppable force ripping through everything. Then, the dust clears, and there's Rolf, green eyes blazing, shouting their loyalty, while Taeho is absolutely glowing with a golden aura and electric blue eyes, ready to throw down. Taeho's face is a mix of pure shock and total understanding, as he finally grasps just how ridiculously powerful he's become. And what they see is insane, a massive, desolate wasteland, a chilling monument to some ancient, epic war. The land is totally messed up, and in the distance, armies are clashing, all lit up by this terrifying orange light. Then, with a battle cry that shakes the heavens, Taeho charges in on horseback, leading a whole army, his golden aura absolutely exploding as he tears through the enemy lines. But wait, there's more. A new player enters the game, Saga, the witch, her purple eyes practically shooting lasers as she knocks an arrow, because her shots never miss. And with a devastating release, her magical arrows just obliterate the enemy, a blinding storm of purple energy hitting every single target. Suddenly, a monstrous creature, radiating a terrifying pink glow, unleashes a guttural roar, surrounded by its shadowy minions. But no time to waste. Ciri, with her epic blue hair, shouts for her squad to move out, her voice a battle cry. And just like that, the warriors charge, a human tidal wave smashing right into the monster horde. Meanwhile, Taeho is a total speed demon, blazing across the battlefield like a phantom. His hand tightens on a glowing sword, blazing with an intense orange light, he's about to go off. But wait, there's more. He whips out a crossbow, aiming with deadly precision, a soft, hot sound confirming his readiness. And boom! A devastating, thunderbolt attack explodes from his weapon, pure energy unleashed. The blue energy just detonates, absolutely shredding through the enemy lines with insane power. And then, just to make sure, a barrage of brilliant blue light beams rains down from the sky, obliterating everything in their path. A smirk plays on his lips as he takes in the carnage, his allies literally screaming, impressive, at his sheer power. With his crossbow still sparking with blue power, he confidently states, we can break through the center in one go. Talk about a power move. And the blue energy just keeps on coming, racking up insane damage numbers like 2,400,000 against the monstrous enemies, they don't stand a chance. He's still going, absolutely shredding through the monster horde with insane blue energy blasts, racking up massive damage numbers. But then, from above the chaos, a literal angel drops in, her glowing wings lighting up the whole battlefield as she takes in the madness. And our hero? He's still on the move, his beast charging through the enemy lines like a freight train. The winged warrior isn't just watching, though, she dives in, her sword a blur of pure light, slicing through everything in her path. Our hero is still going strong, his blue energy blasts just tearing through the monsters, no stopping him now. Then, the warrior of Aiden finally speaks to him, a cool greeting cutting through the battle noise, good to have you here, warrior of Aiden. And he just looks back, his name, Lee Tae-ho, a beacon in the storm. He quickly asks, how's the situation, and she's totally chill, it's almost under control. She scans the battlefield, a serious look on her face as she admits, we're still evenly matched for now. She stands next to him, watching the enemy's moves, and realizes, whoa, they've got something like our steel rain too. Just when they thought it was under control, a whole new wave of enemies pops up, making him yell, here comes more, and the big guy with the mustache immediately barks, "Spread out now." And these new guys don't mess around, they immediately unleash a storm of dark, jagged rocks, all glowing with creepy purple energy. The sky just lights up with that eerie purple, as even more of those dark, magic-infused rocks come flying straight at them. The ground is absolutely shattering as colossal rocks just keep on slamming down from the sky, ripping apart the already wrecked battlefield. But wait, there's more. Ominous, dark energy-infused formations are just plummeting down, screaming that something way more sinister is about to hit. And out of that swirling, shadowy chaos, bam. Even bigger, even nastier gnolls are stepping out, their red eyes practically burning with pure evil. Then, one of those hulking beasts just roars, shouting that even more gnolls are on their way, and they're getting stronger every single time. Taeho's face just goes pale with shock and alarm, as he processes the terrifying news. Another, even bigger threat is barreling straight for them. That dark, crimson energy just keeps on building and building, swirling together, morphing into an absolutely monstrous magical force. And then, right in the middle of all that swirling power, a gigantic gnoll just manifests, its armored body practically oozing an overwhelming, crushing aura. Then, with an earth-shattering boom, the attack just explodes into action. Another massive impact just rocks the entire area, as that magical assault keeps on tearing through everything in its path. The air is practically exploding with vibrant purple energy, swirling around like crazy as this attack just keeps getting more and more intense. Thorstein is just absolutely frozen in stunned disbelief, barely able to gasp out a bewildered, "What in the world," as that insane power just slams into him. The colossal object plummets from the sky, a fiery harbinger of destruction, its sheer scale drawing gasps of disbelief. As it hurtles towards the ground, Gander's face hardens, her eyes locked onto the cataclysm about to unfold. A horrified gasp rips from her throat as she screams, another one of those monstrous giants has crashed down. Her eyes widen in pure terror, the realization hitting her like a physical blow, that impact zone is the Dark Elf village. The ground absolutely explodes from the cataclysmic force, sending a tidal wave of debris skyward and leaving a monstrous, glowing red crater in its wake. Amidst the smoking rubble, Taeho lies battered and barely conscious, gasping that he was nearly wiped out by the sheer force of the impact. Gander, her wings beating furiously above him, barks his name with desperate urgency, ordering him to get to the Dark Elf village now. Her voice rings with absolute conviction, declaring that he's the only one she can rely on in this critical moment. Back on his feet, Taeho grimly confirms the devastating news, the giant impact hit the Dark Elf village too, and Gander desperately pleads for him to take charge. He grasps the immense weight of the mission, declaring he'll mount a horse and ride there without delay. But Gander sharply cuts him off, exclaiming there's no time for a horse, and to take this instead. With a lightning-fast motion, she grips his shoulder, a jolt of desperate urgency and power transferring between them. Gander drops a crucial item into his hands, laying down the law, "This thing goes only to someone he trusts." A massive grin splits her face as she thanks Taeho for putting his faith in her, even throwing up a playful peace sign. But Taeho's face twists in pure confusion, this thing just feels off, the size totally wrong. Then, bam. A massive gust of wind explodes, as huge white wings blast them off at insane speeds. The world becomes a blur, a pure speed trail ripping through the sky as they hit max velocity. He's soaring on the back of this beast, eyes locked on the ground below, and there it is, the Dark Elf village, finally in sight. His eyes snap open, a surge of adrenaline hitting him, as he yells, "The village. Captain Siri, full speed ahead." But as they close in, a terrifying, snarling face rips through the destruction below, its sheer power practically screaming. The true culprit of the devastation is revealed, a colossal, fiery giant, its sheer mass making the earth itself crack and crumble. Its entire body is a blazing inferno, molten energy ripping through its rocky hide. Siri, spear in hand, stares down the monster, realizing it's smaller than the Black Fortress giant, but something feels even worse. But despite its size, she feels an even greater evil deed radiating from it, a terrifying growth system unique to giants that hints at something far more sinister. The rune growth system of the Valhalla warriors is insane. The more enemies they slay, and the more infamous they become, the stronger these giants get. Their power just keeps escalating. Then, a monstrous roar of pure madness erupts from the fiery behemoth, its entire form wreathed in scorching, destructive flames. The sheer force of its presence radiates pure, unadulterated madness, overwhelming the warriors below as a fiery explosion just engulfs them. And from its gaping maw, a blinding, concentrated burst of fiery energy just erupts, a devastating wave of pure destruction. The warriors caught in its wake cry out in pure agony, their forms struggling against the overwhelming, crushing force. One of them, battered and bruised, manages a desperate cry, pleading for the relentless onslaught to just end. But the fiery giant's power just continues to consume everything in its path, leaving only utter destruction in its wake. But then, from the ravaged ground of the dark elf village, a new, colossal presence starts to emerge, its form shrouded in an eerie, glowing green mist. High above, the winged observer cries out, realizing the true scale of the unfolding disaster. Over there. The giant is coming out. The plant-like giant rises, its towering form casting a menacing shadow over the terrified figures below, its green energy pulsating ominously, a new threat unleashed. Its intricate, organic structure glows with an internal light, a silent, terrifying testament to its destructive power. The new plant giant's bizarre attire immediately catches Taeho's attention, making him question everything he thought he knew about these creatures. Just as the colossal entity charges up a devastating attack, its entire form crackling with an insane amount of vibrant green energy. Is this thing a mage? He can't believe the sheer power radiating from it. Then, with an earth-shattering roar, the giant unleashes a massive wave of emerald force, absolutely obliterating everything in its path. Siri and Gander are caught directly in the blast, their terrified screams ripped from their throats as they're violently thrown back by the sheer, overwhelming power. Seeing his friends in serious trouble, Taeho makes a split-second decision, vowing to draw the giant's attention away, no matter the cost. But before Taeho can even move, Siri, with her powerful wings beating like crazy, dashes towards the colossal plant creature, a total blur of motion against the chaos. And Taeho isn't about to let her go alone. He charges forward with a fierce battle cry, his determination absolutely blazing as he closes in on the monstrous foe. He unleashes a lightning-fast, concentrated burst of azure energy, blasting it straight at the giant's massive form. The powerful blue strike absolutely smashes into the giant's arm, creating a massive impact and sending ripples of force across its tough, bark-like skin. The azure energy keeps pushing against the giant's massive limb, actually stopping its movements for a second. But just as Taeho's sword, glowing with brilliant blue energy, connects, a shimmering yellow barrier explodes around the giant, completely deflecting his attack. His eyes go wide in shock, as he realizes this monstrous foe has a hidden barrier. The plant-like giant is absolutely crackling with raw power, green hexagonal energy just exploding around its massive form. And Taeho's face just drops, a look of grim concern etched onto his features. That giant's single green eye just blazes with pure, unadulterated malevolence. A vibrant green aura absolutely exploding around its head as it gears up for its next devastating move. Siri, riding high on Gander, charges in like a total boss, trying to bait the giant, thinking she's got its attention, but this thing is not playing around. Instead, its massive hand starts to glow, forming a deadly sphere of pure yellow energy. Then, with mind-blowing speed, the giant unleashes a torrent of green energy, a devastating blast just erupting from its palm. Taeho, still riding Gander, lets out a desperate cry as the attack just slams down on them. The green energy blast absolutely obliterates the ground with insane force, sending debris flying and ripping through everything in its path. Siri and Gander are absolutely swallowed by the devastating impact, and the entire village nearby just crumbles under the sheer, raw power of that attack. The destruction is insane, and Siri's heart sinks as she realizes that at this rate, the entire village is going to be wiped out. Amidst the smoking rubble, Taeho desperately cradles an injured Siri, his face a mask of grim determination, realizing that a long, drawn-out battle against this monster is a losing game. And as the giant's monstrous clawed hand conjures a pulsating, glowing orb of green energy, he's pushing his mind to the absolute limit, desperate to figure out a way to beat this thing.